Oh, everyone, we wanted to gauge this. Everybody comfortable with shaving a couple minutes off of everyone's presentation so we could have a group discussion at the end of each session?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yes.
I'm just going to check on my phone. It looks like we're streaming. Okay, it worked.
Yes, I see. It says live on YouTube now, Lauren.
I'm gonna go back and make myself not the host. Oh, I have to admit the people that are trying to get in. Sorry. Okay.
Thank you, Lauren.
Yes.
Thank you, Lauren.
Yes. You're welcome. Have a great review.
Ciao. Thank you.
All right. I think I did it.
So, welcome to our guest today. We have Stuart Peaks that we all know. And we have Sofia Kutsenko, a dear friend of mine, back from Rotterdam, but also former student of GSD, postgraduate master, now principal of Drone office in Rotterdam, based in Rotterdam, but working extensively both in Russia and in the Netherlands, constructing a lot lately, also being awarded as one of the best young office. Was it last year, Sofia? 2 years ago? Last year? So I'm very happy to see her also because finally we managed to see each other. I've been trying to reach to her since a couple of months. Welcome to our studio, our open house. And yeah, I think we can get started. Let me share the screen. So teaching the studio is Thomas Kelly. That of course Stuart knows. Sophia, you'll see Thomas, maybe someone can say hi.
Hi, Sophia, it's nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
And thanks for joining us, Stuart, appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for the intro.
And yeah, sorry, I forgot, Sophia. Stuart is associate professor at UIC.
And also a burgeoning YouTube star and principal of Design with Company, a small office here in Chicago.
All right. So Thomas, I'll give you just a brief introduction to the studio, although we already shared the files with you, but I'm not sure you had enough time to check it out. So we'll just run through a quick intro, and then we will right away start with students' presentation. Students will present for around 10 minutes, maximum 10 minutes. And then we can follow up. You can follow up with feedbacks, comments, questions, critiques, and so on. And we would like to leave, let's say, 10-15 minutes at the end of the session, perhaps for wrapping up with a general discussion on the project you have been looking at. You will be reviewing 4 projects this morning, but we have a group of 18 students, second year graduates. So I'll start sharing my screen. Does it show well?
Yep.
Any weird windows? Okay. So as you know, the tutorial is the studio is titled Open House. Is the last comprehensive studio of the second year graduate. The 2 main questions that the studio is posing is if it's possible to reimagine the institution and typology of the American club for the contemporary city, and maybe even more importantly, how to compensate for the absence of public structure that are often lacking, maybe from a European point of view, in American cities. The other important question that the studio is posing is how to design an institution for collectivity. So by understanding all these questions, we have been looking at both past references and contemporary architectural examples from athletic clubs to more contemporary case studies in Brazil. And we look at athletic clubs for the program complexity and the building type. And we looked at contemporary examples such as the SAS Pompeia in Brazil, or the Shibara House in Japan, but also the constructivist social condenser, the Russian constructivist social condenser for the openness and publicness, but also understanding what type of users this building are welcoming. So we have been looking at a kind of like a collection of 18 case studies from, let's say, from the end of the 19th century until today, including some of very recent case studies for like cultural centers in Paris. We're being very interested in understanding, again, like the program and the activities, and see how the buildings. Also, maybe I have to mention as well that we have tried to collect as much as possible precedents that somehow resonate the athletic club typology, so a tower or like a mid-rise building, although some of them were more like extended horizontally. Program activity, of course, were relevant to extrapolate, as well as like how people and which type of user would use the building and how they would use it throughout the time of the day. Of course, architectural plan composition and the spatial qualities, so how architecture would respond to the openness or to the program complexity. How perhaps sometimes like flexibility influence the way the program is used or is characterized. Circulation time sometimes we realize is very crucial for make people fully experiencing the building, as well as structure. So we had a touch on inviting a USC structural engineer for a day of workshop, trying to inform also our project with a notion of structure. We kind of like apply the same strategy to map the city, but also by taking as a reference the Nolli plan designed by Giambattista Nolli for Rome in 1748, where he basically tried to, by like mapping the very dense and like tissue of Rome, try to extrapolate the spatial qualities of the most important buildings of Rome. But at the same time, we also look at other strategy on like mapping the city. So of course, we refer to the work of Venturi, Scott, Bryan, and Eisenhower, and of course, like also like the survey that Russia did for in collaboration with them for the learning from Las Vegas, but also mapping again like at the city level the program of the city. So we asked students to look at the loop, and we chose the loop just because the studio brief asked them to design a tower building, because we are referring still to the topology of the athletic club as the main precedent. And we kind of like mapped a big portion of the loop, like the entire portion of the loop, including a larger area on the North River part. And the students have been mapping in group activities, trying to understand what is the scenario of the loop. Again, at the same time, the aim of the studio is not only to respond to a local meaning on the site, only for the site strategy, but also to respond to like a wider area in the city. So the building should work, or their project should work not only as a catalyst for the neighborhood, so in this case for the loop, but also as a catalyst to attract people from the city at large, but also from outside of the city. So they have been doing like programming, map of the activities, and of course reproducing a sort of like Nolli plan of the loop, trying to understand also the porosity of the city, both in plan. In red you can see our sites, but also in section, just because of course American cities are not like Rome. So we also discovered that sometimes like porosity in the towers happen, or accessible space, like openness, most of the time happens mostly in section rather than in plan. So we assign students a site in the south part of the loop, of the old loop, between Van Buren and Wabash, South Wabash Street. Is a corner site heavily characterized by the elevated rail that surrounds the site on two sides, on the east and on the south. The site measures about 275 feet by 160 feet, 85 by 50 meters roughly. is currently occupied by a parking lot, but we imagine like it was an empty site. So as you can see here more closer, the site is surrounded on two sides by adjacent, on the north side with an adjacent building. On the west side, there is a small alley. On the east, there is Wabash and the CNA building, which is like way taller than what we ask students to design. And on the south and on the east side as well, the elevated rail that creates kind of like canopy and filters the access to the building from the street. We ask students to kind of like respect more or less the city rules. So we fall into the zone 16 by code. The total area is about 45,375 square feet, but we ask students as a requirement, so this is an additional requirement that we asked, that we made up. So we asked students to leave 1/3 of the site unbuilt. And this is because we wanted them to also think about like how to locate and how to position their building within the site, perhaps like giving a part of the site to the city and making the building really participate into the public life of the city. Just as like we didn't ask like for particular setbacks, a student could have like dig underground of a maximum of like 50 feet, so 1 or 2 floors. We didn't ask for parking, but we asked for to include like a loading and unloading area. In terms of like quantities and volumes, the site falls into an FAR of 16. If the like basically the buildable area ended up of being 30,250 square feet. We indicated a project height of approximately 350 feet. Our building that are adjacent to us are smaller. As you can see on the west side, we have a university building that is only 150 feet. And on the north side, a building that is 225 feet. On the opposite side of the street, on Wabash, so on the east side, is the tallest building that surrounds our site that measure 600 feet. But although we ask students to respect or to stay within approximately 350 feet, which is given by the FAR and the buildable area that we individuated, we also were kind of like flexible with a limit height. So students could have just like follow the city rules, but without exceeding the 520 feet required. Program was another part or ingredient that students had to add to the studio brief. We kind of like decided to indicate only program by percentages without really indicating an exact type of activities that should have been included, but just like a range of possibilities. So we wanted them to really understand what means for them to design an institution for collectivity. So we only indicated like the main activities, but without specifying them. So of course, circulation and utilities, sports activities, which is like the major component of the program, living, but that could have been interpreted both as like permanent or transient work living units. So it was up to them to decline or to define the type of living, the type of working, or the type of sports. Also, like the type of rentable space, leisure, eating and drinking. So the only requirement was like fixed for everybody was to have one flexible assembly space, outdoor space, respect the 1/3 of the site free. But most importantly, we require students that 30% of the program should have been freely accessible, and the rest of the 70% could have been like accessed by membership or fee. So what we imagine the project to be is a sort of like collaboration between different stakeholders. It could be like public or private, or it could be entirely private, but giving away some parts to be open to the public. Any questions? Okay, if there are any questions, I think we can start with our students. We'll start with Kaja. I would also share with you a Miro link to the presentation slides the students are presenting. There is an implementation on what you already received and seen. It was like still a work in progress. So students will present for about 10 minutes, and then we can just follow up with your comments, questions, and critiques. Okay, if it's all clear, Kaja, stage is yours.
Thank you. Hi, Stuart and Sophia. Thank you for coming. This athletic club aims to create maximum difference, allowing the user to embrace or escape the city. It's made up of two parts, an open extroverted ramp system in the lower portion, and this serves as an extension of the street. And then the second part is an introverted container of independent floor plates that produce unique worlds of program, structure, and spatial qualities. And these two parts are separated by a buffer zone in the middle. The parts also define the private versus public access. And in the stack of floor plates in the upper container, it incorporates a structural system that alternates between open floor plates and occupiable trusses. And these trusses vary in height, proportion, and spacing depending on the spatial needs of the program. Programmatically, the lower portion of the ramps is primarily cultural, dining, as well as some outdoor sports. The buffer space is more for flexible assembly or market spaces, and it could be completely empty at some points and in use other times. And then the upper volume is primarily the sports and the living or service. And these two main kind of categories alternate depending on the spatial and structural allowability. Throughout the day, the accessibility also changes. So in the morning, more of the living programs and the working programs are open. Throughout the afternoon and throughout most of the day, it's all open. And then in the evenings, the working spaces close down, whereas the leisurely and cultural spaces are more open. And then at nighttime, only the transient living is open. And throughout the entire day, the ground level is open to the public as well. The upper stack uses light cores that allow light to enter. There's 3 of them throughout the whole floor plate. And this allows more light due to the deep floor plates. And then also the exterior is like a semi-transparent material that allows the light to enter as well. In the section, you can kind of see the structural system. So at the lower ramp level, I'm using columns to support the floor plates and the ramps, as well as the whole volume above. And the volume itself uses a structural system of 2 kind of service bars on the east and west sides. And then in the middle are the trusses alternating with open floor plates. Taking a closer look at some of those. At the ramp system on the bottom, we have the more cultural programs. So there's a skate park, some more like street art galleries and food trucks and spaces for like street performances. And as you go up, there's more cultural spaces like galleries, more dining, shops, as well as a skate rink. And then on the very top, you can see the buffer space, which allows for flexible assembly and market spaces. This is a view of that first ground level below the ramps. As we go a little bit higher into the volume, I have like open, flexible workspace or living space. And then above that is a trampoline park. Above that is more of like a traditional transient living where there's actual units, a golf course, and then at the top we have a daycare with like a workspace. And this is a view from that lower flexible workspace with the trampoline park above. And then up a little bit higher, we have a walking track, and then a spa, a parkour gym that uses the truss to kind of create a stepped surface. And then above that, we have a rentable office space, and then a rooftop garden. So this is the walking track. As you can see, the materiality also sometimes adjusts to create interactions between the floors. So here, there's a metal mesh that allows one to view down into napping rooms below. And then at the rooftop garden, both the floor and the ceiling are sloped, and the ceiling also allows light to enter through the light cores that lead all the way through, as well as skylights that only allow the light to enter into this space. Some other spatial differences. This shows levels where it's completely open, whereas some have more flexible partitions. The transient living is one that uses the trusses to create rooms. And then also the floor is used differently. So in the golf course, there's a sloped surface. The parkour gym, there's more of a stepped surface. And then programmatically in plan, some of the floor plates use the entire floor plate to occupy the program, whereas others have smaller pockets within a larger space. And then in these collection of plans, you can see that they all have the structural or service bars on the sides that I mentioned in the section. And then in the floor plates itself, in the interiors, there's just maximum difference to allow these completely different worlds to produce different effects as you enter into them. And then in the site, the building kind of relates to its neighbors and surroundings. So the elevated track has the use of the columns, and this building kind of mimics that. And then, like I mentioned, this is just a zoom of the cladding where it allows the light to enter into the space, but it also has a little bit of opacity to it so that it doesn't reveal everything, and so that that top volume can remain a little more introverted. And then taking a look at some of the larger plans, at ground level, you can see there's some skate parks, some ramps. There's also spaces for food trucks, as well as the art galleries, the outdoor art galleries, and some green spaces. And then all throughout, there's just space for people to walk as an extension of the street or for street performances. This is one of the key plans as well. This is a pool level. So we have an Olympic-sized pool, a diving well, a kiddie pool, the restrooms, showers, and then locker rooms. So this is one level that uses the open floor plates rather than occupying the trusses. And this is a view from that space. This is another level that actually occupies the trusses. So this is a rentable office space. And each of these bays is a rentable unit. And then we have a cafe on this level, as well as a print shop or storage, the administration, and then the restrooms share the same wet wall. A view from that space. And then this is another level that occupies the trusses, but in this one, there's a double envelope. So the kind of rooms have their own ceiling, and then the trusses above allow for more space for the interior. So these are the individual napping units, and then there's an administration office, laundry room for the bedding, the showers, and then the restrooms again. And here you can kind of see the double envelope of those rooms. Thank you.
Perhaps just to a disclaimer, let's say for the overall studio, we designed the project mostly from within, so from understanding the spatial condition of the interiors, and then we understood the massing. Some other students, although like starting from working out like the massing, and then jumped into the development of the interior spaces. But just to say that materiality and the facade came very, very at the last minute. So some students like managed to arrive to a level of like more detail or definition or understanding what type of materiality it is. Some others just left it a little bit more vague. Also in terms of like structure, we had only this meeting with a structural engineer to kind of inform better the spatial qualities of the architecture, but also like to give the overall design a more like feasible understanding of the proposal. So elements are kind of like measured, structural elements are kind of like properly measured, but still, of course, not defined as like very, very precisely.
Kaja, I mean, really incredible investigation and robust set of like design determinants that you've conveyed to us. Like, I think that one thing that I don't know if we want to start out with this conversation, but it does seem like there's a little bit of a disjoint, or like a little bit of a, I guess the rhetoric around your project seems a little bit disjointed from the project itself. So like the talk of it being an escape from the city seems not quite right. And also the kind of idea that you're offering 12 worlds also seems kind of not quite right. Because it doesn't seem to me like you're about creating worlds. Like you definitely have different organizational typologies that you're deploying at various levels, but that's not the same as like a world, which would be more, I think, like atmospheric and material and all these things, versus the way that you're representing it is absence of those things, which I don't know if that absence is an intentional way of not over situating or not fixing those things, or allowing our brains to kind of fill them in. And I guess I don't know how much this kind of what I think disjointedness between the rhetoric of the project and the project itself is getting in the way of design strategies or not. Like I don't think it is. It's maybe more a personal thing on my end, because in it seems to me more like the project is a kind of encouraging exploration of a sort of intensified city, but a city whose expectation of productivity and consumerism and other things are stripped away, and instead we're encouraged to like explore more leisure-based activities. So it's kind of office tower-y, but it's not an office, or like we don't come at it thinking that it's an office tower, and instead we imagine all these other possible scenarios inside of it, and that you offer these various structural systems to kind of instigate different organizational typologies that are that are good for certain things or less good for other things, and then you kind of offer a whole host and range of those things. And I guess the idea of it not being an escape from the city seems more in line with like the kind of 24-hourness of the way that you're talking about different activations and things over time. Like it feels more like it is a city that's just kind of like a city of leisure activities condensed. And then I was also imagining like navigating this thing, like if I wanted to go and then play racquetball, how that experience would work. Like I would probably find myself distracted by 10 other activities on my way to play racquetball, and that seems like a really important aspect of this for you, like not just the kind of disjointed display of the different typologies, but like the linear circulation of how one would get to a place. And I guess I'm imagining that kind of thing. And then maybe one final comment as maybe a critique is just the role of the ramps in the bottom. Like the ramps feel like they're so important, but they also seem very secondary. And part of me thinks that that's because you're not treating them structurally, that you've created the most, that's the place where the activity and the structure are almost completely indifferent to one another. That the structure is just columns and then the activities kind of flow in between. And I guess while you're presenting, I was kind of going through the mental exercise of like, well, what if the ramps were structural in some way? And there was some dependency there in the way that there's a dependency in other places. Would that be useful for you? Or is that severing actually useful? In which case I would say I wouldn't call it the ramp zone, or I wouldn't over fetishize the ramps in that zone, because that doesn't seem to be what's unique about that zone. Like it isn't really that unique. It's more maybe visually transparent than the other zones, but the ramps don't really seem to be it.
Yeah, I agree with that. In terms of the circulation between each level, I have the cores. Maybe I could go to the plans. So the cores are kind of disconnected from the actual activity that goes on. And so the idea with that is that when you go from level to level, you're kind of introduced to a completely different spatial typology, or a different program, and that like they're more separate. I get what you were saying about how maybe worlds isn't the best way to describe it. I think it's definitely more a focus on like the leisurely escape, like leisure as an escape from the city, and more the programmatic side of that. And then I think like in terms of the worlds that I call them, it was more just the spatial qualities that really vary. So then as you move through each level, you're kind of introduced to like a completely different spatial quality.
Yeah, so maybe it's just I'm getting hung up on the term city. Like it seems like the idea of an escape from the city. Like I think it's more specific than that. It's like an escape from a certain expectation that goes with cityness that has to do with productivity and but you're maintaining other aspects of the city, like the intensity of difference, the friction between interaction, and those sorts of things.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I will chime in here. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I mean, thank you for the presentation. It was very, very clear. Everything felt kind of logical, and kind of enormous amount of work that you've done here. So congratulations for that. I think for me, it's, I think that in some ways I have maybe similar comment to Stuart, but I will try to kind of, focus on, because it seems that what you've been trying to achieve is a kind of clarity in the experiences between the different levels, and that they're quite different from each other. And you seem to have achieved that through thinking of the section and thinking of every floor as an independent element, right? So you kind of go through this fun house of like every floor is slightly different. But what actually seems to me that maybe a bit of a lost opportunity in terms of actually thinking about like actually reducing the number of elements that allow you to achieve difference. So right now, every floor is a kind of decor, you know, it's like a decoration for a particular function. So that's what makes it actually something other than what it is. So you go into a floor in one of the levels and you put in a bunch of, you know, I guess like some kind of rubber material to make it like a sort of a golf place. But so in a way, this building could really be filled up in many different ways, depending on what its use could be, right? So it's not necessary that, like, let's say in 50 years, that this building could potentially be used entirely differently.
Mm-hmm.
So in that, if you're looking at it from that perspective, and that's the way kind of I view it from the way that you presented it, and also the way that you kind of laid out like a lot of different options for different plans. But what doesn't change actually is so much. In some cases, yes, and the biggest changes between the bottom and the top. What doesn't change so much are kind of the two elements that you have at your disposal, which with the structure, which you've worked with a bit, I think could be kind of turned that up a bit and actually clarify it even more, but also with the light wells. And I think these two elements give you the most possibility for like different types of experience of space on every floor. And also, so then in that way, the conversation is not about what you fill the space with, but about kind of the experience of a spatial condition that is not reliant on like furniture. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that from this perspective, your project is really interesting. Like, and I see that there is some kind of intuitive sense of that. And also in, like, if you go to your images, like page 12, 14, 16, 17, I think because of this, actually a lot of different spaces look pretty much similar,
Yeah.
you know? So, and I think that is because there's a kind of, maybe here, I think this is when you got to the top level and you start to get light and you start to kind of experience this play of surfaces and light, when you start to really feel like, oh, now I'm in a different kind of place.
Mm-hmm.
Or I'm having a different kind of experience than I had like however many floors below.
Yeah.
So, and I think that there's also an opportunity to really work more with like the corners and the edges of your building to bring that kind of playfulness into it and the experience of space that could be different throughout. It could still be very interior, which is what your building is, I think. But on the other hand, I'm not sure that it's quite right to put all of your accesses on the corners, because actually a corner in a city like Chicago is the only place where you get like actually a bit more view.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I don't know. I think there's a lot of really interesting ideas, but for me, there's kind of like this base thing, which to me, what it seems that your building is about. Maybe I'm wrong, but this is my intuitive kind of feel of it. Is that really kind of the experience, the spatial experience, floor to floor, could be much more informed by kind of the purity of the structures and the light filtering in, rather than the elements.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, definitely. I think with the renderings, like the lighting quality is a little too consistent. Yeah.
Kaja, maybe you could also, using a section, a full section or a section perspective, speak to how you did program around structure and light.
Yeah, so I think in terms of structure, the maybe I can go to one of these. The like I mentioned, the heights and the proportions kind of vary, and this allows for the different programs to occupy based on like those needs. And then in terms of the light cores, I think I tried to kind of position the program so that more of the more of the space surrounding them is used up. So there's kind of like all of the desks on this level are kind of around here, whereas there's more like couches and things on the exteriors, but trying to kind of use those light cores as like a focus point that brings all of that program a little closer to them.
But I would double down on that. Like, what is the proportion of that, or the ceiling height that truss system permits for that program in this case?
In this case, it would be like 12, maybe 12 feet, whereas maybe in like let me see, like in this level, it would be closer to like 20 or 25, since the program from above is kind of interacting with the space below. So more of the like sports activities have larger or have taller trusses, or more space in between the trusses, whereas the ones that are kind of for like living are a little bit smaller.
I think if you look at your floor plan, if you can just pull that back up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really talking about how you organize spaces around these light wells, but for example, like if I look at this plan, I already get a sense that, for example, you're closing down the facade on the left and the right with the bathrooms, and you're putting in a light well. A light well like this is a very costly thing because it's another facade, which essentially has to be isolated. Well, but it depends on how you do it, of course. If it's like just a skylight on top, that's another thing. But it's like it's a pretty hefty thing to be putting all the way through the building. So maybe in this case, it actually makes sense to open up the facade, so they seem to be kind of precariously positioned right now, like with regard to kind of the overall, I mean, I understand that this is like a process, of course, but this is just like, I think that these elements, these light things could be much more precise. Mm-hmm. Also, not only could they also be tying into the facade in some cases? Then you can really get a benefit of more light coming through as you go down through the depth of the building. So like maybe in some cases they could like tap into a window, and that could be connected to like a certain time of day that could bring a certain type of light into the space. Mm-hmm. So I think they could really do kind of a bit more work, because right now they're like relaxing, just like all the people like in the pool. So
yeah, maybe that's a place where the rhetoric of the escape from the city is getting in your way. Like the fact that you felt like you had to create these encapsulated realities at every level, and then it seems like you're fighting that at a lot of in various ways. So like when I look at the perspectives, I really see almost like it's more about a kind of navigation of a field, and they all look like they could kind of go on forever, and that being in line with this idea that you're creating encapsulated worlds, maybe like in the way that like Mies does, in the way that there's just kind of like lots of horizons, but then the kind of extra work of kind of encapsulating it maybe is getting in the way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Kaja.
So we move on with a different tower strategy, still with the use of the truss. Yeah, maybe to add on the whole question that the studio is posing, of course, is like how also to challenge the building type. So how to get away from the Chicago frame structural system, or how can architecture can also implement and work together with structure in order to achieve different spatial qualities. Juan, take it over.
All right. Good morning. So, cantilevered athletics. So this project is composed of three main parts, which entitled the core, sort of this cellular activity that is both private and or public, and then sort of an athletic facility that's cantilevered at times because the like right here, it's an Olympic-sized swimming pool, so it needs a lot of space and it exceeds that at a greater volume. And these moments are seen once you're higher than the adjacent building. Okay, this is the all plants collection. And for the public and private diagram, as you can see, the exceed begins over here. And you could tell it gives me, because I do have an open floor plan at all times because I am using these deep trusses, sort of a la Pompidou Center. And it gives me a lot of flexibility with how, and variation with how I can sort of systematically organize the programs around it. Okay, the program distribution. So the adjacent building is right here, and the cantilevered parts occur once they are exceeded. And every program instance on the inside sort of becomes this nested object because it isn't attached to like the walls, or it becomes its own entity. And so over here you do have the like the tennis court, the volleyball court. You have the swimming pool on this end. And again, all these programs begin to collide as like the barber shop, the meeting rooms are on the same floor. And as for the day use diagram, sort of the, in the morning, most things are open, except for like the, like, of course, it's always gonna be close to like the sculpture gallery, and in the evening, almost everything is closed, but there are certain moments, because there are times where the athletic facilities do have sort of these living units also nested within the same level. And that's where the athletic facilities after 9 p.m. they become closed. But there are moments like where the swimming pool stays open all 24 hours. And so also the boxing ring. Okay, and this is my ground plan. As you can see, there's a sort of this slope that begins at the right when you enter the lot, and it is 7 feet deep. And in here there is a sports pit that is also 7 feet deep. So anyone from over here can see all these retail kiosks, the teenager's house, and the lobby. Just everything is through, and this is glass, so you're able to see all these moments. And the loading dock is right here on the left, and on the north again is my at all times is my like the main circulation, which is the elevators and the exit stairs, and the bathrooms are sometimes attached to both ends. And this is the one of the views from that moment from the floor plan. So you see the sports pits right here, and kiosks, retail, everything. Okay, level 9. This is where there's a swimming pool, and you have the sort of the spectator seating always close to, just so you could admire or just become a fan. Over here is the restaurant, and that's very close to the swimming pool to sort of have this moment or connection. So it doesn't have any walls around it, only the actual kitchen. And you got the lockers on the right here attached to the bathroom. And this is a collage I made, sort of exemplifies that moment of swimming and restaurants just on the back. The level 11 floor plan. This is sort of organized in a manner where you have these basketball courts right here, and you have this management offices right here. And because there is this sort of glass wall moment, the sort of the employees here become the spectators. And there's sort of this lower level down here. You can see it to the just the level underneath, and that's the boxing ring. And again, you could see it from like the from like the lounge area, and these moments over here become their own like independent to everything else, which this would be the barbershop and beauty salon, and these meeting rooms, which are rentable spaces, and just a circulation that occurs on each end. So technically here you could work and you could play, and then you could just get notarized over here. And from that moment, you get this image, sort of the view to the city. And because my structural system is composed of X braces on both the east and west side, you get these this nice clear view on the south side, because that is the main view you have, because the north is always covered by the core. So offices right here, these are the living units right here. They become like the residential areas. And again, because they're detached from everything, they become their own object. And level 14 floor plan, this is the soccer pitch, and underneath you can see another soccer pitch. And right here you do have the laundromat, and you have these moments that are sort of continuous between what becomes public and private, which over here is a cafe. And above this level, you have more residential units, and that's where also there is the spectator seating. So there is this moment. And you can see it right here. And this is just another moment in a different level, which is where the tennis courts and the volleyball court show. Okay, as for the section, as you can see, everything is exceeded after the adjacent building when the sports begin to get cantilevered. And if I just zoom in a little right here, you can begin to see sort of the pit area, the sculpture gallery. This moment right here is basically opaque to the outside, and that's because the programs that are in this area don't really need lighting, which are like the theater or the music hall or the audition rooms. This moment right here is pushed back so you could kind of see the facade. And this is open to the public. It's open to the public, and it's just open. It doesn't have any glass on the outside. So there's this sort of a zone of transition between what becomes these athletic areas and just everything else. So swimming, tennis, volleyball, boxing, basketball, soccer, and above it is the sort of the green roof. And maybe it's seen a little more clearly right here once you enter right here. So you the sort of the train gets access to what is the sculpture gallery. The slope is right here, 7 feet, which becomes the ground floor, and then the 7-foot deep pitch. And this is sort of gives a more clear representation of how the structure functions. So you have these basically 9 feet deep trusses, and you have these columns that are basically 30 feet base, and sort of just the mullions that are also attached, and the X braces. And this right here is that zone that's really buffered. It's basically this this cladding, horizontal cladding that isn't shown. It's because it doesn't cooperate in plan. It also doesn't cooperate in elevation, having these different moments. And this is my isometric. All right, thanks. Okay, how do I bring that back?
Thanks for the presentation. I overall like the project a lot. I'm trying to think, like, there's something that seems like it needs a little bit of disciplining in my eyes. Like it feels like there is a bit of theater going on in the forced collision between activities. And sometimes that idea of theater seems almost literalized, like on the first floor, where there's this presentation of activities, almost like the Wiley Theater or something, as it's producing a kind of display of things happening. And then when we get to like your diving board image with the bar, I guess I'm wishing for more backup, like more reasoning for why these two things, why in this position, why in this configuration. And it feels like your project is very different from Kaja's, where she was basing distribution and placement of things based on structure. You've constructed for yourself this extremely flexible structure so that each floor plate becomes its own world, like its own, like it's unguided by any internal sort of parcelization at all, or division. And you're then left trying to imagine how to break up or divide up or design each floor and position different programs. And I guess my initial thought about that was going towards these little buildings that you have on the interior. And right now, each little building stops and starts on a floor. You know, each floor then becomes a little village or town. And I guess I was wondering if those buildings could span different floors in section. If there could be more guidance that you could get from those, that they don't always stop and start in the same floor, but maybe they have their own stair, their own little circulation system that starts to press up against the larger activities. Because then even when we get to like the floor plans of, say, the largest floors, you know, things are kind of laid out in a not so straightforward way. You know, things are kind of rotated. They're, you know, like they're the two activities are the two playing fields are offset from one another just a little bit. Mm-hmm. And there's these like micro misalignments that seem important to the overall experience of these spaces, but feel undisciplined. And I guess I'm just looking for where that discipline could come from. And my suspicion is that it's the buildings, and that there could be a more drifting and like a system that almost disregards the floor, that like the trusses that those buildings follow, and that there be some sort of gradient or connection between, you know, what makes sense to be inside of the buildings versus outside the buildings, and then constructing broader strokes with that system that you've produced for yourself.
Yeah, I think I kind of agree with that comment. I was like struck by these kind of little plots of land hanging in the middle of the city with like little pieces of like, exactly like little mini villages on every floor. Like that to me was really like, yeah, in every image it's visible. And then there's, like you're talking about, there's always a residential piece, or at least most of the time. So yeah, like the curation of these things, like it's almost like if you just zoom in and you take the structure out of everything, it just looks like a piece of a city in the US somewhere. Mm-hmm. Like it's a kind of uncanny a little bit for me. But I think it's very interesting. And I think the comment about having some elements that are outside of that. So music, for example, could the residential units have their own logic? And for example, you could use the spine of your building, which is kind of the functions, mm-hmm. and you could feed the functions through from the back of the building, and have like so that you don't have to contend with two different systems per se, but you can actually use that back spine to give you more, also to work more for you, let's say. So for example, if you have a residential unit that could also be accessed from the ground separately from everything else, but that you live in parallel with all of these kind of activities that are going on in the building. And so that there's a bit more split and a little bit more precision about what is private, what is public access. I think that there needs to be a lot of resolution for that. And one way to do it would be to kind of separate them, like making two parallel buildings within one nested within each with the other. For example, perhaps there's also other ways to do it. But also just looking at that spine, like I want to kind of give it a bit more, just give it a bit more thickness, because I think it's quite, yeah, like when you look in plan, it's really like, clearly it's gonna need a lot more. And I think that maybe in combination with other program, it could work better.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, it was really difficult to manage, especially if you're looking at this like broad system. But yeah, I guess I kind of catered it more to myself, to how I would like to live. Maybe be able to work, play, and dine in the same level. I just found it very appealing, and sort of tried to, but I couldn't repeat the whole same system throughout each floor. So just finding variety in what and how I could apply, or just sort of systematically and just organize in sort of strategically these moments and these programs. It was just a bit challenging.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that way, but it also doesn't mean that you need to you need to lose that aspect of your project.
Right.
Like, I think you can have like, let's say, different accesses for residential, but also places where they touch base on certain levels where you want to have them access. Like, you know what I mean? So I think it could be a bit more playful in that way also. Mm-hmm. But I think that, I don't know, like to me, the project seems really interesting, and it looks like you've like taken a lot of time to think about the elements and how they would be organized. But also you say that you were kind of doing it from your perspective. I think that's of course, that's how we always do it. But would be also interesting to consider like the lifetime of the building. So for example, if you move in there, or I don't know, like, and then you grow up, like what happens? You know what I mean? So can you, like, if your family grows or something, can you have a double unit, or, you know, something like that, so that it starts to be a bit more flexible in some ways, for like, yeah, for future proofing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think about how you would absorb maybe more variables to choreograph the kinds of things that we're talking about. And I mean, it seems like, you know, there's this system of like grouping things, like that structure becomes so dominant to the form, but like being able to kind of quarantine all of the structural consideration at that scale allows you to disregard it at other scales. And I think that what I think would be helpful is if there could be a little bit more like friction, so that it's not just a complete disregard the smaller scale from the bigger scale, but then also maybe the introduction of other flow considerations. So it's like right now you're considering the flow of people through the building in a scripted manner, and the flow of like structure or weight. Like it seems like those two things are the things that are kind of design determinants right now. And I guess I'm just trying to think of other things that you could be more specific about, and one would just be water. Like, you know, how does water flow through this, and how does that play with the structure? Like, how does it get out of its way or kind of work between it? Then how does that system produce maybe deviations within the flow of people? Like, just so being able to understand the dependency of the different flows in the building, even as you're quarantining their scale implications. So when I'm thinking about these double, like the imagined version of the double height spaces or something like that, you would have these trusses that are just like below, like not designed around the space you're in, and that offering opportunities for different kinds of programs or things, that the misalignment between those could be just as productive as the alignment between them. And yeah.
Is there any last comment for Juan before we move on to Michelle? Or Juan, do you have questions for Sophia? Or
No, I got really good feedback, and yeah, it's just things like that I just didn't really think about at the moment, and it's just going to give me time to digest the information, just further try to implement it in the future.
Yeah, I think they were, great feedback. Yeah.
I will add one thing. I think it's very nice that you talked about the ground floor, and because that you gave it a lot of thought about how the city kind of enters into the building, and that for me was like a nice moment in your project also, and that you thought about kind of the levels and how the city connects to the building at that level.
Yeah, and I think the correspondence with the Pompidou Center seems kind of fitting, in the sense that it seems like you're displaying sport as art. You know, that the way that you've constructed, and that kind of goes, I think, into the idea of the theater. Like it seems like that's an aspect of your project, that you're really putting human bodies in motion on display in a very, very intensified way. And that seems to percolate through the building at all levels. Like, even the way that we come off the elevator at the top floor, even though that there are, you know, there's all these other activities, this just kind of like regard for the human form and its capabilities seems like it would be a very that it would be a sort of, your building would give that a heightened sense, both on the ground floor and throughout.
I'm glad you brought that up, Stuart. It'll be something that maybe we can continue on in the next two projects, as a kind of consideration of athletics or sport as this primary programmatic feature that has aesthetic potential.
Yeah, also interesting enough, I think that most of the students' proposal thought about having a transparent skin, so kind of like opposite of what was happening originally with the athletic cap. They were kind of like hiding the interiorized world or the complexity of the interior from the outside. So yeah, perhaps it's also like the lack of the studio. We haven't spent too much time maybe on the facade. Definitely interesting also to brought up like how is central still as a topic the visibility of like body activities, so not to hide them anymore, how to expose them, and I think Juan also, with this theatrical attitude of exposing activities through different floors, is also emphasizing that. Thank you, Juan.
Thank you.
Michelle, are you ready?
So this project comprises mostly of platforms supported by floor deep trusses, and the trusses allowed for most of the floors to be columnless to free up open space for spot activities to fit in, like this fencing, 6th-floor fencing floor where the fencing piece fit in between the trusses, where the trusses also add a partition between the different areas as well. Some of the platform cantilever out, allowing floors above to go down on other activities or the public motions below. The public floors are located mostly on the cantilever platforms, where the numbers are blue. And this is the cantilevered blue public floors. And the ground of the building also opens up for public courtyard spaces. The stairs to the underground are also double up as mostly the main entrances for the public, while a bridge over the ground acts as a mostly member-only entrance. This is sort of a view from the bridge looking to the open sunken 20 feet underground space. The sunken courtyard allow for open space to sort of like appear to be more open up for the people walking from the compressed space under the CTA rail area. This is the program distribution for Paulo, where the sports activities are mostly located in the middle and the residential area are pushed up, so it will be isolated from the other activities. This is where the residential area plan is, where sort of hotel rooms are fit between trusses for rooms to be where, and then there's shared bathrooms and public service laundry area, where this is the night use diagram, where mostly during the day the hotels would be closed up, where during the night only the upper floors would be open up. This is a theater where it hangs over above the ground floor. The two sets of stairs that you can see on the sides allowed people, mostly the public, up to the theater area without using the elevators or the bridge where mainly the private goes in. One side also allows the public to access to the elevators. This is one of the public floor area where this is where the community pool is located. The half of the pool cantilevers out to the sort of a terrace space.
Do you have a name for your project?
Trusses and platforms.
Like what is like that is what your project is about trusses and paths through the trusses.
Yes, and program fitted between where the floor deep trusses where it supported the platforms.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand like what is the essence kind of what you were trying to achieve. So you were trying to achieve kind of different experiences of getting through the building in relationship to the structure.
Yes.
And then on page 3 of your presentation, this is a diagram of the public-private spaces, right?
Yeah. So,
And so is there like like what was the logic based regarding how you split this kind of privacy and publicness and privacy through the building? Was it just by like intuition or heights, or what was the...
it was where it cantilevers out so that the private floors to sort of like look under where the most of the people or the public are, and some of the public sort of at the area of a space where they can sort of peek up to the private, and then the lower 3 floors are mostly public.
For me, I think some of the images that you showed of like the interior looking into these kind of double height or even triple height spaces, I think with different kind of accesses, I think they're starting to be really interesting. But for me, it's actually not clear how they work and what they are. So it'd be really interesting for you to have a kind of page where you have a very basic conceptual diagrams that kind of show these different relationships that you're trying to achieve and explore. I think that would really help a lot, because it would really clarify, are you aiming for like 3 different types, or is it just like endless number of kind of relationships of levels to each other, and kind of yeah, for me, it's a bit like I'm just trying to organize the building in my brain to be able to understand how to yeah, like what is the experience exactly. And can you go to the second slide, please? Would you mind zooming in on that?
Michelle, perhaps another way to get you to engage in things that are beyond trusses and platforms might be, how would you advertise this building to the public and maybe entice someone to become a member at this club?
Got the best trusses in town. I want to build off of, Michelle, did you want to answer that?
Yeah, hold on. It's not rhetorical, Michelle. Try to answer that,
Okay.
please.
I am thinking. Yeah, it was already sort of like where you're separated from the public, but still can like peek into the the public area, sort of like sort of a privacy sort of moment, but where you can still see. I don't know. It's sort of creepy, I guess, but
Yeah,
so I just left it off.
sorry.
No, it's not creepy. I mean, I think if this is what, so it's about this kind of voyeuristic experience of like being something, not being at the same time. So I think you should just own it if that's what you are, that is what you're trying to convey with all of these kind of experiences, because obviously you've thought about it a lot. So I think that it has a case to be.
Yeah.
Also, it would make it a bit more clear. Sorry.
No, God. Yeah, I wanted to build up on something that Sophia said, and then on what you said, Michelle, because like I also saw this about vision. You know, like it seems one theme that seems at the scale of the studio is, it seems like there's a kind of one-sidedness to the buildings, or there's a directionality to the buildings, and there's a very early decision about which way the building faces, or which way the organizational strategy points. And in yours, it seems very consciously about, like if I draw on, could you go to the city isometric? No, it's a perspective, but you call it an isometric. frame that a little bit more? Okay, so the way that I see this project is this like this box, and then as a kind of series of layers in this direction, where there are moments where you're absorbing the city, and then there are moments where you're sort of presenting to the city. And the way each floor seems to be scripted is that you go up and then you're presented with a filter, like your building becomes a kind of visual filter through which to look back at the city. And each floor is its own kind of filter. Some floors, like you see nothing, like you see none of the city, it's just a big wall. And so you're presented with this kind of visual barrier that you then need to filter through to get to the other edge. In other ones, you're looking across activity and then back out at the city, or in other ones, the real killer one with the swimming pool is that you're looking at this activity happening that then flows right back into the city. And so I guess I don't know if the sort of voyeuristic statement is the selling point. Like maybe you could say it in a different way, that it would be more about I don't know, seeing your I'm not an advertising marketer or anything, so I'm not going to speculate, but it does, I totally agree about this idea of vision and looking, but I think it's not just about looking at people, like it's about looking at people in the city, or looking at people with the background of the city, and through these kind of layerings of the acceptance of the city versus projecting out into it.
Mm-hmm. And I think the only tricky part is that, like, that I see in your plans is that actually this box that Stuart is referring to is kind of empty most of the time. So I think that it would be actually to your advantage to fill it up with stuff.
Michelle, maybe go to a plan, please.
Yeah, because I noticed that, like, actually your building doesn't have much program besides actually just these levels of where they're cantilevering. So I think that would be a hard thing to sell if we're like talking practical here. So I think that if it's really about these kind of cantilevers and it's about this like something solid and these pieces that are cantilevering off, then that program and how rich that program is would be quite important, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was a very generous description, Stuart, about the way a building that is very sided, in this case, sided toward like the view people pay premium for in Chicago, which is a view east of our lake, and how floors could begin to filter through activity to kind of represent that view. I mean, that is a very clear agenda, Michelle. But then to Sophia's point, beyond maybe the specifics of a theater or athletics, it's difficult to imagine other ways that you might activate the space in between, like no view and all view. Mm-hmm. Because like the previous project, Juan's project, you are suggesting a structural conceit that would privilege large, expansive views. And for you not to note that as like the selling point of your building, right? And I don't mean it from like a consumerist standpoint, like just the positive attribute to your building, it seems like you're maybe missing what is available to you.
Mm-hmm.
Michelle, do you want to add something?
Yeah, this is your opportunity, Michelle, to share your thoughts and ask questions, get some insight.
Yeah. Something you could expand on if you want is how the buffer zone between your back service wall works together with a program that is always like exteriorized, because you haven't really expanded on that, but I think you have two levels of say openly accessible or collectivity. One is that like the one you call public, but you also have a level in between that is this filter zone, for example, the one you mentioned, the residential, but it also happens in the fencing room as well. In the pool, there is always like this buffer zone or the service wall that kind of like grows and sometimes embeds collective activities. And this is another level, I think, that it's still relevant to the project. Maybe it's my interpretation to it.
It was the idea to pull all the activity, like most of the traffic, to the sides where the core and the service areas was, and then like open filter up the other area. But
yeah, because I think, for example, I mean, I love having this idea of opening up publicly the cantilever portion of the pool, but you don't show how public could easily or freely access that terrace or that outdoor pool, because in between there is the members pool. So how would you walk? 'Cause I think maybe that would have been another moment on how to express maybe a continuous path or a more direct connection between these levels. Anyway, is there anything you want to add? Or no? Okay.
no, I think.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
And last project for this first morning section, Alice, whenever you're ready.
Well, I'll just get set up. Stuart, I think it was a really good point also about like the way in which, and maybe you weren't alluding to this, but the way I perceive it is like the way in which your core is really going to drive the orientation of the project, and whether a site like this, at least with the projects you've seen, have showcased the, I guess, the multiple options by which this site can be feasibly, rationally related to core. It's something that I also like to just like keep in mind for this final project.
Can you guys see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. It just told me that Zoom quit, so I'm not sure what's going on. This project is about bubbles. So I was very inspired by the NOLI exercise we did of Chicago, and how not only these big voids, but also small nooks within the city really activates the cityscape. And I wanted to figure out how to achieve that in the section of a building. So I used voids to try and create spaces where these big activities could happen, and also activate an interaction between the members and the public. So the setup was very simple. I made, there's public and private floors separated. There is a public core and a private core that are separated, so that all of the interaction happens inside the bubbles. So what about the bubbles? I made it, the nature of these bubbles are very ambiguous, and it'll differentiate based on where the shell is punctured and how. So if you look at the first example, where there is only an entrance from the public floor, then this whole bubble becomes a room for the public. versus if there is an entrance from the public, but also an entrance from the members floor and maybe a dedicated space for the members, then the members' privilege becomes evident. The public will be able to look up to this privileged area. There will be sound and visual connection between the two, and the members can also directly access down and interact with the public. Versus something like this, where the shell is cut at the members' floor. This is a mainly public area, but the members up on this floor can see and hear what is going on down in the public area, so they can maybe more actively participate in whatever is happening, versus the members that are over here may only be able to hear what's going on from the inside, but not be able to see. So there is sort of a confusion in the privilege of the members. These are the programs that are happening within each bubble. So the size of the bubble and maybe the nature of the program is dependent on the geometry. This is another concept that is sort of confusing, the privilege of the members. So for the living condition, I was thinking about living as in owning and maintaining a home. So the members would be the ones that are doing the laundry and cooking in the kitchen that serves a restaurant that is open to the public. And the way to get them to do that is to sell it as a meditation camp, and this labor is how they do their meditation. This is the program distribution in the building. The day use is pretty simple. At night, only the meditation camp is used. During the day, everything is open. This is the building in the context. So section and another section cut from the south. So you can see the different sizes of the bubbles and also the different conditions, like this is a room versus this is something that is cut and people can access, same as here. And some are cut to the exterior and some are interiorized. Most are interiorized. The ground floor plan. So the relationship with the site is kept very open, and to kind of filter the external condition, which is very noisy and overwhelmed by this L train track. There is a truss, a big truss that sort of acts as a boundary between the inside space and the outside, but otherwise it's very open. The members can access their core here. Public has a core here as well, but also there is a big shell that is an escalator lobby up to the first floor of the building. This is the view from the outside. Inside. This is the first floor of the building. It shows kind of like the typical layout. So glass wall partitions are used when needed, and the structural grid is a sort of a tilted column grid that, because it's tilted, maybe creates a more dense atmosphere when you're inside the typical floor, to contrast with the open space inside the bubbles. The program is assigned based on the bubbles when there is one. So this is like a mount that is at the top of the bubble from the lobby. So it's used like as a children's play area for the children in this daycare center. The rotated column grid also works as a facade elevation strategy. So because it's rotated, it gives a sense of mass of the building that would otherwise not be there if the grid was orthogonal. Now to look into the details. This is the members floor. Main program is sports classes like yoga, Pilates, and spin classes. So there is one bubble, two bubbles that are like room conditions with one door from the members floor. So these are members only bubbles. And then there are two bubbles that rise up from two floors down here, which is a public floor. So it's the condition that I mentioned where it's a public room and the members can only access visually and can hear the sound from it. So 2 floors down where the public access the bubbles is art gallery. So in this condition, the bubbles are used more as a visual and tactile interest. So it adds a character, more artistic, interesting character to the art gallery space. This is 3 floors up. This is the room, and this is a floor that is again a members only floor that accesses the outdoor beach, and the members have their own floor here, and they can obviously go down to the actual beach with the public. And it's also punctured by this public access library. So this is the plan. There's the beach, and then here is the library. So this void condition allows a unique juxtaposition of programs. So while this is the library that is accessed from the bottom, maybe around it is a changing room and a shower room. So because it's an opaque wall, it really just acts as a like a spatial organization tool where like one sex uses this side of the changing room and the other uses this side. But maybe also if you puncture little one-way mirrors through it, then the people that are using this floor can have a view into the library. Like so. So all of the floors. That's it.
Thanks, Alice.
Yeah, wow, what a cool project. I think like the one thing it seems like you're doing is delivering on maybe the suggestion for Juan, which was the buildings that maybe disregard the sectional differences. That the bubble thinking is allowing you to do that. And I'm with you a really far way deep into your project with the bubbles, in lots of different places and in lots of different ways. But then it feels like maybe there's a step too far in the literalization of the diagram in a couple different places that I want to point out, because like I think it the thinking it gave you yielded some really great results, like the contrasts of program, the relationship between the members, which you're scripting very highly. However, it seems like the adherence to the form of the bubble in the end turns the project slightly cynical in my eyes, where you are literalizing the bubble of the membership, and the exclusivity of it being so heavily handedly registered. And that's coupled with, okay, so the bubbles don't need to look like bubbles. It could be much more ambiguous as to whether you're in a bubble or not. That would be on one end. And then maybe on the other end, like I'm just trying to think of ways of contending with this problem that I think of the cynicism that I'm reading. On the other end is like maybe an interrogation of the physics of the bubble, because it seems like you're quite inconsistent about the physics of the bubble, that it is sometimes rigidly resistant to deviation, and in other times accepting of deviation, whether the way that it's cut, sometimes it's cut in ways that are consistent with the lines of buildings versus other ways it's cut in ways that is more consistent with the bubble and intersection with other forms like the tubes. Some are really tall and thin, others are very wide and fat. And I guess like so they don't really feel like bubbles, like it doesn't have a physics of bubbles of drifting in the same way. And I guess at which point do you disregard the sort of rhetoric of the bubble, it looking like a bubble, versus when do you hang on to it? Because you've already deviated pretty far from the visible registration of inside versus outside that the bubbleness gives you. And I guess I just wanted to hear a thought on your part about like why have the ellipsoid forms stuck around so long, and do you see it as cynical? Like, yeah, I guess those are my questions.
I guess the cynical part, maybe I haven't thought about it that way, so I'm not sure. But actually, most of the time, the active occupants of the bubbles are the public, and sort of the members become the spectators or the people that are like, how do I get down there? So that's a little bit different. And then why did I hang on to the bubbles? I was talking to a sculptor that was just sculpting in clay and in curves, and she was like, why make anything orthogonal? Make something that if you're gonna use a material, you want to make something tactile and something you want to hug. And I was like, that is like the perfect sensibility to bring into this open house project that is all about coming together. And then it helped me solidify the programs too. Like it became a lot flatter like this because I was trying to make programs occupy the bubble, like the curves of the bubble, there's always occupancy in the interior when it's down here, and then like when you're exterior up here to like this is spectator seating for the volleyball court and the boxing ring here, and then there's like little benches in this changing room area for the public. So it helped me detail out the programs, I guess. But yeah, it would be, I'm interested in like the idea of being in a bubble and you don't know if you're in it or not. That's really interesting.
Actually, when you bring up this last point about not knowing whether you're in or not in a bubble, it's very interesting because I was looking at your sections, and obviously, I mean, I understand the perspective, I understand the elevational part where the bubble becomes like bigger, so you see the larger outline if you're behind it or in front of it. So when you're cutting, it's fatter in the back.
Yeah.
What it made me think about is actually, would it be interesting to think about a third layer to this whole thing, which would be like a kind of poché element, like an occupiable space between the bubble, like between inside and outside. So that this, so there's more of a gradient between them rather than like a kind of figure ground diagram. You know, so there's like a kind of a gray space and a space that can become something else, an other space. And in a way, it sort of happens in some places where you have like a balcony, which is a very clear kind of intention about like an otherness inside the bubble. But what if that could become much more present in the section of your building? And I think that what that would do is it would give it a bit more definition, would give it a bit more like sophistication in terms of kind of also needing some of these support spaces between rooms, etc. So that could give something to you like back also.
There's also a kind of like, I really like the idea of the poche. Maybe I can get back there but I wanted to make a point that it's like, it seems there's like a kinship with like Ledoux and Boulez in this project. That the way you're talking about like labeling people and then bringing them together in very specific ways in things that are reminiscent of domes. Like there's I don't know, there's like I think it's a Ledoux project where it's like between nature and earth or something like that, and you enter in a very specific way and then you go down and it's like a faux canyon versus the space up above, which is kind of the sky. There's just like a lot of of these associations that I think your project brings up about whether you're above or below or in the activity or separated from the activity, whether you're a this person label or a that person label, and how you're scripting their interactions. And I'm really taken by the moments that you're offering, like how you're sitting here, or like one of the best images in your whole project was the person, I thought, was the person wiping away the steam to like look into the library a little bit. Like there's just so many of those specific moments, and the way that those correspond with the very big picture of the project, I think is really incredible. Like, and I agree about the poche offering almost more opportunities to do that. Like it's like more boundaries to be able to create discrepancies with, that you can bring like bring together things that are like and unlike in very specific ways.
I think the other thing about the smoothness of the bubbles themselves, and that's also to kind of an extension of the poche thing maybe a bit, is that I wonder if these bubbles could be less smooth, like you know, if they can have a bit more texture to them in a way that gives them a bit more like yeah, like the different, like the more differentiation between the spaces somehow. So maybe they're not so precise. Maybe it's in the technique of how they are made that they completely are something else. You know, what are they? Is this like stucco and gyps, or like what? Like, are they
it's
like
polished or rough concrete? I was thinking polished outside, rough inside.
But maybe to like continue the thread though of what I think Sophia was mentioning, right, is like if you begin to consider poche but extend that toward material, you might even begin to think about material as a gradient tool, as something that can kind of blur our traditional understandings of partition. I think that's also very, very exciting.
Yeah, and the way that builds questions of inside versus outside.
Right.
Like, I guess I was just,
or even just like like specificity of like one bubble, two bubble, right? Like the idea is that would also begin to dissolve, presumably, right?
I also have to say that I really liked your idea of the ground level. Like, I think it's very nice. Like, it's a nice big container of space that is really could be occupied in so many different ways. I think that that's very nice. And it's cool also that I think like yours is the first project that has removed, I mean, also by its kind of nature and logic that you've built into it, removes the cores from like the back. So it's just kind of, they're playfully fitting into the space, which actually helps you in many ways. I mean, it kind of like relieves you of that burden of having to like make sure that things fit back there somewhere. You know, and it's also for the purpose of circulation. I think it actually works better somehow for me. Like that's my feeling.
The loose core.
Yeah, the loose core, and also the clarity in that this is the core for those people, and this is the core for the other people. Like it's kind of, there's clarity in that, which is nice. And in the context of the ground level, I like this like crazy height, which I could imagine this could even become like the publicness of this public space is like really like intense, and in a way opens up to a lot of possibilities, which I think is really nice.
Like the way that I'm thinking about the bubbles and the floors are like mixing chambers, like that, because relative to the different cores for different people, once you get to the floor, it doesn't really matter, right? Like it matters on the first floor because that dictates where you can go. But once you're on a floor that has both elevator banks, you're not really separating them in the same way anymore.
No, yeah, they only stop at their own floors, designated floors.
Yeah, but the ones where floors accommodate both, you're not.
There are maybe, yeah, no, there aren't any.
There's no floors where it accommodates both?
No, not right now.
I was misreading it.
Yeah, the floors are all separated like this.
So
like this is one floor.
Mixer.
Yeah, this is one floor where there's both, but there is a wall, so they can't really, because this is the kitchen and this is the restaurant, so it's not really like the mixing.
Gotcha.
But I think in that way, maybe this like space in between could facilitate some of that. Because I think in a way, for me, it's a bit too much. It's like nice when, it would be nice, I think, to have some of that like indeterminacy in terms of like, maybe there's like a hidden door, you know, like that you walk through and then you can like, I don't know, end up somewhere else. Like, because right now things are like a bit too clear.
yeah, the bubbles are, so like there are, like this library, you can like walk up it. So like you this is public access, but like technically there's a door here too. So, you know, do you just go into this members only area? Like there's no reason not to, kind of. So like there are staircases inside it where you can like traverse through floors, but yeah, the elevator banks themselves only stop at their own floors.
Well, Barbara, perhaps we can use Alice's project as maybe the backdrop for a kind of a roundup conversation for this group.
Absolutely.
Should I stop sharing or?
You can continue to share it. Unless, Barbara, you think we want to share something else?
No, I think it's good to stay with this.
Maybe hold a section, Alice.
Okay.
Yeah, perhaps we'll be here. It will be helpful for the whole studio if you, Stuart and Sophia, would have any general comments on this small selection of projects you have seen. If you have found, I don't know, any critique also in the studio, if there is something that you feel is lacking, or I don't know, anything comes to your mind, I think it will be helpful to hear from you.
I think congratulations on the amount of work that you guys have done. It's like there's a lot to contend with, so I think that you've done quite a great job of like thinking about all these different aspects. I think that for me, and maybe this is the nature of kind of the assignment, I guess, I don't know, but or the process of the assignment, but I think it's great to see, like in this last project, some of these images of like people being in the spaces more, like much more like emphasis on that. And I think that like a discussion about the, like a very specific use where you really start to see someone interacting with something. I think that's really important to think about, because these kind of projects can become very like austere sort of in their presentation. So I think a bit of color and a bit of, you know, some interactive elements, and also because it also gives a sense that that's something that you think about, and I think it's important to think about. So just something to think about into the future.
Definitely, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, we all want more interactivity in the future.
I would say a bit more like humanity.
Yeah, I mean, building off of that, I found myself having to, in my own perception, imagine what it would be like to come upon the building, to like go to the elevator bank, get off at a floor, you know, like that process of thinking through the experience of the building. So related to that humanity comment completely. And it seems like that might just be a useful exercise for people to kind of think through it that way. Cause like in a lot of them, I was also thinking, well, what does this thing look like? You know, when I see this top heavy thing or this thing with the bubbles, what is my assumption about the building before I interact with it? How are you building off of that throughout the project? And it's just, I think, like everyone presented it via the organizational strategies, but this kind of more subjective, not subjective in like good or bad, but like subjective as in thinking through the one's body moving through the space as an alternate to the more holistic organizational approach might teach yourself other aspects about the way the building is operating that you can equally take command of.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think that, yeah, perhaps one of the difficulties that we encounter is that given the scale of the building, but also the complexity of the program or the activities that students had to envision, like putting all these things together somehow at one point overwhelmed the thinking of the space as like the way to create collectivity and to make the social condenser happen. Yeah, I agree. But maybe sometimes also in the narrative. So all of you are going to present it maybe later on. Maybe keep this in mind and try to focus even more on describing also the experience that someone would have in running into the space or walking in through the building, not focusing only about describing the type of activities that would happen there.
And I think one thing I would add also is that, I don't know, for some reason, and I've been thinking a lot about this because I've been on like several reviews now in these last few days, that in our profession, like in my professional world at least, like we often use references like to explain things to clients, like spatial examples, not necessarily relying solely on like creating images. So because the world is full of like light conditions or et cetera, et cetera. And so I think that for those of you who perhaps either don't have time or don't have the hand on like making beautiful renderings, I think you could also think about kind of pulling some examples, because these things are like give texture and really give more meaning in terms of understanding how something might feel. Or is it something that's enclosed? Is it something that is open? Is it something that is light? Rather than completely purely relying on creating a beautiful image. So using references in your presentations sometimes like can be helpful.
Great, thank you. Any of the students wants to respond or add something?
I have a question, if I could, for the reviewers. I'm curious about your thoughts on the separation between the public and private space, because I think as we were designing it, we're sort of acting like a developer in a way or something like that, because there's also this program aspect of it that we're deciding. But in situations like Stuart brought up, looking at Alice's, if the rules, if the building is designed in a way where the rules can kind of be broken, for example, just as the architect of the space, it's like, yeah, I hope that somehow the non-members can sneak into the members pool like after 9 p.m. or something like that. But as a reviewer, does that kind of situations like that like make it less believable or realistic or distracting in that way? Or is it good to kind of challenge and question that because we can?
I guess I have two. I guess there's two competing reactions. One is maybe because the Thompson Center's on my mind, like how a sort of enclosed, privatized, but public space ends up not working a lot of times for reasons that are outside the control of the architect, versus the rebellious side of me saying, okay, I love that you're setting up a set of rules and then the back doors for breaking them. So there's like a optimism about it, but then there's also a real pessimism about it or skepticism about it that are equally at like completely held in my head at the same time. So it's hard for me to, though, like in talking about Sophia's recommendation of the like precedents or analogies, you know, the drawings and things that you're producing are like the proof of the project. And when you're making claims about how it would be used in these sorts of things, it's kind of hard to prove, or, you know, it's hard to prove that it would happen, you know, and the Thompson Center is like a good example of that, right? It's like you have all the architect's drawings, but like the way that it gets used and the other factors kind of like can squish any of those intentionalities behind them. And I'm not saying to retreat into only the things you can prove, but I do think that just, you know, talking to what the drawings you made can convey directly is useful for not getting too bogged down or lost in those other things that are outside of our hands or outside of our control or outside of our possibility, but like also leaving the door open, I think is really important. So I take your comment really seriously. And I also was thinking about that too. But I guess I don't have a blanket answer for how to deal with it, but it's complicated, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, I have like, yeah, it's a tricky thing, but I can tell you that from experience working in post-socialist spaces, that clarity of publicness and privateness and everything in between, and like defining what those in-betweens are, is the most important thing. Because you can have, and why I say post-socialist spaces, I don't know if you're familiar, but basically after the fall of Soviet Union, all the land became privatized, and then it was not clear what was private and what was public. So then, for example, in many of the like these kind of post-socialist environments, you get like chaos in between. So you, where there used to be like gardens taken care of by like a group of people, became parking lots because you can. So now that this process of kind of having clear rules of play and clear rules of where things are private, where they are public, and where those things can mix, and the extent to which they can mix, down to like the hours of use, I think there just has to be clarity. Like, so the back door is nice as like an accidental thing that happens, and we like to kind of think about these things, but that back door is, let's say, for security. You know what I mean? So there's like I think that there's no place for no clarity. like in the real world.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is also the reason why, well, we keep calling it public, but I think we mostly refer to accessibility. So let's say we don't question too much, I think, the idea of property, because I think we all agree that a fully public building maybe nowadays is very difficult to be imagined. But we are more interested, I think, in the studio, at least like the conversation we had was more on how, even if the building is privately owned, so is perfectly, let's say, as a business model organized, how we can still make it accessible for people who maybe don't pay for it, or they are not part of the partnership, or and how can we do this by designing and define like those rules through designing the architectural space of that. But yes, it's a crucial question that we keep like asking ourselves, or we kept asking ourselves in the past 3 months. Thank you a lot, Sophia. Thank you a lot, Stuart, for being here. We hope you enjoyed it. Your feedbacks have been really lightening, I think, for us. Happy to have you back anytime, as always, and hope to see you soon, both.
Congrats, everybody. Great job.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks for
Thank you
having
so much.
Thank you both.
Have a good day.
Bye, Stuart.
All right, I see we have
Yup, right on time.
in the mini room, of course, in advance. Dutch.
Early.
If you guys
one brief comment before we keep going. I'm tracking about 10 minutes for most presentations. And so I would even try to shave a few minutes off that if possible.
Yeah, and I think that this time also for the feedback, we have to consider overall 15 minutes each. I think now we did around 20 minutes because we will have 5 students present.
And last comment too, I know it's annoying and difficult to multitask because you want to pay attention to your jurors' comments, but you need to also curate what they're looking at and changing the backdrop so it fits the comment is really helpful. So if they're addressing something that is more visible in plan or in section or a perspective, make sure that is full view.
So if you want guys to take a minute off, or if you need to drink or do whatever you need to do, we can let Yob in and wait for Abby, and then we'll start. Hi, Yob.
Hey, hello.
Hey.
Hey, hello. Barbara and Tom.
Hi, Yob.
Now, that has been a while.
That's been a while. I'm so happy to see you here.
My God, it has been years. Huh?
Yes. How are things? How's Sandor?
Good. He's not around. He's out. But yes, everything
Tell
is.
him we said hi.
Yes, I will. I will. Thank you. And how are you doing?
Good. Happy, very happy about the semester. Happy it's ending. I think everybody has been a little bit exhausted. It's like a full year online, but I think it worked well. We are happy.
Yeah, that is it. That is the new condition, huh? And we're all getting slightly used to it, and simultaneously not so much.
Yeah, exactly. Everything has been like kind of like flattened by the situation, but we try to keep the studio culture up as much as possible with weekly collective meetings and
this will change again in September, I guess.
It looks like we are going to be in person next semester because vaccination here are going very well. University is providing possibilities to be vaccinated to all students and faculties and staff.
Great.
I think most of us, or if not all of us, already got the 2 shots.
Oh, really good. That is fast, people.
Yeah.
Faster than we're doing here.
I'm sure.
Very good.
And yeah, we are just waiting for Abby, who is a USC faculty. And then we will start with a very brief introduction. And as you know, you will be reviewing 5 of the projects. We have 18 students, second year graduates. Is the last comprehensive studio they do, and then it's like next year is the last year of the graduate school. And I think they're gonna have mostly elective seminars and a studio.
Yeah, good.
Are you teaching this semester, Job, somewhere?
Yes, I'm actually teaching now in Dresden. Well, I haven't been there, but just like you, I'm doing this online, which is quite surrealistic. On one hand, it's comfortable that I don't have to travel there every week or every 2 weeks. But on the other hand, yeah, we really work on a plot in Dresden, and so I have my assistants that are located there. So they are my eyes and ears, but it's a bit the same. The people can't meet there, so everything needs to be done individually, like site visits and things like that. But it works out pretty well. I'm getting a bit used to it now, and I can also imagine that this continues a sort of hybrid in the future. The online teaching, not completely, but to some extent. Yeah.
You have people in the office. How do you deal with the office?
Oh, a couple of people are here in the office, and we have one employee that prefers to work at home. But actually, it works out pretty well. We are not a very large office, so
You can maintain social distancing easily.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have to know that so Yao is one of the principal of Monadnock office, and they are in a great, probably like my favorite location in the city of Rotterdam, like just facing a canal. And it's actually the first office I worked at after I moved from Italy. So Yao and Sander were my first boss. They helped me to grow up, professionally speaking. So I see Abby. Hi, Abby. Thank you for joining.
Hey. Nice to see you again today. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
So perhaps we can start with the introduction. So I'll start introducing Abby Chang, who is a visiting assistant professor at USC, teaching 2 undergraduate studios this year, second and third. And Job Flores, our...
Hi, Abby.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Principal at Monadnock office in Rotterdam, but also a professor, been teaching in many places in like Germany, also in the States, now in Dresden, but also editor of the OASE journal. And we are very happy to have you here with us. As mentioned, you will be reviewing 5 of 18 projects we have been developing with students this semester. And yeah, perhaps I'll just start with a quick intro and then we will just follow up with students' presentation. So as you know, the studio is titled Open House, and the aim is to design a metropolitan container for social activities. There are 3 main questions that the studio is posing. One, if it is possible to reimagine the institution and the typology of the American Athletic Club for the contemporary city. And at the same time, we want to know, or we are trying to address the fact of the sometimes like absence of public structure in the American cities. We are also very interested in understanding how is it possible through design with architecture and institution for collectivity. And for doing that, we have been looking at various types of like precedents. Of course, we've been looking at the athletic clubs as let's say one of the most prominent and important also like invention for the North American architecture, and also because of the building type, so being a tower or a mid-rise building embedding a sort of like complex program, and at the same time we've been looking at more contemporary case studies let's say from early 20th century to Brazilian case studies, but also in Japan. Sorry, I have to. Thomas, can you
let the boss in, Barbara?
I can't.
I think I can. I'll try. I got it.
Yeah, I'm kind of like.
Sorry.
Okay.
Barbara, maybe introduce one more person.
Yes. So, wait. Let me get out of. I think it's still connected. Bob is good. Hi, Bob. Thanks for joining us. We're just introducing. We just introduced our jurors for the second session, and then we are just introducing again the studio. So happy to have you here.
You guys are really tight on the time. It's very professional.
Yeah, we're trying. So I go back to the presentation. So as mentioned, we both looked at historical precedents, of course, the North American athletic clubs, but also more contemporary studies that deals more with the idea of like openness or publicness and a variety of users. The precedent collection, as mentioned before, includes a variety of projects from the Constructive Social Club to North American clubs, but also like Maison du Peuple in France and in Belgium, and new contemporary studies such as like House of Cultures in Paris or in Brazil. We are very interested in understanding how their program complexity and how activities are organized throughout the buildings. We have tried also to select, let's say, type of building that somehow deals with mid-rise building rather than building extended in horizontally. We have been looking also carefully on like what type of users and how the buildings are used throughout the day. Of course, plan composition and spatial qualities and organization, so how architecture could respond to all the questions that we are posing. Some of the present were also interesting because they were offering sort of like flexibility in terms of like the use of the space. So we also try to look at that, or sometimes to embed this idea in students' proposal. And also noticing that sometimes how circulation sometimes represents the best moment for users to fully experience the building, but also sometimes how it influences the way like different type of users or audience, or like the openness and the publicness we were talking before could be included. We quickly also checked into, let's say, structural feasibility. So in a later stage after midterm, we have been meeting with a structural engineer from UIC, getting some feedback on properly dimensioning, properly dimensioning structural elements, columns, and trusses or beams, but just always to keep an idea. Sorry, I need to. Let's say to give a little bit more detail to the drawings rather than giving a clear answer, clear structural answer, but still giving like showing a possibility of like feasibility of the project. We use the same type of attitude of exploring the building into exploring the city. We used the Pianta Grande di Roma, design drawn by Giambattista Nolli in 1748, as a reference on how to map the city, but mostly how to extrapolate the importance of like architectural space within the city. And of course, also we refer to the work done by Robert Venturi, Dennis Scott Brown, for Learning from Las Vegas, and the survey made by Edward Russia for their book. So mapping how the city works in terms of activities, programs, but also physicality and architectural spaces. So we assign a site in the loop, and the loop, just because in the city of Chicago is the only place where like those skyscrapers are concentrated, as you all know. We subdivided and we decided to survey a slightly larger area of the loop, including a bit of like the west side and the North River side and the Navy Pier. And students have been mapping collectively all the activities that are happening in this area and seeing also like noticing the overlap of programs, not only in plan, but also of course in section. And again, replicating a sort of like Nolly plan for Chicago. And discovering, let's say, the porosity of the city, again, not only in the plan, but also in section. So we included, for example, in section, of course, some of the athletic club. You can see in the lower right also the cultural Chicago cultural centers, but Marina City somehow also represents this kind of like porosity or accessibility to the buildings. The project site is located in the south part of the loop between Van Buren and Wabash Streets. It's a corner site heavily characterized by the presence of the elevated rail that surrounds the city on the east and the south side. The site measures roughly 275 feet by 160 feet, 85 by 50 meters. It's currently a parking lot, but we assume that it could be a plot to be constructed. The plot has an adjacent building on the north side, an alley to the west side, and on the other two sides, so east and south, the elevated rail. In terms of like regulation we look at like city regulation, but we added one additional constraint for the project, that is to maintain 1/3 of the site unbuilt. We established an FAR of 16. Overall, the buildable area resulted to be about like 30,250 square feet in total. We indicated a maximum height of approximately 350 feet, although we have been a little bit flexible because the city, in fact, for that site only requires to not build exceeding the 520 feet. The adjacent building are anyway lower than 350. As you can see on the west side, there is a building from the DePaul University that is only 150 feet tall. On the back, on the north side, the adjacent building is 225, but we are facing on the east side, opposite of the elevated rail, the CNA building, which is like almost double the height of what we required. In terms of programs, so this is an additional ingredient the students have to deal with. We decided not to assign, let's say, very like specific activities, but rather indicated percentages of programs that they had to embed in the project, but leaving to them to describe and to define the precise type of activities, because it was depending on the type of, let's say, institution for the collectivity that they were imagining. So we indicated like possibilities of like type of living, but we wanted them to understand if it's like a permanent living rather than it's a transient living hotel or working studio unit, as well as for sports. We just like didn't require specific sports activity to happen, but we let students to decide on them. So we just indicated percentages. The only thing that we required is that they had to consider that 70% of the program was to be considered as for restricted access, so only for, let's say, by membership or fee or pass, and the other 30% had to be freely accessible. And we didn't use the word public because we considered that there would be different stakeholders dealing or like managing the building, so there could be different models that could be imagined for their club. So it doesn't need to be a public institution, but could be also like a private institution, like in the Shibata House by Sana in Japan, that somehow offers freely accessible spaces to anyone, even if they are not paying a fee. So is there any questions? Okay, so if there are any questions, I think we can start. Mallory, if you are ready.
Yes.
Please take it over. The students will be presenting for about 8, maximum 10 minutes, even less, actually, if you can try to wrap it up even before, so we can let more time for feedbacks.
Okay, you're able to see the full screen? No?
Yes.
The athletic center extrudes from the urban environment as a monument of wellness. Through the upward trajectory of the building, the gradation of structure, floor plate thickness, core width, publicness, and program follows. The programmatic organization is structured by the health concerns of the human body and the 7 realms of wellness: environmental, physical, social, occupational, intellectual, emotional, and spiritual. And the private building becomes public through the core and gradients of public access on each floor plate. The lower floors contain majority public and collective activities like sports and a grocery store, whereas the upper floors are for more private and hotel rooms. The relationships between programs and private versus public occur through atriums, bridges, and setbacks from the facade. These relationships change going up the building. At ground level, visitors enter the open plaza through the sloped site or staircase on the north side. The tower is set back from the curve of the elevated train tracks and nestled into the corner of the site, giving access to the garbage pickup and loading dock. The site permits diagonal passage to and from East Van Buren Street and South Wabash Avenue. The shelter of the arches provides a public center for gathering among the community. The core is offset from the center, allowing for large physical activities like basketball courts. And the further up the building, parts of the core disappear or get added onto based on programmatic needs. The building is supported by 7 piers running up the facade, the concrete core, and beams and trusses on each level. And the structure thins out through the growth in height. And this floor, the core gives access to each level of wellness. However, certain areas of the floor are reserved for member use, like the basketball courts, wood shop, and hotel rooms. On this level, the rock climbing area is public, whereas the basketball courts are private. However, the courts can still be seen by the public. The private areas are either attached to the facade or float within the public spaces, intermingling members and non-members. This social floor plan shows the wood shop area as public, or the workshop area or the desk as public, whereas the wood shop, the print lab, and the material center is reserved for just the members. And the public interacts with some of the most private activities. In this level, the hotel rooms are private, but the kitchen and lounge area are communal. The section shows the relationships between the floor plates and the gradient of floor plate width and thickness. This interior view is located on the physical floor level, and the programs are connected through atriums. The arches that form the ground floor plaza also shape a playscape above. The gradation through the building redesigns traditional forms of sports, entertainment, workspace, and living for the urban environment. And through the athletic center, visitors can discover their path of wellness. Oops.
Mallorie, can you also make sure that your PDF settings are enhancing line work?
Yes.
You have to go in the general properties of Adobe. Yes.
Thank you.
So you quickly got to the overall massing and form. And I'm just wondering if you could dial back to where you had your 7, like what's motivating that from either the urban analysis or the program and these kind of 7 circles of hell. I'm sorry, I mean wellness, that sort of divide up the tower. Like I'm not quite sure how the programmatic inside out and the urban outside in produce this particular figure.
So the those 7 areas of wellness were brought about as like throughout the city, there's multiple programs that we found through some of the NOLI maps that just focus on one area of wellness. And this building was a way to bring together all those different areas. And the form was initially influenced by these 7 areas by creating, by splitting the ground floor into these 7 sections and the piers that rise from that. So 7 different entrances, 2 of them just reserved for the loading and garbage pickup.
But is the program of the 7 types of wellness, which I don't know what they are, but is that like each piece of the Trivial Pursuit pie, the petals, the 7 petals, do they contain one, or is that more a residue of the magic number 7?
These 7 are not split up by the petals, but rather by the floors. So they're sectioned into different floor levels. The petals are more of a residue of the form.
Yeah, I guess that's the part. It's like the symbolic meeting the programmatic is the part that I'm not necessarily totally convinced by yet. Like that somehow there would be 7 lobes because there's 7 wellnesses, but actually the wellnesses inside are divided in section and along floor plates and not into the petals. So I'm not sure what the numerology, I guess, of the 7 is not attached to its particular programmatic distribution. It's more a residue of the idea of 7, I guess.
Right, and the form is based off of like the idea of this gradient going up the building, or not just program, but also structure.
But I think it's fair to say that Mallorie, that Bob's pointing to like residue from midterm, where maybe the 7 petals were directly related to the kind of the programmatic 7, but then it shifted, right? Whereas now it has more of an awkward, odd numbered Marina City structural bay system. Maybe you can also speak to the way 7 petals negotiate a corner lot.
Yeah, I think these 7 different openings also allow for like an open plaza and diagonal passage through the site, and then also blocks off kind of the alleyway that only trucks would have access to, and keeps the public in this other corner of the site or passing through it diagonally.
Mallorie, I had a question about the relationship of the building to the context or exterior. So in some of the views, like in the section, it seems like the envelope is opaque, like there's no sort of opening. I know you show that within the plan, but maybe if you could just talk about a little bit, like is it supposed to be a more kind of insular or inward looking building? And are we supposed to have any relationship to the outside, or how are you sort of defining that?
So the relationship to the outside, I think, happens a lot more on ground level. And then the facade is like a gradient of like this glass, but I think it's more closed off from the inside the further you go up the building.
Is that the gradient that you're speaking about in terms of like a, I don't know, openness, or what is the gradient that you're referring to?
Yes, the gradient of openness. So the further up the building, the more privatized the activities become. Whereas towards the ground level and even in the physical floors right above is more catered to public activities.
And the decision to make it like lifting its leg on that box, like what is the necessity for that?
So
like the lower left section, yeah.
Was to also allow for like an exterior patio, and also like the loading dock slides between these 7 legs, and then these 2 are raised up and give access to like a playscape above the other arches. But yeah, I think that can be challenged.
Just seems like it'd be maybe a more elegant way to put this anomalous piece of the program or the pie in there. The box seems a little bit almost like it was existing, and then you just put your tower on top of it and avoided touching the ground there and touch the roof of that volume. I guess I'm also wondering why the decision to make the exterior columns, the 7 columns, so evident, as opposed to cantilevering it and letting the floor plates free, a little bit more like Marina City. In other words, whether it's a central core over which they're cantilevered or some other way of not expressing the kind of straight jacket in the elevations, the way that the columns seem to interrupt all the vertical plates, horizontal plates. Yeah, like that. Like, I mean, it seems like it's a big straitjacket over the top of a free floating, potentially more figural mass if it didn't have those, it didn't externalize its structure that way.
That was also a bit my my feeling. I was a bit wondering about Mallerie, about how the plinth of your building, where it's touching the ground, how that behaves in a constructive way when these columns meet the volume of the loading dock. Yeah. So it's a bit placed in between the 7 columns, I think, or not really.
Right.
I cannot really see that. Perhaps a ground plan of the.
Yes. So the columns.
Oh yeah, they penetrate. Well, this is a part I do not completely comprehend, because I understand that if you make a sort of pristine object in the city, that you might want to make it also, well, rather abstract, but where it touches the ground, I can imagine that it should interact and invite life and interaction with the public, and that is a part that I completely do not see. How that evolves, how that is welcoming, because there doesn't seem to be any idea about what is happening on the ground level besides lifting the skirt a bit and be able to cross the square as a sort of bypass or shortcut. So I do not completely understand then, and if you then place that box underneath, I think I understand how it relates to the core, but it looks a bit, either it should become a very, let's say, thrilling and challenging composition of forms that kiss each other or embrace each other or want to be in contrast, but right now I don't see the fun of this meeting, and that is something you should help me a bit with how you worked on that. And then when I proceed on the columns, I noticed that this is quite a strong gesture. So indeed, like Bob was saying, the core is sort of released from its structural center, and then it's shifted towards the columns. But for the columns, I would then expect a sort of subgrid of glass or other things, but that is perhaps a resolution that you did not completely include in the thinking. And the Marina Tower is also showing a different approach to that, but I think but that is again depending very much on the core itself, while in your case you are more depending, I think, on the columns, and then I would expect more of a sub or secondary constructive grid, because you need something to divide all the small things like glass and stuff. That will also play a role in the complete appearance of your building.
Right, I would say that overall, I think envelope is something that across the studio was maybe left partially unresolved. I think in Mallerie's case, it's clear that there would be separations between, but maybe Mallerie, I mean, the way to defend or way to make a case for the columns being proud of a slab is relative to this image of a gradient. Whether you pull that off or not, I think is, debatable.
Another thing that comes to mind is I think a lot of this discussion of how the building meets the ground, the sort of scallops and everything. Mallerie, I really enjoyed the views that you show on both sides. Like, so when people are entering below the building and sort of reading these arches, as well as the kind of play space just above it. And so it got me thinking about the Elbphilharmonie building in Hamburg by HDM. And I think there's similar play of forms that you're working with here. And I think in that case, it is a kind of box on the ground, but this really exuberant kind of scalloped space happens on a lifted kind of like plinth, I guess, rather than on the ground floor itself. And so people are directed straight up to that sort of level, and you get a different sort of view within the building, or sorry, within the city. And here, maybe you can relate a little bit to like the elevated train or something like that. But I think that as a kind of precedent could be related to what you're thinking about.
Rob, the last comment for Mallerie before we move on? Or Mallerie, if you want to respond to Abby or any other feedback?
No, I got some really great feedback. Thinking about the project a little different from how I was approaching it.
Okay. Thanks, Mallerie. Edwin, you're ready?
Hi, everyone. Can you guys see me right?
Yes.
Great. So Chicago Sport Club. So the project is composed with 3 volumes, which contain a homogeneous program. So when the volumes come together, merging one another, program interact and combine different programs, unifying the tower as a whole. Here in the program strategy distribution, we see how the sports interlock with the program volume, the living volume. And then at the lower level, we have how the program, the public programs kind of merge also as well with the sports programs. This is the public and private separation, where we have the lower third, which will be more accessible for the public. And as we move up, that division starts to create the 70% that will be private for members only. And also, as we said, 30% of the sports will be accessible for the public. And here, as we see, kind of at the middle of the tower, we see that merging of the program that's accessible for the public as well. This is the day use and night use of the building, where we see at the morning most of the on the purple, which is the not in use, as the facilities that are still closed. And as we move throughout the day, those facilities start to open. And as we see at the top level, we see the living, where at the morning we see people still getting ready to maybe go to work, but a lot of people don't need to go out of work because they work from home. So those places starts to stay or being more used throughout the day. And as we move towards the night, those spots kind of shift to what's open and being closed. And as we see, most of the at the middle, which is the pool, remains open since it's one of the most shared with public and also the private. So the plan collection, we can see throughout the top level or the roof level of the tower going to the lower underground level. We see moments where the plans have a void, and that's where the sports volume will interlock or intersect the living and the public program as well throughout the whole tower. A quick axon to call the interlocking, or maybe how those programs combining also interact visually or physically. And here we see a level where it's cut into a living spot that have also a visual interaction with the sports. And as we go down, we can also see the same interaction within the tower. A quick view of the street, looking into the tower. This is the southeast axonometric and a southwest. So jumping into the ground level, we have a main access to the building at this street. I forgot street. Wabash. Sorry. So yeah, immediately we jump into a large atrium that it's accessible mainly for public, but I mean, obviously it's also for members since they have access to the whole tower. Jumping into this spot, people will be gathering in here to have lunch or gather just to have meet with friends or other people. So as we move to this spot, we can have a lobby spot, a sitting place, and also maybe it could also work as a threshold during the winter, so to keep people warm and have this spot so we can invite people in. As we move up, the elevator cord will be in the north side. And this is a quick view into the large atrium. We can also have a kind of tribune at the exterior as well, so people can gather around and also welcome them into the interior tribune. A few floors up, we have interacting of a office space at the top and also at the lower level that they have a sports volleyball court that people can interact visually, and also if they want to jump in, since this is a public area as well, they can do that as well. Going into the 8th floor, we have a gym and accessible to actually looking down into the pool as well, and also a combination of living spot where this happens, tennis court with living spots, and storage and other sports. This is where the sports meet the living only, and this will be the private area of the tower. And this is where members can also join in and have their own privacy. So this is coming out from the elevator. This is a view of the sports box. And quickly looking into the section, how the activities will happen throughout the whole building. Mainly living volume on top, sports interacting with or interlocking both of the volumes. And if you look into the pool, right here at the middle, we have other of what people might be doing around. A perspective view of the section, and also we have the volume or kind of void into the interlocking or intersecting the tower. That's it.
Thank you, Edwin.
Thanks, Edwin.
Edwin, can you explain why the shape of the building looks this way?
So looking into the sports or into the program, I wanted to give a unique volume into each program, and then unifying those volumes to create the tower. And also, if you see it to the right side in this perspective section, we see that it's in a way responding into the L, and it's also where the main entrance will be at. So it kind of it welcomes people in to like keep walking towards the building.
Okay, so the roof, the stepping of the roof is also coming from the program.
Yeah, so at the roof it will be basically for members only. Will be a rooftop, and also so people can also gather around there. So
Can you show the other section, Edwin?
yes, sorry. So they can come outside and maybe read a book or have a cookout.
So these are not private balconies for the people inhabiting these spaces, but it's collective.
No, it will be basically for the people who live close to the balcony.
Private balconies, right, Edwin?
Right, yes.
Yes, I guess semi-private, so they are shared within the living units.
Correct.
Okay, good. So if I would summarize this, the form of your proposal comes from both the internal logic of stacking program plus contextual conditions, and these kind of make this form that you are proposing, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think the point being for that, and maybe Edwin, you could go back to that first program diagram, the kind of fancy pastel one. Must be prescribed colors in the studio. Sorry, I lost.
Edwin, you there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Back to the program diagram, please.
I think this also responds to your series of questions. I mean, the kind of pinkish thing, which is called administration and services, like, which seems to be a lot. I'm not sure what that is, but let's assume. Or is that living? Hard to tell. It looks like administration and services is a lot of pink up there.
But they're both the same color, right, Edwin?
No, I see a different color, so I don't know about on your side.
All right, well, then it looks...
The one I'm pointing at looks more like salmon, and the other one thinks like Pink Panther kind of.
But which is, so I see. Okay, I got it. Because I think that it goes to follow up on the earlier set of questions. I get the sense, and maybe it's because it's a final, so this might be equally for Thomas and Barbara, but like I'm getting the sense that the building is a fait accompli, and you're describing where stuff is, but you're not describing how it got there. And so I think the question's about, I think you're sort of helping you out by saying, okay, I see that it's sort of program arrangements, meaning a contextual thing, but it's like, that's not in your account of the project. Your account of the project is, here's a building, I'm going to tell you, now I'm going to describe it in terms of the things that went into it. I want to back up a little bit and get, how did this particular programmatic arrangement happen? And how did the particular massing happen on the site? And so I'm missing the argument part. I'm sort of feeling like I'm given a final product and then it's being described to me without knowing why this version as opposed to other versions, So I don't get the sense that there was, again, it could be that it's a final, but I still think there's a way to incorporate the testing process of variations in the presentation so that I know this is the one I want, Like I don't get the sense that this is the one I want necessarily because I don't know what the possibilities are, So I don't know, I think it's a rhetorical and graphic strategy about how to organize the program and the contextual and the massing in such a way that gives it a sense of inevitability, not like, here's a thing and I'm just going to tell you where the stuff is. So I think you have to retool the argument about this.
For me, go ahead, Barbara.
I just wanted to say, Edwin, perhaps you could also emphasize a little bit more on the special qualities that the intersection of these volumes is generating and not only describing in the overlapping of the program. I think that would help perhaps our guests to understand better the project. Sorry, Habi, go ahead.
It's kind of what I was asking for, but I think for me, it's less about like, what are the possibilities? Like, I want to understand a little bit more what has been done. So yeah, I think to Barbara's prompt, like Edwin, could you maybe talk about those things?
I'm not getting the question right. Can you reiterate again, please?
Well, I think Barbara was saying that there's maybe a kind of process that you were working through in terms of how volumes connect, and to kind of tag onto that, when we look at this sort of programmatic, coded color diagram, like to me, it seems like it's like a matrix that you're kind of colored in, but I also want to understand how they relate and respond to one another as well. So I don't know, for example, the one that I'm kind of interested in hearing more about is where the pool is positioned. If you can maybe talk about how that's what are the kind of qualities of that space and how is it sort of relating to the more adjacent ones?
Yes. Okay, so this is where you point out the pool. So where I intersect the volume with the sports, intersecting the living volume and also the public, it creates different zones where basically the living spots can interact with the sports volume, and also as well at the lower level we have section. See the pool also interlocking, I guess, the volleyball. As we go down, it interlocks with the rental space. But it also since it's at the lower level, people can, or the public can also access that spot since it's more close to the public.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe one thing that I was looking at in particular to this like moment in the building is, so you're talking about how, let's say in section, the angle, let's say, is sort of interlocking and met on either side. But maybe something I'm trying to maybe get at a little bit more is thinking of like Los's Josephine Baker house, let's say like this sort of pool where you can actually see it, right? There's like visually some kind of connection between two parts. And I'm thinking of, like the caustic curves and reflections that come from water, or the humidity that, comes from that. Are those more experiential things maybe felt or understood outside of the walls of that room? Or is it really these kind of containers is how you're thinking of the spaces?
No, so yes, it does. And in the living spot here, people would walk into the, which is a little corridor. Like in this spot, this will be the, they will feel or like feel the humidity or smell the chlorine into it. No, but not in the, I guess there's another box with the gym. Completely closed box. They can also, they only be interactive visually.
So Edwin's style is to describe what you already see. And I think maybe Edwin, what we're asking you to maybe speak more specifically about, which I think is really the move in your project, is like the public mezzanine, which is really the tool that kind of yields a method for interlocking these like 3 programmatic volumes that you condensed the brief into, right? So something pushed you to take a lot of program and then jumble it into like 3 categories. Those categories then created volumes, and then you devised methods for interlocking those volumes, which I think lends itself just to a sectional mezzanine, which is sometimes grand or sometimes private, or small in scale. And I do think, and because we went through many iterations of form with this, that the form is just what it is from the outside. And I think that's maybe the big question for the studio is, like, at the end of the day, like the urban object ends up being kind of a result of a lot of interior play that is stimulated by what sort of programmatic juxtapositions can create the most, I guess, public to private effects, or the most interesting public to private effects. I think in Edwin's case, I mean, it's like a kind of Ford Foundation lobby with like a kind of a Corbusian approach to how living might interact with kind of public condenser spaces.
Any last comment for Edwin?
Yes, I have I'm figuring out, but I see asymmetry while it is the suggestion is symmetry here. That intrigues me. So I see that the left bay is wider than the right bay. Tell me a bit about the construction here, because there was attention for construction, and sometimes I have the feeling going through your plans that construction is a welcome guest, but sometimes also not. So in this plan, I see that the columns are standing in the stage or the tribune. That is, I think, not necessary. So tell a bit about how you see the construction working.
You want to show the section, perhaps, that would help better understand?
I think you pick up on something really great, Yub, which is like the moment he realizes he's trying to contextualize the building and begins tapering in, it creates a lot of awkwardness programmatically in spaces that obviously want to be column free.
Yeah, shears where the building tapers or shears, and it's pulling away from the central columns. And so we were saying about the asymmetry or symmetry that I was suggesting on the plan that I was showing earlier.
Well, I just noticed that there is asymmetry, and while yeah, here we see it. I think there's this. Wait, I will do annotate. I guess. Huh? One moment, I have to find it first. Where is it? I lost my annotations. Well, you see it.
Cursor towards the top of the page should appear.
Oh yeah, yes, I see it. Yeah, there was something in front. Yeah, thank you. So we see this line, of course, and then woo, we have a jump here, while this line is going straight up. So there are things happening, I really like these moments, but it's a special moment, isn't it? Because normally you would go straight up. And these things seem insignificant, but they are not. I think they are about the system that you have to, let's say, obey to as a basic idea of your building. And you also have to sort of be aware how you can stretch the system or step away from the system. But to my opinion, these should all be very conscious things, not small mistakes. For example, if you'd make a shift like this, then I would expect you to also really make that tangible in your plans, or in that we understand that something shifts there. But in general, I also think that yeah, like Thomas was saying, in some floors your construction is a welcome guest, but in other floors actually not so much. So how do you actually want to deal with that? Can you then imagine that you use a sort of transition construction where you that allows you, so for example, you use 1 or 2 floors for a sort of very large truss in order to make the floor underneath. I'm thinking of something, a space like this. You want to empty this space from columns as much as possible. Well, that means that you need to make do some sort of invention there. So I have the feeling that the basis is here, but you could be more clever in dealing, or let the construction anticipate the different conditions you actually want to create in the interior of your building.
Thank you, Edwin.
I think that's a really good point, and something to kind of keep in mind as we move forward is the ability, like, you know, whether kind of the structural direction is going to drive the program or vice versa. Because in many cases, the first time any of these students are having to kind of deal with even obey logic. And so I think, you know, calling attention to those awkward moments will be helpful.
Suhi.
Can you guys see the full screen? So this project explores the use of RAM. In contemporary city, activities are fragmented and exist as a point in the context. So the points are spread horizontally and over the city, and two-dimensional line connect each point. By collecting each point, it creates a plane that is composed of multiple planes. And the planes which compose the main plane are folded and make a continuous floor that becomes three-dimensional building. So here, each floor has its own ramp, and the ramp is used as a space and for circulation for the entire building. In the ground floor, it starts by the ground level is folded into the ground, and then each floor has its own ramp system. And this is how the program is distributed through the entire building. Now, with the section perspective, you can see how the floor changes, and then you can expect what kind of activities can happen on the ramp or some flat floor. And this is the use diagram. In the morning, the part on the top and the ground floor, and thus some living spaces are only activated. And then during the daytime, almost every floor is activated except the living area here, and then the rooftop bars and rooftop restaurant on the top of the building. And at night on the ground floor, and the living space here, and the rooftop bar and restaurant, and the park the roof part is activated. In the short section, the variation of the slab is less complicated than the true long section, but it has its own way to utilize a ramp. And then in this direction, you can see the more inclined column in this view. And this is this diagram shows how the building is divided into public and private. So the lower part and the park at the top of the building is for public access, and the middle part of the building is only for membership. On the ground floor, the public entry is here, so it can directly be accessed from the ground level. And then from the north, the folded ground, trying to introduce people the building more natural way by using the slope. And this is the perspective view that shows how the floor is folded. And this is one of the floor from the public part. So the public part is, for the public part, one floor has multiple activities happens. It's just the living happens here, and then on this ramp, some activities that need to be there for the living is happening here. And then this flat surface is for the dining area, and then it's also for the flexible use. And then this staircase is used for that people can sit on it.
So if we start to interrupt, you're gonna have to hurry up a little bit.
Okay. And there is a climbing wall that is open to public. This is showing how the interior inside works. And this is showing the swimming pool area of the membership only. So multiple ramps are interacting with each other and connecting here. And so these 3 different floors serves for the swimming athlete. This shows one of the perspective view of the swimming pool area. And this is the living floor of the membership part. The entire floor is composed of the living, and then some shared kitchen and laundromat, and the office area that manage the living floor. This is showing how the ramp is connecting 2 different floor here. And then this shows how overall building works. So the ramp composes the entire building, and then inclined column is supporting the ramp, and the cores are supporting the ramp, and then the translucent envelope is showing the glimpse of the ramp from the exterior view. That's all I have.
Thank you. It looks like a real challenging project. So what I am intrigued with, to continue on my previous comment with the previous project, I mean, is you do two things at the same time, and that is quite challenging. So you create, I hope you don't interpret this as a very negative thing, but you create disorder in the floor planes, and you create disorder in the structural in the columns. And that is intriguing me a lot, because I wonder how you keep such these two systems of variations and disorder. How do you keep them in control? How do you keep control of these? Because for example, personally, I would choose, if I make the floors go up and down in this amount, which is absolutely interesting, then I would search for solid grounds by being very restricted in my structural system, because otherwise I would lose control. But you go one step further. You also modify these columns to all kinds of directions. Can you elaborate a bit on what actually the effect of that is, or why, or do you need these, or is it an architectural theme that, well, just elaborate a bit on why you do that?
For the inclined column?
Yeah.
So if it's only straight column, it's gonna interfere that ramp system works. So I was trying to minimize that interference of the column.
So you sort of push the columns away, so to say.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Also around like large programs, correct, Sophie?
Yeah, around
maybe go to a
here.
section and show where line columns open up or free up space.
Yeah, like here for the pool, you need long span, so I'm using inclined column.
Aha, okay, that makes sense. Now I understand.
Yeah, she's using it strategically, like the exception in the structure I use strategically to supply to special needs, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
But Sophie, maybe, because I think it's important that we remind ourselves, what Bob was charging the previous two students to do, which is like, what is the argument with, what is the kind of initial thing that you bring up? And maybe you could just remind the jury, like, why did you select ramps for an athletic club? It's just basic response. What do you have?
The basic response was from the Olympic Village. So I was looking at the Olympic Village, and then every Olympic Village is spread horizontally. And I was thinking folding that single point and then create a ramp. How can I bring that Olympic Village in the city context? So I use ramp to make a connection built between each point, and then it can go vertically.
Well, I guess maybe you also had this interesting point that you wanted to challenge the convention on having some of the sports activities, or challenging the program, how the program can be reorganized in an unconventional way, right? So that's also why you decided to introduce the use of the ramp.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can imagine that these ramps also provide for cross diagonals which connect programs and side view lines or side lines. And well, what would help me also in these ramps, I mean, and now I conceptually understand why you do this, and that is I understand that now. And then I've been in this Sana building in Lausanne on the EPFL campus, where almost half of the building cannot be used because of the ramps, and so that at least requires, to my opinion. So I'm not pessimistic then all of a sudden about the ramps, but it would be helpful to understand what the sort of rules for the ramps are. Again, according to the same logic as I was just asking you about the structure of the columns. So can we just fold the ramps in any direction? Is there a certain maximum steepness or things like that? Or is everything possible? Or do you have sometimes a ramp crossing one floor, and sometimes I also see them crossing 2 floors or 3 floors at a time? So I could also imagine that you need a set of rules for doing that. Can you elaborate a bit on that?
So for the lower part, which is the public, I only used the ADA accessible ramp slope ratio. So it has more subtle ramp here. On the upper part of the building is for membership, and then this steep ramp is used for like extreme sports activity, like skating, skateboarding. And also the ramp is kind of used as a bleacher so people can sit on it and then indirectly interact with the athlete.
Well,
I think,
well, sorry, please go ahead.
I was just going to say that to maybe go on and add on to what Yob is saying about, like, I think the ramps are doing a lot of different things. So he was referring to, you know, these more extended vistas that you get from multiple levels. And I think that there are really interesting moments where the ramp is starting to produce like a little pocket in the section. And so like on slide number 12, where you're starting to show us how the ramp is actually really just a kind of surface that folds, I think that's a really interesting representation of the floor on the right side. And so I almost want you to embrace a little bit more the ramp as a surface that you use to design rooms, and that you don't really need these kind of, you know, square cubicle like spaces, that the kind of surface folding is going to do a lot of that for you. And so it also reminds me of Melkonov's like sleep building, right? So it's an idea where just a surface on the ground is a ramp, and you can sort of like lay on it, right? And something about the kind of posture of your body is already conducive to that sort of angle. And so I would, and maybe also going back to what Yob was talking about, this a lot of, or not having enough constraints and a lot of these, you know, variables in the mix, is that maybe you can reduce this other language that you're adding in and really just fully kind of concentrate on the surface and the ramp.
Well, it also comes a bit from the scale of the project that you are working on. I mean, to be in control, you sort of need your own set of rules, and that sounds perhaps too mechanical at first instance. But I am sure if you have, let's say, 5 positions of your ramp, and you can very well explain why these 5 are accurate, and then you start distributing these along around in your building, and then some of them are wider and some of them are more narrow, then actually you have a beautiful set of possibilities. But at least you always can go back to these basic 5, so to say. That would, let's say, when I would be working on such a large project, that would comfort me, because otherwise I would be afraid that I would lose control.
I think that was something, Sohi, you could admit that you struggled with this semester, which was trying to take control of a almost like romantic image of a non-repetitive ramped building.
Mm-hmm.
Like how to do that. And I think the answer is that you can't. Because you need to structure it. It needs to support itself. It needs to also, you know, at times, I would assume, based on the program that we've given you, yield to flatness.
Yeah, I think I only have one comment. It's peculiar plan rendering with just beds. I'm not sure, sort of like the magic carpet. If I'm reading that 3D plan correctly, like, isn't it just a carpet with beds on it?
Right, where we're missing partition walls.
Yeah.
I mean, so the flying carpet thing is sort of interesting. I mean, it's a different image of the project than the cellular gridded one, where the spaces between the rooms is actually too great in a way. Then, I mean, you give up a lot of real estate to spaces in between because you're so rigorous about this cellular grid that it's either on or off. But I think that my biggest problem from the outside view, I mean, I think yes, I would want to simplify the problems exactly and develop some kind of economy of means. And I think maybe if the structure, it seems like the structure came in late and now it's a little bit the tail wagging the dog. And so first we're going to have expressive ramps and now we have expressive structure. But let's put aside for the moment the belated protagonist of the structure that enters the picture. Like maybe there is a way to think of it as these sort of, you know, a series of bundled tubes that have a certain amount of play in them as they go up. And so it's like miniaturized columns, but a lot of them, and that they are fluid in the way that they can move through the space. Then that produces a certain image, and then you run your ramps and plans through that system. The thing I really don't like from the views is the cores. Like I can't abide the corners of your project when it becomes that solid supporting element, which seems to contradict the other two aspects of the planning and this kind of fluid structure. So I think you have to think of the cores, the bathrooms and stairs, elevators, as equally doing what the structure does and not making them these two diagonally symmetrical things that hold a volume. It doesn't seem like everything that tries to hold this edge is contrary to the spirit of the project in some way. So I would try to figure a way to internalize and maybe redistribute those cores so that they weren't like diagonally opposed and become so obtrusive on the elevations, at least the ones, I'm not sure which one it is, but.
Would you move to one of the drawings where you're showing the core? Maybe the isometric or the street view?
Yeah. I mean, I guess you wrap it in a kind of thing, but it's just like, I just can't, yeah. I would prefer more evenness with the fluid structure, not just having it happening at the corner and not the solidity of these pier cores on diagonally opposed corners. I mean, I don't know, it seems, it doesn't seem like it's a flexible bend don't break system. It's either you have one thing or another. And I guess I prefer maybe more consistency in the logic, especially since then you wrap it in a kind of curtain anyway. I mean, I'm not sure what the. Yeah, I just think there's too many things in the driver's seat, I guess. Like I would want one logic to become more systemic and not, like it seems a little bit like a collage of things that are then sutured together by this chain link skin.
I think that's a very accurate read of the project, Bob.
Yeah.
And this session, you might just see kind of how that cacophony is actually the argument for the project. We'll get there. Thanks, Zoe.
Thank you.
Last presentation for this morning, Cody.
Oh no, I think we have Caleb, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Sorry, yes.
Don't worry.
I was already ahead in time. Caleb.
Okay. So this athletic club is composed of 3 separate forms that kind of connect together. And this first one over here is the most west, is residential, and it's thin 24-foot kind of wide slab all the way through. And the center is more of the circulation and utilities such as bathrooms. And the third on the right is for communal spaces for the entire athletic club. This is an axonometric that shows from the southwest portion and kind of how the 2 slabs connect together and form into almost one. And it's actually more of a combined building here connected to this communal space over here. This other axon is from the southeast angle, and it shows more of these open terraces that will be shown throughout some floors that are either public or private. And this also shows more of how the entire communal space is raised up from the floor, and it's a more open ground space that I'll show in the ground floor plan. So there are 10 main communal floors all the way throughout, and the green represents this outdoor space, which is completely open, and those are the terraces that are throughout the entire floor. And the way that I split some of the floor plans are into like thirds or fifths. So for example, this kind of floor, it has thirds more, and this has a fifth of this floor a terrace. And then above here, it's split into 2. And then over here, it's also split into 2 the other way. So like kind of the thought process for some of my floor plans as well. This is a section perspective that can kind of show the 3 divisions of this building. And towards the west is this residential building, which is this thin slab. And then this is more of the circulation and utilities, along with the communal spaces to the east, which has more of the views for this on the street over here. So this is the planned collection, and so I have the ground floor, and the 3rd floor becomes the stadium, and then there's a rentable private floor, a leisure floor, track, and then towards the top we have more private, and until the very top 2, which are more of these nice viewing spaces that are open to the public. So this ground floor is actually more unique because this is the only floor where this is kind of different and not as separated as the floors above. So this kind of bumps out more into this communal space, and this is businesses such as a nail salon, a hair salon, and then I have this massage spa that goes all the way around, which is actually still the same form as the residential above, but it's not used as residential space on this floor. And then these 2 grand staircases actually lead into the stadium on the next floor, which are actually public entry for people to go to this next floor. So those stairs lead into these bleachers over here. And in these bleachers, there's also the seating area for the concessions. For the way that some of these floor plans have this kind of division in between the circulation and the communal spacing, it depends on the program. So for instance, this is more of a public space. So I put a bunch of doors, there's a bunch of doors here that are kind of separating from this residential private area. And so there'll be other floors, well, they'll be open, or it's different entries or different ways to access through. So this is actually a perspective of the stadium floor, and this is as looking from the bleachers out onto the stadium. And above the stadium is actually an open atrium space where it has kind of this overlook for people that are watching the game. There's actually private rentable suites to watch this game actually. And this floor above is completely private. So for an example, these are some zooms that show the ground floor of a section where you enter through the ground to go through the bleachers, which is right over here. And then this kind of shows the seating inside the bleachers with the concessions. And to the right is this court over here, and right above is this open space, which is the private suites looking down, and this kind of railing separating this floor space, which is right over here towards the top of this perspective. So this is the private floor that was the perspective actually above that I just showed, and it shows these suites overlooking onto this field, this stadium below. And this one is split into thirds, as I showed in the program distribution. And this is a terrace that is open to private. And this is another flexible kind of auditorium that also you can even sit, and you can also see from this angle as well. This floor plan is different over here with the utilities, because since there's not really many sports on this floor, it's not a locker room. And the one above was more of a locker room kind of utility space for restrooms. There's also a private stairway that leads to this next plan above. And there's some stairways even above on the next floors that will also be more just private and not allowed for people to publicly use. So this is a view from the terrace looking into the open area of the space over here where the rentable suites are, and this flexible space in the back of the auditorium. And so a way I thought about this is that this terrace is private, and then above is private as well. And then another terrace above that is public. And then this public space is only open, is one of the biggest terraces. The entire floor is more open. And then that also again leads to private spaces. And then in the public-private diagram, it kind of shows how towards the bottom is more of a public, and then towards the very top is more public. But throughout the middle, there is a complete circulation to go from floor to floor to get to these private spaces throughout the middle. This is another plan that I just wanted to show. It's kind of split in a different way too. This is almost in half. And then this is a public terrace that is pretty much open throughout the entire floor, except for these enclosed spaces, which are private and on this floor. This is the track floor that shows more of this open terrace going all the way around with an enclosed fitness center that's public. But to get to the next floor is a private stairway as well, just like the one from the floor previously. And again, I don't know, I didn't mention it earlier, but this is more of the locker rooms instead of just the restrooms on this floor. So that track floor is actually completely open 24/7 all night for the people that have a membership or that are staying in this residential building. And throughout the entire floor, throughout the entire building, the terraces are more of an open 24/7, while the rest of the more enclosed spaces are more going to close towards the night after the event finishes or whenever it's just time for closing. And then this is just a section that shows more of these floors. And I left off more at this track space, and then it goes to these private volleyball courts. Then I have a private basketball court floor, a more private pool floor, and then this is the public spa floor that has access for everyone, and then the restaurant at the top floor. These are just more axons showing these floors. The track floor that's public more, volleyball courts that's private, basketball courts that's more private. And again, the rentable space and pool that's more private, the public spa, and the public restaurant on the roof. There's this spa perspective that I wanted to show, and this is from the view of once you get out of the elevator doors and you immediately walk into it. And this floor is more unique where the lazy river kind of goes around the core and it's more integrated with the space instead of it being separated. in like the stadium floor where the doors completely separate. So trying to show that. And then this is a ground floor perspective from the southeast corner across the street, kind of showing this ground where the stairway is open and it goes into this area. This really shows more of where the open spaces are for the terraces compared to the enclosed spaces throughout the building. And I think that's my last one.
Thanks, Caleb.
Thank you.
I like the image of the lazy river on the top of the building. Actually, Caleb, I have some questions just about your introduction more generally. What is the 3-in-1 that you're referring to? And then the second one is like, what's happening on the corners, like these kind of empty corners on the ground that we see in.
Yes. Let me exit first from this. Oh, sorry. So I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, Abby, for the lazy river?
There was no question for that. What is the 3-in-1 that you're referring to at the beginning?
So at the very beginning, when I first started designing this building, I really thought of 3 separated kind of buildings. And I even had the residential space completely separate from the building and only connected through bridges. But now I decided to kind of do these 3 separations of living and circulation and communal space. And I wanted to combine it in this way and kind of make it look more as a whole. So that's how I was more thinking of this 3-in-1 concept at the very beginning of my process.
Okay, because I read it as like, if you go back to that plan that you were on.
Ooh.
This one, yeah. I thought this was like 2. So I was confused about what the introduction of the 3-in-1. And then my other kind of overall question was like, what happens over here on the ground?
Yeah, right now that's just grass space right now that can be used for people to sit. And I didn't really further think of how to populate that whole ground space completely yet, but it's pretty. Oh yes, right here. Sorry, I thought it was on it. But it's kind of connected all the way throughout as a space right now. It's more open to it's more for the people that walk around that space and can use this area. It's not always completely for the people that are members of this building or that are going to visit the building, I would say. More of a plaza for the public to give to the city.
And why the bilateral axial symmetry from Wabash? East-west.
Yeah.
What's that? Which is, really methodically reinforced with every gesture.
Yeah. So naturally with, let's say, this stadium floor, it worked the best to kind of make it a symmetrical space, and that allowed for this ground floor to also have this symmetrical kind of floor with the stairs. I would say that throughout it just naturally created the shape of the form created this natural symmetry because of the things that would be able to fit in there. And I think that I actually enjoyed having it symmetrical throughout just because it made more sense overall as a project, in my opinion.
Yeah, I guess I don't share the enjoyment nor the sense. I don't enjoy symmetry, and I don't find it to be particularly logical in terms of the arrangement of the parts. So it seems a little bit like you get forced into certain things that are not. I mean, I sort of prefer these plans where I misread it as a series of north-south bands as opposed to axial monumentality from east to west. But then when you shrink wrap a band to be the basketball court, I mean, I guess the other thing, just functionally, those penthouse boxes are going to actually have terrible views because they're lined up strictly to the edge of the court. And so put seats high in the air right at the edge of the court, and no one's going to be able to see the action happening closest to them on that edge of the basketball court. So I think like it's, they would have to be pulled apart further for those views to actually work. So I don't really believe the section works with shrink wrapping it to the plan. Like here, I go back to that view, you would be able to tell that, to be up on that balcony and looking down would be kind of fairly obstructed view, And I guess the other thing is like, why curtain walls around the basketball court? Like, why wouldn't they be opaque and just, I don't know. I guess I would have been more free with just, if you want to make a bunch of boxes wrapped differently and stacked together like a big bento box, I would prefer that to trying to, on the one hand, take different things and then try to fuse them as a monumental axial experience with a fairly uniform curtain wall wrapping everything. Like I think you lose the 3-in-1, but you don't, it's a little bit fish and fowl with the decision making. Like it's not, I don't get the commitment to parts. You create a problem of the 3-in-1, and then your solution is a kind of really doctrinaire symmetry and homogeneous wrapping of the space and curtain wall. So it's not, I don't know. I mean, I would prefer more autonomy of the parts or a more flexible singular form that would accommodate the differences. Right now, it's neither one nor the other.
Well, yeah, well, that's a bit, you have just formulated what I was struggling with. So I was trying to figure out what I was actually reading. So I first want to express enthusiasm for the clarity of your project, because I really like the contrast between, let's say, the clarity of the total form and how you then make variations in openings. That has a certain appealing tension that I have sympathy for. And then indeed, I was thinking about the 3-in-1 that I was, when we go to your section, I thought that it might have been a good starting point to first fully individualize them, and then, let's say, determine how much they should interact or merge, well, I meant the other section, because in this section you don't see it. So here I see, let's say, I see potential for more variation, like you make the transition between this one and this element. Here we see quite some interesting interactions taking place due to the differences in floor heights. But between these two, the first one and the second one, we don't see that transition. And I could imagine, well, the transition is there, but it's actually just a continuous plane, while I would expect, well, perhaps that the floor heights of the housing could also be perhaps more generous by being higher, so that you also give expression to these individualities in the section of the three bands. And that could also result to this figure ending up higher, for example, or lower. I don't know, but that is another moment of individualization, and which is also something that could echo in the plan, where you could then also say that the first band, the smallest, the most narrow band, this one is perhaps not completely aligned with the middle one, but for me that would be the starting point, and then I could also understand that there is a seduction or a notion of not separating the world in such strict bands, but that it's very challenging to intertwine and to let them interact. And my second point is that I think that you are being very optimistic about the construction. If I see the spans that you are doing, 24 meters more or less, so it's probably more than 60 feet here. Well, that will create quite high beams, or perhaps I should go one step back by asking, what kind of material do we see? Do we see steel or concrete?
Yeah, I was thinking concrete right now. Yes.
Well, it's also it will create
Mm-hmm.
almost a floor height, a
Mm-hmm,
beam,
mm-hmm.
and I think that is a nice challenge, because you can also make openings in this enormous wall, but it
Right.
will also create different conditions. So the interesting thing that would happen then is why making such a big span when you make such a low floor, for example? Then perhaps this is actually a floor with a beam that provides. It's a bit similar to what we discussed in a previous project.
Mm-hmm.
In order to create this freedom here, and then there is also a sort of relation between the construction system that you use and proportioning of beams and columns in relation to the bigger space that you actually want to use. And now everything is equal, so everything is over-dimensioned, or the other way around, it is too slender everywhere. I'm afraid it's the last option.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thank you for the comment. Oh, sorry, Abby.
I was just going to say that I think maybe the material systems can have more difference between them. And so I think the 3-in-1 premise is really interesting, but maybe it's dissolved a little bit. And I think it could be a little bit stronger. And just looking at this view, maybe you could really perceive that one line, that sort of wall that's shared, as a party wall, right? So in kind of buildings, when you're sort of having two buildings that are joined together, and you can really play that up and sort of like use that as almost a design device or something to kind of guide the rest of the building. And I think, and not just to you, Caleb, but a kind of general impression is I really want everyone to take a stronger position, and in terms of not only redefining what the programs are, not just as we kind of understand them to be, but also the buildings themselves being a little bit more radical.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you, Caleb.
Thank you.
All feedbacks we keep discussing together in the past months. Yob, I hope you can say kind of like 10 minutes long. We're looking at the last project now.
No problem.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll be quick for you. So thanks for being here, Yob, and it's good to see you, Abby and Bob.
Quick, but do not omit important information.
Yeah, right. All right, so I'm Cody. Thanks everyone for being here. This project is titled the sort of Corner Club. In per the sort of brief sort of questions like what the Contemporary Athletic Club like looks like, meaning like who's the club for and how is it accessed. So it sort of opens itself to the city and the occupants using various architectural elements and the collision of them to sort of carve away at an interior to then turn non-members into members, I suppose. So I started with a sort of analysis of the loop, or like a quick analysis, or so some of the people that are involved, and I sort of found maybe 3 sort of stakeholders, like those that travel to the loop, those that sort of like exist there, and then the people that have to work there or maybe have to kill time while being there. So in a Noli map of the site, the first sort of reaction was to the curve and opening up the ground to the public. And so the project uses color and architectural elements to begin to organize. So at the base, the circle is a sort of cylinder that becomes a sort of public bathroom. Sort of restroom on the corner, which begins to structure the project from a sort of social aspect, but also the sort of circle then becomes a structural organizer that the grid sort of relies on in the floors above. And the other sort of feature too is an escalator that sort of cuts through diagonally the site, rising about 170 feet. in yellow, the sort of structure that has to sort of move or be manipulated to allow for such maneuvers. So the project really wants to like question the publicness of the club and the public user being able to experience the building. So public-private gets displayed in a sort of sandwich like this, where the top and middle and bottom begin to be sort of like zones of publicness. And a program distribution begins to maybe look like this. I won't read this for us, but sort of noting some of the athletics and then a theater at the top. So I guess one of the like stakeholders, or one of the three, would maybe be, I anticipated maybe a service worker. So a service worker's like healthcare center. So them being a part of the public, in my eyes, like the cylinder, the circle then gets represented vertically in a sort of like blurring from the ground up, and a sort of residue of the form populating other parts of the building, which is sort of like how the colored elements begin to sort of interact with each other, which is also like an ambition of the project. This begins to be a sort of transfer floor, which I'm calling a sort of elevated like plaza, where the two escalators would connect. And then finally, this begins to be like a sort of maybe the more limited access, so a more members only space, if you will. So really the interaction between the public and private is that escalator in this moment. So something like this, where a members tennis match, limited access tennis match, is sort of interrupted by the sort of movement of the public. So a perspective section sort of showing through the diagonal of the building this path of travel and how a theater at the top and the sort of bifurcated columns and the escalator work sort of together. This is a view at the theater level where it really becomes a public theater, where if the maneuver to divide space was through a line with the escalator, here it then actually becomes the sort of room. So the volume is being carved away. So that gesture happening volumetrically now, rather than sort of in a single dimension. And then this is a short section looking east. The sort of building in the round, and then from the street.
What is the green again?
The green at the base is a sort of is a public restroom. So that was my attitude towards the publicness and citing it on the corner in that way, to offer it up in the most public way possible.
And then as you go through, there's green in the middle and at the top.
How does it change as it moves up, Cody?
Yeah, so again, I mean, up here at the top in this sort of theater level, it becomes, again, well, on top maybe a sort of lounge or so, but the restroom appears again. So it retains its function, I suppose. Yeah, as a maybe a public hygiene sort of zone, if you will.
But at the ground, all the green. I thought you said first restaurant. You said restroom. So like the whole green is restrooms.
Yes.
It's a lot of restrooms.
Yeah, I mean, it is a sort of response to maybe the inaccessibility of something of that nature, potentially in the loop. Right. So if it's an open house for maybe anyone, then that's drives the attitude for the publicness.
And then that same ground floor becomes the middle level one also?
Up here, sort of in the transfer.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, the middle section of the building, there's another green cylinder.
Cody, it is not a restroom at every level, correct?
No, not at every level. And maybe that answers the question of,
Bob, it's only a restroom at ground. Like it's a massive public restroom at ground.
Yeah, it's like a 40 stall restroom at the base. And then it services the occupancy load it needs at the top when it needs to, but otherwise, using the escalator the travel time, I suppose, is not outrageous.
I guess what replaces the restroom function when it's higher, when it goes up? Like in that middle section, that number 7, like, yeah, the middle, that what is that? I can't read it.
Rental rooms?
Yeah, there's rental rooms.
Public cylinder? What's the public cylinder, Cody?
Yeah, maybe that one was never fully programmed, but to me, it was not necessarily about the program per se of that, but the fact that the form of it becomes proliferated in the most public of spots.
But you could, yeah. I mean, I guess one could make that claim, that you see something that is monumental and therefore it's for the public visually, but it seemed like your thing was more about this scissor of the red escalator that cuts through and ties the ground to the middle to the top. So I would expect there to be some programmatic landing pad for them at those 3 areas and not merely a visual, oh, public is green. Wherever I see the green figure, I know it's public, even if it's not really public, So
I think it's for me, it's the combination of the 3, right? So if it exists as a sort of publicness here, then that publicness gets transferred. I'm losing the plans. Gets transferred here to the red now, right? And then that gets transferred once more to a sort of blue element at the top. So it's.
But the red was always public, right?
All 3 of those colors are public elements.
Yeah, but sometimes they work as elements and sometimes they're just the coding of an element.
Yeah, I think it's ambiguous, Cody. At times it's an element, at times it's like a zone. I
should step back and say I really appreciate the argument and the way you use documentation to make the case for the urbanism and the program. And I mean, I think that's, clear in your argument. I think the nitpicking I have is more with how it gets developed. And I think it could be a little more intentional and relentless. I mean, I like the big move, but then I kind of want the other moves to be secondary to that. So like the plans seem a little scattered and accidental and awkward in an unintentional way, which is always the problem with awkwardness. Do I mean it or am I just being sloppy? And so I think in many cases, awkwardness is a theory for sloppiness. So I think, you need to show why the plans kind of don't quite line up and rattle around. Like if it's, I like the big zipper red thing and I don't mind the green islands that pop up or the blue roof element, but then I kind of want everything else to really be a service or background to that and to be worked out efficiently, not have equal idiosyncrasies invested in them. But I think that's more like a kind of refinement comment and, kind of appreciation for the argument overall.
I think the representation is really well done, Cody. And I don't know, I mean, I think this is just a larger thought is how we define publicness, right? Like you were saying, the green cylinder is always this kind of public space, but a bathroom stall is the most private space that you can have anywhere, you know, outside of your home. Like you can close it, it's completely your own. And so I think that those terms are, you know, tricky. I don't think that there's really an answer to that. But something I wasn't clear on was the corner condition. So I know that 2 of the walls are opaque, and what was the kind of idea behind having it positioned in that particular place in the plan? What was, maybe I missed that.
For here?
So maybe it's most visible in the last 2 renderings, but also, I mean, obviously I can see it in your site plan as well, is that these walls in the back.
Yeah, those are sort of, yeah, to be fully transparent, like enclosure wasn't fleshed out. But these back here, then
no pun intended.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'm speaking less about the specifics of the detail, but that there's like 2 opaque ends and it kind of faces outwards in one direction, but you sort of negate or ignore what you see on those other 2 sides. So I'm not asking about the specifics of the design, but the larger position.
You mean this diagonal? I don't know if I'm understanding correct.
I also lost my annotation somewhere. Oh, here it is. If you go back to those images at the end, I can maybe, so it's like, seems like that's really solid. And then you're kind of opening into this direction.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, like I said, that maybe is a sort of residue of this, you know, a circle at the ground as a resultant of responding to the CTA line. That then that edge always maybe opened up more because of that.
Has a kind of helmet Jan factor in that, like 2 edges that are held in a solid vertical orthogonal system, and then curvature on the other side, which is like the Xerox building or State of Illinois. Right. I mean, it has that sort of 80s postmodern, let's soften modernism a little bit with a soft corner and hold the 2 back corners to produce that public diagonal from the corner across the plan. And I'm not.
Yeah, for sure. I think with the sort of Noli analysis, you know, that these things were talked about too. So maybe that was always somewhere there.
Yeah, I think these readings that I just heard are making the proposal a bit more clear for me. So I think I only have some very practical observations left, and that is one that I'm very intrigued by your escalators, the beautiful diagonal red lines through your building, and what I see them as a very clear gesture, an invitation, and ironically you do not use them for a very refined distribution system, but you use them for grand gestures that you would normally perhaps do with an elevator. So I imagine that you spent quite some time now on the escalators going up, and we can only stop in 3 places. Then I was wondering what happens in between. You probably get beautiful views throughout your building, well, it is I'm just struggling a bit with what we actually, besides the gesture and of this invitation, what we see on the way. If it's still fun when we're halfway, or whether we are going to start to become impatient, so to say.
Yeah, I suppose for me it was, you know, an idea that in historically maybe the club, like the inaccessibility of it was maybe made at least momentarily accessible or visibly accessible in this sort of slicing through, you know, the floors of the club on your way to a different destination, right? So you're not part of the club, but yet you witness the happenings of the club. In a way to sort of force that tension of the non-member interacting with the sort of member.
Yeah, that is very appealing, I think. I could also imagine a waterfall of smaller escalators, which would also provide this, but then you would actually add a sort of small scale distribution system, which simultaneously is more, or also could also be grand and even monumental. But perhaps I'm too much focusing on this now, but it's something very particular in your proposal, which I also like. So well, also for you, but I feel that I'm becoming the constructor now during these crits, is that
it's good, Yup.
Yeah,
we appreciate it.
that well, also in your project, there's great optimism about what the construction can do, and I feel a bit familiar with the comment of Bob concerning whether it is very, very precise precision attack of this construction, or it's slight ignorance. It is hard to determine, to be honest. It would help if you explain us a bit about the constructional system then.
Yeah,
I mean, sometimes you sometimes you place the column in a room. Here we can see it, room 6, room 7. That's actually an unwanted guest, but perhaps not. So and sometimes you make a cross column. Why is exactly that column a cross column? It's a beautiful type of column, but why?
Well, so the grid was laid out sort of maybe, later on in the project. And in order to facilitate the sort of escalator, like the decision was made to maybe split here, also to maybe increase a sort of span or spacing between them. And the cross column was a sort of, the play of shapes, or the sort of like deploying of forms was done again, I suppose, in the cross column. I mean, it is the middle of the building, like it is split on the grid in that way. So it then becomes maybe the most important column, or it becomes the sort of the centerpiece column, I suppose.
But why is it escaping the grid? So is it because it's in the center? But why isn't the rest of the grid then aligned or based on this centrality of the middle column? Because if I now align the middle column with the column on the left, it's not aligning, and neither it's aligning with the column on top.
Maybe it's a representation mistake, but I had always thought they were, but
okay. Then
Talking about this alignment here, Yup?
Yes.
I think part of it has to do with it's kind of an oblique cut, and so you might be misleading. But it does, yeah. It looks like maybe it's rotated, Cody. So we kind of read it.
Okay, wait. Perhaps.
I mean, there was
line is slightly rotated.
Yeah, it was.
So it's more like this. Now it's aligned. So if I now start,
right?
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Okay. Clear.
Is number 8 the series of all the plans, Cody?
Yes.
Yes.
Very diagrammatically. Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure it out how it changes. Because I guess go to number 6 for a second. It's the promissory diagram for me of the escalator, which is, it's a void when it burrows through the poche of private space, and then it's a figural object when it goes through the void space of the public floor. But I guess that to me suggests very different plan conditions when the escalator is in a private floor, and every program's got to be packed up tight around it because it's the free thing that's carved through the solid stack, whereas other times you can see it as a monumental figure in a void space, but maybe you can't see from it, So like, I don't know. I mean, I think that would set up a kind of grain of plans that would be different because they all seem pretty self-similar in terms of their airiness.
Yes.
I'm curious, Job, too, if it would have also been interesting to couple the escalator into kind of the structural conceit, where it could have very much become like more of, articulated as one of these like bifurcated columns.
Yes, because also in with escalators of this length, they start to become well, you have to make quite a span, so they become really substantial. I would also guess they would become thicker, and then indeed they could also become a part of the. Well, first they have to support themselves. Let's start with that, because right now I'm not sure whether that would be possible. But I mean, it doesn't kill the idea, I think.
No, certainly not. But I think just it reshapes maybe the thinking and also positions it closer or farther away from what Bob might be suggesting, Cody, is whether you register it as like a figure or a void, which could also make a really kind of compelling relationship to a drawing you don't show, which is our Noli section, and beginning to think about how this building also adds to the city in that way, not just in plan.
Right.
But on that note, Barbara, I think we need to wrap up with any final thoughts before we
say getting closer to the afternoon session. But yeah, any general comments will be very appreciated if you do have some.
Yeah, thanks everyone for sharing that with us. I think the proposals were clear in what they were in terms of planning and how they were organized. But I think I said this already, that I almost wanted many of you to kind of push that further. So like, for instance, the diagram we were just looking at with Cody, I think everyone has something like that along the lines. And so I think making those like initial intentions really clear later on would be helpful. And also, I think for these really large kind of building proposals, like I'm always wanting to understand a little bit more what it would be like if you were actually there. And so I think the perspectives that we did see, like those are helpful for us to get a glimpse of what it would be like inside. And I would just encourage you to also continue to develop those types of views.
Yeah, I'm also enthusiastic about what I saw, because I think you have all engaged with quite complex urban programs and complex programs in an urban setting, which requires you to both have a complexity inside, but also react to the complexity outside. And some of you are more ignorant and others are more responsive, which I both find valid positions and interesting positions. And I feel that dealing with this complexity, most of you seem to have been sucked into the interior, which is also understandable. But to my opinion, there could be more elaboration on how you act in public as a building. And also, Well, on one hand, it sounds a bit like a detail, but for me, the crucial element in a public building is the interaction with the plinth, or how people actually are being welcomed, and that is perhaps really the classical entrance. Where do we enter, and what happens there? And that is perhaps a very high res and a very particular moment, but I think it tells a lot about how you want the building to act in the public domain. And I think for a public building or semi-public building, that is an important aspect. But I'm very enthusiastic about the diversity of the projects that I saw. So compliments.
Thank you. And yeah, you're totally right. We spent quite some time also, like, I guess the aim of redoing the Nolly plan was to understand the relation of the building with the ground. And yeah, I think, yeah, maybe some proposals are more successful than other, or put more thoughts on that. Some other definitely develop more the project from the interior and the understanding of the internal space, and then brought back to, went back just at the really end to the view or the reaction of the building to the city. Yeah, would have been great to have 3 more months or another semester to keep developing the project further. Thank you all. Thank you, y'all, for.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. Thank you for inviting me.
It was nice to see you. Hope to see you back soon.
Good luck. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
So yeah, we have 9 minutes if you want.
I'm going to go walk my dog really quickly, and I'll be back.
I need to eat something super quickly, but yes. We'll meet you.
See you later.
In 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Bob.
Thank you, Bob. We are here until 6 if you want.
Yeah, feel free to Zoom bomb anytime you want.
I got 4 shows. Doing 4 shows tonight.
Tell Stuart we said hi.
Ciao, ciao. So guys, see you in 5 minutes when Hi, Kelly.
Hi, Barbara. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you as well. Hey, everyone. Good to see you
Hey,
all.
Kelly.
Thank you for joining us. Sorry.
Yeah, I want to see what these guys and people and women are up to.
Yeah, our last morning's run a little bit late, so we had like 5 minutes break for a quick bite.
You started earlier. You started this morning.
Yeah, we are starting this morning. We're doing the whole day, just to give enough time for everybody.
That's a really good idea because my review was yesterday and it felt like horribly rushed. Like
Yeah,
15
and also like,
students, and I was like, it's too crazy, too fast.
we thought at least giving them enough time to discuss
Yeah.
the offer they made was at least like the least rewarding we could have organized.
Professor Lewis.
Hi,
Hello.
Paul. Meet you.
Hi. I'm I was an hour ahead of schedule, you know. What are the chances? I'm still on East Coast time. Imagine that. So apologize for coming early. But yeah.
Thank you for
great to have you.
Yeah. And I the downside is that I have to leave at 4:30 my time, which is about a half hour earlier than I had planned because I got my time zone messed up. So I apologize. So
no worries. We'll try to wrap it up. We have 4 projects to review, so we might make it. So maybe Thomas, you want to introduce our guest, and maybe I'll do the quick intro.
Yes, of course. So Paul, Kelly, meet our students. Today you'll be meeting with, I just check my schedule here, Raha, Ronald, Miriam, and Andrew. And students, you all are familiar with Kelly Baer, who's a professor at UIC, also a principal with Christy Ballier in a firm called Baer Ballier. And then I'm also excited to introduce you to Paul Lewis, who was my professor around this time in my career, or an educational career. And Paul, outside of being a principal at Lewis Hermaki Lewis, is also a professor at Princeton University School of Architecture. Paul, great to see you. Thanks for joining.
Great to see you too. Thanks for inviting me.
All right, so I will run you through a super quick intro before students' presentation, just to give you a general overview of the studio. I know we shared already all the material with you, but we don't know if you had time to review it, so it will be very quick. Also, perhaps maybe I'll share also the Miro link with you in case you want to look on your own students' presentation. So as you know, studio is titled Open House, and the aim is to design a metropolitan container for social activities in Chicago. The studio poses 3, let's say, main questions. 2 of these are if it is possible to reimagine the institution of and the typology of the American Athletic Club for the contemporary city, and at the same time, if it's possible to compensate for the absence of public structure that are sometimes lacking in American cities. Another big question that we pose to students is how to design an institution for collectivity. And for doing that, we have been looking at various types of precedents, of course, the North American Athletic Clubs, but also contemporary house case studies like the Shibata House in Tokyo. We looked at North American athletic clubs mostly for their program complexity, but also for the building type. So in fact, we are asking students to design a mid-rise building in the loop of Chicago. But we also look at the more contemporary case studies because we are interested in the openness and publicness and the type of user that they include. So a totally different model, let's say, compared to the privateness that was offered in the North American athletic labs. The precedent included like a variety of projects bridging from the constructivist social condenser in Russia to, of course, the North American athletic clubs. the Maison du Peuple in France and in Belgium, and some more contemporary case studies in Brazil, but also in France, also just like recently built. We looked specifically at how program and activities are scattered and organized throughout the building. Of course, an emphasis was given to the section because of the building type. We also observed how users occupy the architecture throughout the day. Of course, plan composition and spatial quality, so how architecture can influence the way all these activities might happen and create collectivity as well as individual moments. We noticed that in some of them, flexibility offers an opportunity for collectivity to happen even like at different levels. So in some projects, we also try to include these elements. And also we observe how circulation sometimes is the architectural element that perhaps like most represent the collective moments within the building. So we also been sometime in some of the project introducing these elements as the core of the collective space. And in a later stage after midterm, we quickly looked also a little bit into structure. We had a one-day workshop with a UIC structural engineer reviewing the project just to start giving and start dimensioning, let's say, properly in the drawing columns and beams. But still, this aspect is being kept, let's say, conceptually and not, let's say, shouldn't be taken too literal or defined. The same attitude was placed into like mapping the city. We took as a reference the Nolli plan designed in 1748 by Giambattista Nolli, who actually brought up by mapping the city of Rome, extrapolating, let's say, the spatial qualities of the most monumental spaces in the city. We looked also as a reference to the work of Venturi Scott Brown and Eisenhower, of course, with the help of Edward Russia for the survey of the city in terms of like also like mapping the activities of the city. And we took a portion of the loop, I mean, mostly actually the entire loop, including a part across the river on the west, and the first, let's say, plots on the North River to map, let's say, the site condition of the city, just to understand, let's say, the dynamics around our sites. So students have been collectively and in group mapping this portion of the city and understanding how most of the time, because of the nature of the loop being constructed mostly by towers, how the program is overlapping, but defining as well like major activities. And at the same time, we've been replicating the Nolli plan for Chicago and discover the porosity, or trying to extrapolate the porosity and trying to understand at which level the accessibility and the publicness is also nestled into the Chicago buildings. And we did that not only in plan, but also in the section, given the nature again of the building type that characterize the loop, and discover, of course, that there are many moments within the city where openness or accessibility mostly happen in section rather than in plan. We assigned students a real site, in the south part of the loop, between the intersection between Van Buren and South Wabash Street. The site is heavily charged by the presence of the elevated rail on the east and the south side. The site measures roughly 275 feet by 165 feet. And as you can see, yeah, the presence of the rail, it's kind of like creating a sort of like boundaries on two corners. On the north side, also the site is bounded by an adjacent building of around like 250 feet tall. And to the west, an alley and a building, and a short building. in terms of like restriction for the project, students were required by us to leave 1/3 of the site unbuilt. We identify a GFA, an FAR of 16 and a GFA of for around like less than 50,000 square feet. So at the end, like the buildable area that they had to design is about like 30,000 square feet. We set in an approximately limit height to 350 feet, but also left being like, but we also stayed a little bit flexible within this parameter to let students eventually, according to their size strategy, to be able to develop more vertically. So we, in this case, like we kind of indicated the city limit height, which is was indicated for this site, 520 feet. On the east, so opposite side of the elevated rail, across the street from our side, there is probably the tallest building that surrounds our side. That is the CNA building, which is like almost a double height of what students should propose. In terms of program, students were asked also to come up with their own interpretation of the brief. We indicated the program in terms of like percentages, not as actual activities. So we just identify, let's say, the main categories among which students had to figure out like what type of living they were consuming for the club, what type of working space, what kind of rentable space, what kind of sports. Of course, sports, just because we took as a model the North American club, is the program that occupies the most area within the building. But we didn't require specific activities, so they had to choose what type of sports to include. But most importantly, what we prescribed to kind of like try to offer, let's say, a new vision of or on a possible evolution of the athletic clubs, we prescribed that 70% of the program had to be for restricted access, while the other 30% should have been freely accessible. We didn't ask students to imagine a managing program for this. We imagine that the building might be operated even entirely privately, or it might be a combination of different stakeholders like public and private. We mostly ask them to think about how, through architecture, we can design an institution for collectivity. Is there any questions on this?
No, makes sense.
Great.
Oh, I should add that Paul also lives in the Downtown Athletic Club, right, Paul?
I do. What used to be the card playing and billiard floor. So, yeah, it's
how's the renovation going, by the way?
Yeah, funny you should ask. Discussion. Yeah, we're renovating the apartment. Let's just say that the building is an amazing building that had a disastrous renovation in 2004 into condo units. And it's a conversation for another time. How do you take a building that has idiosyncrasy on every level and turn it into generic? And all kinds of problems unfold from that. So anyways.
Yeah.
All right.
Barbara, maybe just a related question, and I meant to look this up, but ran out of time. How close is this to the old CAC, the Chicago Athletic Club, now hotel? I know it's close, but is it like behind it?
South of it.
You mean the site is slightly south? It's like 3 blocks south of it.
Got it. Okay, great.
It's basically very close, very much closer to the Union League Club, which is like behind the post office and the federal building.
Got it. Okay.
Anyway, within the area.
No, it seemed close when I was looking at the map, but I didn't actually.
It's very close.
Great.
If you, we'll share with you the Nolly map so you could see that, of course, we have been mapping it there. Okay. So we, we'll ask students to present within 10 minutes and then have other 10 minutes to discuss the project.
Try to cap everything at 20. I'll keep time.
Yes.
Raha, take it away.
Raha. take it over.
Hi, Paul. Hi, Kelly. Thank you for being here. Okay. Can we see it now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the generating idea for this building was to explore how to create different environments in correspondence to the programs they house and also the interaction of the public and the private users. Also, this building is not only about human interactions, but also welcomes other beings such as different animals, perhaps, as an alternative to the conventional social interactions of an athletic club. This building is best understood through its section, and it shows how it consists of 4 different environments separated by these story-high truss platforms. And so the architecture and the structure in this building are, they work in close rapport to each other. The exploded accent shows the different programs of the building in relationship to each other, and then also how shows how the main level of each portion of the building is each environment of the building is the public floor, and then the more private or membership ones are based off of it. And also the building is unified from the outside by general metal mesh skin, which drapes down the building. So I start from the bottom and the first environment, which I call ice. And this is an open air plaza, totally open to the city. And it changes season with the city, it freezes, melts with the season. And if you look at the plan, it is partially elevated to the height of the L track next to it. And then it also has like a gathering space for different demonstrations or events of the city. And the rest of the building and the higher levels are accessed by the main core from this level. This line shows the level below it, which is the street level, and it houses like the flexible area or slash the exhibition area, and also shows how the loading docks work from the side alley. This perspective view shows the openness. I wanted to show the openness of the ground level or first level, which I call the plaza, and how it is in open space. The second part is it is basically more the living units, which are foster homes for animals, and it works with the business floor, which is a pet clinic, and also training field for people and animals. So all of these spaces, they work together, and they are all unified by that metal mesh skin, and the skin lets the air and the light flow throughout the whole space. This is the plan for one of those living units, the foster homes, and it is not only to the needs of the humans, it is more of a communal living, but also corresponds to the needs of the animals living with its people. So the interiors are shaped by flexible partitions that could shape the more private spaces of humans, or the play area or training area of animals. The third one is the water park. The base level is again public, and then the next two are accessed from it and are more private, and it has like an aquarium for the fish inside of it. And not also they have a visual connection, the public and the private, but also like the slides from the private lands on the public, and then they have to go back to where they were. This also shows the public floor of the water park, and how the public and the private both have to go through the same path of the showers and the locker rooms to get access to the overall space of the water park. It shows the look of this space to the city, and also how the public level and the more private ones are visually connected. The last one and the crown is called Earth, and it is basically an aviary for adopted birds, and also it mixes the small living units for or very short staying rentables for people for like overnight staying, and also the climbing rocks, and so that the people and the animals could maybe interact and perhaps end up, someone ends up adopting one of them. So this shows how these, there are tiny, very tiny cabins for just 2 people. And also the rentable could be thought as like very light tents for just one night. So this other section also shows how the structure and the different environments work together and the overall height of the building, and also how the plaza is at the level of the train track. The day versus night use of the building. So during the day, the whole building is open, but at night, just the living, like the bottom, the top, and the livings are all accessed. The overall collection of the different floor slabs, and also the building within its context and how the mesh unifies the whole building, and also how this bed space is because of its correspondence to its climate. It has to be a double skin, but the rest they let air flow. Yeah, thank you.
Raha, still keep sharing your PDF, and could you do me a favor and could you go to the preferences and enhance lines?
Yes, for sure.
Thanks.
Sorry.
It's a really enjoyable project to look at, only because it's really peculiar in that as a tower. You know, first of all, just from a basic logic, right? It sticks the core dead center in basically a symmetrical plan that's only symmetrical in one axis, not in the other. And by separating all the circulation, all the stairs, with the exception of the elevator, to the north, then you end up with what you're hoping is a cantilever on all 3 sides, right? Or on 2 sides. Yeah, it's 3 sides, right? And then you kind of celebrate that by detaching the floor plate. The cantilevers go to different directions, different depths. And then you get this interstitial space that's made available where you really get a floor inside of a space, right? So you really get this kind of almost like a sequence of larger, at some level, going back to your initial diagram, it really is 3 or 4 volumes I kind of see kind of placed on top of each other that then have kind of floors within them, right?
Yes.
And you kind of have this very open space. I mean, it's like the economics of this are another issue. Like, how would you really justify this volume of space, and how would it actually hold up? So there's some kind of questions of kind of the tectonics and structure, but as a spatial diagram, I think it's taking the downtown athletic club's autonomy of each floor, but finding ways that you get actually a kind of nesting or a kind of ways in which these exist within kind of larger really three-dimensional spatial territories or communities, if you will. I think that's really provocative. What I'm not convinced about yet is really the use of the elevator as a structural device. In other words, I'm kind of looking for the ability. Are you sharing screen? No, right? So I'm just looking.
Yeah, Raha, can you share your screen, please?
Oh, I'm not.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
do it for you if you want. Let me know.
Can we see that?
Yeah, that works. Okay. Yeah, I mean, part of what I'm trying to get at is you've got basically the stairs back here, and then you've got the kind of elevator core dead center here. And the problem is, and that gives you the ability to prop these things up somewhat, but I worry that it actually becomes a visual impediment to the very views and the opportunities you want. In other words, is that core really, I don't see the elevator yet being a catalyst for the program as much as I think you would want it to be. So could you imagine the elevator actually being stacked back here and using another structural system that may actually be able to carry the weight a little bit better, more of a kind of diagram, I don't know, something that could allow it to be a little bit more part of the metal curtain that would open up the entire floor in a way. I just worry that the ability, the openness that you're able to achieve is then compromised by sticking this elevator core in the middle of it. And that's all in the context of what I think is a really, really interesting project, in part because you're doing this, you're getting all these qualities in section, not by using, ramps or, any kind of complex, except for, of course, the ramp of water slides, but you're not actually doing elaborate manipulations from floor to floor. It's just basically a kind of a stacking of Virandel on top of Virandel, but you get really, really interesting qualities of space around it. I'm not sure it needs to be so symmetrical along the kind of, north-south axis. It seems a little like, why does it have to be so relentlessly symmetrical? But nonetheless, I think it's a really ingenious scheme. So I find it really fascinating. So.
Yeah, thank you. So I don't know, maybe from the very first beginning, the core was thought to be like a skewer to all of these spaces, and that's how I went on the design of the building. And yeah, you're right, maybe there could be other ways around to have like more open space.
Yeah, I mean, the project seems to be about these relationships that often are trying to subvert the like one thing from the other. So maybe similar, I think, to Paul's first comment, the project almost, you didn't say this, but it almost has this narrative of like, it was a regularly stacked tower of floor plates that then occasionally you sort of kneecapped, right? And program kind of fell into the next level. So I think this like quality of nesting that's coming through, it seems like it's probably the most clear in the water slide volume, where it becomes kind of difficult to tell where that, I think you said that's private nested in water slide. Is that right? Like right where you're
yeah, so the main one is public, and then the next two are private membership.
Raha, maybe you can maximize that section perspective, just so we can just look at that.
Yeah, it's almost like you've like leveled it at certain floors, which has allowed either the kind of formal or spatial envelope of those floors to physically dip into the one below, or just the programmatic kind of activity goes between the two. And I think you do it again at the top where you have the kind of rock plus aviary plus hotel or short-term living, which I think is really interesting. I would imagine if we picked it apart further, we would find more of that. And I think that's one of the really great qualities of the project. The other kind of reversal or like illogical thing is that you put the earth at the top. You both title it Earth, and then you give us these qualities of living in a cave, right? And so there's this weightedness, but then you cap it with this light mesh, right, which extends down to the ground. And I love that. I mean, I wish that there was a little bit more weightedness, and maybe that's one of the reasons you started to press some of those cores to the exterior to kind of find solidity and heaviness vertically as opposed to always horizontally.
Yes.
But the other thing I wanted to say is the third illogical yet maybe intelligent part of the project is the way you treat the ground. So you talk about this open plaza, but you act quite politically on it by raising at least half of it, I think, right? There's like an elevation change that happens down from what I assume is the level of the street and the level of the L. Which I think is really strategic. At first, it seemed totally counter to how you would have an open plaza and actually pull people in, out of the street. But as you start to see its alignment with the L, I think it actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I was curious about this, the status of these kind of walls, which seem to go a little bit kind of contrary to the very ephemeral, open, transparent continuity that you were wanting to achieve everywhere else, which is not a criticism, more a question, which is, and I really like the idea that somehow that temperature-wise, that this was really seen as all outside, right? That there's something really provocative about that. But then the wall seemed oddly harsh in context. So could you? What was the intent of this? Basically, a kind of ground floor berm that was being done here. Was it meant as a barrier? Was it like what were you trying to get with that? So
well, actually, maybe it could be better seen in this one. So that's the exhibition area, and then the ramp somehow hug this as they go up to the level of the L, and yeah, and then in the section we wanted to make the building seem like it is attached to the ground, because before it was not maybe not the way I wanted it connected to the ground, but then I don't know, with this I was trying to make it more stable in the ground.
Yeah, it's one of the few places within the building where you use a wall as your kind of instrument. Generally speaking, you're using floors everywhere as your dividing point, and you're trying to actually almost make the walls disappear, right? And it struck me as being odd that you would, and it may be just I don't know quite enough about how that works. And even in the perspective, it looks like a barrier. I mean, maybe it is about transparency and continuity, but at least in terms of the way
this is like more like a glass wall where people can see through the exhibition area as they go up the ramp.
Yeah. Again, it has to do with kind of status of how you're thinking about walls, and you've introduced a totally different way of imagining the curtain wall, and so this seems a little bit more like the kind of tropes of raised plazas than I think you want. So. The other thing that I would mention is I think your section is really, really interesting, and I would want to see you kind of almost work through the structure more, and not to solve it, but actually advance it. And I think at some level you almost with these large Virendales, one could almost imagine, and maybe this is the plan, but it wasn't, are these things there to suspend these floors, right? Is this more like the Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank? What are the ways? And then, but at some level, you may need to have prop these things up, or some way in which that reading could come into the project a little bit more directly. And then the other thing I would want to know more about is the reflected ceiling plan. Like, what is the underside of these things? What are the underside of the floors, which are actually, in a strange way, more dominant than the floors themselves, and that's a great opportunity to explore. So that's a really interesting project.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Raha. Barbara, should we move on?
Yes.
It's really good.
Ronald?
Yes.
Okay. So this project splits the athletic club into two sibling towers, offset from each other, creating a visual interaction between the two siblings, where one cannot function without the other, sharing similar traits and connected to each other through bridges. So the program distribution spreads out the different activities throughout both towers to encourage mixing between the public and private visitors to the building, with the main program of sports shown in blue, located in the middle. So most of the public areas are located closer to the ground level, with the exception of the flexible meeting space at the top of the smaller tower and 2 restaurants in the taller tower up higher. And in this area of the loop, there are multiple universities focused on the arts. So the programming outside of sports that were chosen for this project were artist spaces, dance studios, and a gallery at the bottom. Here is an isometric view of the structure. The 2 towers are raised on a plinth, which has been aligned with the elevated CTA tracks, which are on the south and east parts of the site. And this is an image of the 4th floor bridge connecting artist studios to a co-working space. The North Tower houses the main core for vertical circulation, so visitors will use that tower to access connecting programs. In this day use diagram, it shows that in the morning, 43% of the building will be used, with the restaurant at the bottom open and maybe people in the gym. And then at noon, about 85% of it's being used, and then at night, only 30%. Here is an isometric view of the backside, highlighting the plinth. The building features an exterior structural system, allowing more open interior spaces. So this is an image showing the view from the CTA train as it passes by. The large strand in the middle is a space where people can gather or sit. It leads up to a public area, which is in full view of the people on the train. And then also this back building is DePaul University, where the students can look down onto this basketball court. And here's a floor plan of that. The people are highlighted in red, showing a public gathering space under the smaller tower. And then the 2 public basketball courts are accessible to anybody. And then here is the main lobby for the taller tower. And this is a space where both public and private members can interact. And so here's another image of that level with the train passing by. And this is a plan of the 7th floor showing tennis courts on one side and a gym on the other. The locker rooms and main bathrooms are located in the taller tower. So after using the locker rooms, you would cross over to the other side to access this cardio and weight training area. This is an image of the basketball courts with a viewing platform above. And looking across, there's a view of a range of activities looking back and forth through both of the buildings. And this is a 6th floor plan showing artist studios across from a pool. So these are 2 like different activities that are looking at each other on the same level. And this is a section going east to west, showing the artist studios toward the bottom, followed by these kind of performance and dance spaces and the flexible meeting space at the very top. This is the All Plans collection. So the shorter tower has 12 floors and the taller one has 19. This north to south section cuts through the staircase of the shorter tower. This area, the taller one, has mostly sports activities. Across from it is more dance and performance. And at the top are overnight rooms acting as a hotel for members. And since they're located near the top, they have the most privacy from the other floors. This is the 12th floor, which is public, which houses a restaurant connected to this flexible meeting space. which has retractable walls and seating, allowing it to be used for a variety of purposes. And this is a zoom in of that section. So here on the left, it's being used as seating and separated meeting spaces. And on the right, it's opened up with tables for like a larger meeting. And this final image is a view of the building from the street. The steel and glass exterior mimics the language of an office tower, which are abundant in the loop, visually fitting into the area, but with a much different purpose of an athletic club. And that's the last slide.
Thanks, Ronald. Clear presentation.
Very clear presentation. Hi, Ronald. And I'm sorry, Ronald, I didn't say hello to you before you started talking.
How are you?
Hello, Ronald. And hello, Ronald. Ronald, can you just talk about the gaps in between?
Yes.
Not the gaps.
So that's kind of, so there's an open air level here, and then it's mimicked again on the other side. And since the site was really dark, it was kind of allowing the light to come into the middle, which is also this slant at the top was for like a light sunlight reason. And also, if I go back up, for like a viewing area from this, where 23 is kind of looking down into this flexible space.
So where is that on the shorter tower? In the
It's number,
you're not cutting through it there.
it's number 12. It's cutting right in the middle of the beam. So it kind of looks like,
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. And the glazing is translucent, not transparent, correct?
Yes, it's like I was kind of imagining like a John Hancock kind of facade to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the project is clearly working within a legacy of a kind of exterior express structure. I think in your case, though, it almost seems, I don't know if it's the thickness of the frame or if there's actually a gap between the frame and where the glazing starts. I don't think that's the case, but this rendering almost makes it look like there's some, there's space between those two. And so I like that you're, I don't think it is, but it could be. And I like that you could maybe start to think about those gaps happening both laterally across the site, as well as the two that you've introduced vertically in the project. And I was asking about the glass because I liked the diagram that showed the usage. Like it seems so precise that like 43%, we know that percentage of use, which is, you know, maybe an estimate, maybe it's very,
yeah,
but
dividing.
but in some ways, like this diagram, along with it, comes with the effects of the building. That I think the decision to go with a translucent glazing over a transparent glazing would actually really make a lot of sense. And so you would start to see, you know, different areas of the building glowing. And I think, of course, we see this, you know, in most cities, but typically it's transparent glass. And so we're actually seeing the light source. And here I could imagine a kind of really super diffused aesthetic that would start to not only come through the building, but migrate over the course of the day and night. And I think for a very stoic and serious looking building, I think it actually is, it does have the potential to project effects. You're not talking about them, but I think that they would be
Yeah, it's a strange proposition because you set it up as siblings, and I immediately think in terms of friction and problems, you know, battles between siblings. And, you know, I think that the strength of the project is potentially the way in which each one is kind of dependent upon the other, right? So somehow, you know, the criticism of the project would be that you've done two towers that are kind of self-similar and they coexist, but they don't really engage each other as much as they could. The strength of the project is where you have the possibility to link them. I think that the stair coming up between, the way in which the lower portion down here deflects and kind of defers to the other side. I think these are moments where you're getting into the kind of ways that the two towers start to exchange with each other. And I would I would encourage you to kind of look for a little bit more of that kind of exchange, which is to say, I think that the problem now is they exist a little bit too much as autonomous tower. The exoskeletal skin tends to kind of enclose each one independently from each other. And I would go through it and say, all right, well, what are the ways in which these two towers could only exist because of each other, right? And it would maybe require greater kind of connection across the side. Maybe where you have different section heights, you might have start to have slope floors that then could be occupied for other reasons. So you can introduce variation from the flat floors in the interstitial space. So this space could, I think, be a lot richer. And I know you're using it from your floor plan. You're using it as your means to get your two types of egress. Sorry to be so pragmatic. You got your two stair towers, one in each building, but that means every floor needs to be connected to the other one, right? So you have an argument that says, okay, they're codependent upon each other. How does that actually elaborate into more spatial connection and glue? And I even wonder whether the exoskeleton system might be super rational Hancock tower on the outside, but then when it comes to this middle, you might have all these kind of cross braces, and the thing might actually build upon itself. You might then get rid of that column, for example. And so in fact, they would be actually structurally unstable without each other, right? They actually have to kind of glue into each other in some ways. So I think you could have this effect of, from the outside, the serene stability, but you realize that in fact, it's only because they're both there that they kind of are able to both function, be stable, be connected, have egress, and even in that crossing from side to side, you realize that these floors are very different, and in fact, they have different usage, and that actually gets brought more into the mix of the project. So it could both have this sense of being a kind of efficient, post-war Chicago tower, but on the other hand, its middle reveals this more complex exchange between the two. I think the complexity right now, the critique would be that you could too easily get rid of these crossings, and then you just have two towers, and that is not where you want to be. You want to make sure that connection between the two of them is absolutely instrumental to the project, so it can't be removed, and it becomes really the heart of the project. Again, I think this is kind of great. I mean, I think that moment is really, really nice on the project. And I think you could do more in between the two projects. So two buildings to make it into one project.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I mean, along those lines, it's
more narcissists, less siblings.
Yeah, or make them into one. Maybe less siblings and more like I don't know. Yeah, a split personality. I don't know.
Well, it seems like they seem to want to share appendages, but not organs. So I think the bridging across in plan seems like a generous corridor. Or the only thing that's ever going to happen in there is circulation. And so I think, to Paul's point, it's like you easily know where that can start and stop, which is at the limit of the facade of either building. And I think if that were to thicken sometimes, you would be able to program that space a bit more. And then to the organ point, or maybe making things a bit more like shared organs as opposed to shared appendages, some of that program could pull in right to the interior side of either one or both of the buildings. So it becomes a little more difficult to know where you could actually cut it.
Okay.
I'm having this kind of weird conjoined twin surgical in my brain, but it seems like if this was done right, you almost couldn't do the surgery. It'd be too dangerous. Right?
Yeah, and it may actually suggest that you, I don't know, the plans of each one try to be almost too independent from each other, right? So here, this is almost meant to be its own building. It's got its kind of elevator core. This kind of is its own building. It's it doesn't have enough of a core, but it's attempting to have a core here. I wonder whether you might actually have to drag your cores into here and make that one of the initial splits or something, or some way that. I almost think that your diagram should be that at one point they were a building. It's just this half drifted away to be able to open up for light and air and view and idiosyncrasy, et cetera. So some sense that I think you're kind of caught where at some level you're trying to make the twin towers or, the a number of kind of paired Miesian towers, Lakeshore Drive, etc. So finding a way that you move into a different approach, which is what you started off the project with.
I think just one more comment, Ronald. Can you go to a view where we see the stairs?
This one? Or?
It could have been the last view that we were looking. Yeah, that one is great. I think, Paul drew that red squiggle, and it seems like, one way in which maybe it's not only the clarity by which you have tower connection bridges, but it's like tower stair and bridges. And I feel like horizontally that stair could start to break the clean divide. Right now it's just a kind of strip down the middle. And I'm actually thinking, I'm laughing thinking about this, but like you did a stramp when I had you, right? And it was really amazing because it worked its way under a cantilevered corner of the building. So in some ways, a sort of inverse of what could happen in that back corner that Paul had basically there. So it's great to see you're still working the strand, but it seems like that could start to confuse this, a pattern that right now is so strict, not just between the two buildings, but on the site, I think, as well.
Okay, for sure.
Ronald, any questions for the jury?
No, those were all super helpful. Thank you both.
I find it interesting, though, that one of the first lines that Paul brought up was friction, which is very much the way you were thinking about the project originally. So they were originally being thought of as distant rather than siblings.
Right.
But I do like the idea of beginning with a narrative of a centralized core that then gets split.
Right.
Super. Should we keep going, Barbara?
Yes.
Okay, thank you both.
Thanks.
Okay, Ronald. Miriam, you ready?
Hello. Thank you for coming. Okay. Can you see it?
Yep.
Okay. So this project explores the idea of interconnecting the public and private spaces by atomizing a single mass. Through the process of fragmentation, the public and private programs share a common space. So in this view, we have the distribution of the programs throughout the building. And as you can see, there is variety in where each program is located at. Also, the public and private spaces, the 30 and 70%, are allocated throughout the buildings, throughout the building. So the rooftop, also the very top level. The day and night use of program is distributed the same way, having the night use, mostly the dorms, allocated in the black color. So in the ground level, we have the programs that are combined, the sports, the administrative, and also the circulation, which is the core. In the third level, we have programs such as sports, badminton. We have also the wall climbing. We have circulation, obviously, and the dorms are also allocated in this level, but just portion of the dorms, which also continues. This is one of the images of the dorms. So that continues on the fourth level through the series of stairs, and also connecting spaces through ramps. which in this one, it's not actually in this one, it is on the third level, right there. Continuing on the 12th floor, we have these connecting spaces of library and tennis. So this is in plan view how it looks. The library is actually extruding the space into the sports area. And then we have the other sports area, which is also connecting to the food location, and also having a ramp going up to the lockers. Here's another view of that space. In section also, we see how these spaces are connecting from one level to the next through a series of stairs. And also the elevator is one of the main circulation connector throughout all these spaces. So in this, this is another view how the program is distributed. And this is the view from the exterior side, and how some of the areas, some of the spaces are actually not necessarily open, or like materially are not visually to the exterior. So because it's not needed, like for certain locations such as lockers and bathrooms, they don't really need visual from the exterior side. So that's all. Thank you.
So I'm trying to figure out how this works, because I think it's super interesting in that, you know, you're basically trying to take a kind of Lowesian approach to the assembly of rooms, but deploy it at the scale of a you know, whatever, a 15-story tower, and the ability to then basically, you know, dial up the ceiling height and the footprint of each of these rooms, and to look at ways that you can kind of position them adjacent to each other for these overlooks and these, you know, these chance encounters, if you will, spatial chance encounters. I think is kind of ingenious. And the tricky thing is how to then actually make it work within the kind of constraints of a tall building with all the burdens of circulation and everything along those lines. And it seems to me that the one thing that seems to come up as a real, you know, both an opportunity, but something you haven't fully resolved yet, is how do you make those local connections from, you know, half flight or, you know, couple of steps up? How do you find a way that that becomes part of the overall logic of the building and not just a series of idiosyncratic one-offs? And that would be, I guess that would be my question, is that, you know, in your plan diagram at the earlier plans really has a core with rooms around it. And they almost they assume a kind of floor plate. And then as you work to your more detailed plans, you start introducing these kind of couple of steps here, a ramp here, et cetera. And I wonder if that would need to actually be much more kind of systematic, almost to the point that, is there a loop that would allow you to spiral around the building? In a sense, you know, because I think what you're doing is being almost too tactical. So there's a moment here, there's another one over here, there's another one here, there, you know, so every room has its own local connection. But I worry that would, you know, that might end up with a kind of a series of dead ends. I'm kind of curious about the ability to almost kind of promenade through the entire plan, maybe always in reference to the core, right? So, because what you wouldn't want is to have this amazingly complex section and feel like you're always having to come back to the middle zone in order to then go back out, right? You'd want to have a sense that life of the building avoids the core. And right now, I'm not convinced that this sequence of movement is instrumental in the project quite yet. But I think that the ambition of the project and the spatial way of thinking through a tall tower, not based on floor plates, but based on volumes of rooms, is ingenious. And try to make, and then its consequences on the skin, I think, are really interesting. I'd love to find a way that you could work with more balconies and overlaps and double height spaces, and ways that you could get the benefit on the outside of the building of the complexity of the section you're putting forward. But I'm really intrigued by the project. I think it takes some of the diagrams we see, like the Herzog and Miron Tower in Lower Manhattan, that the Jenga tower, but it does it for much more kind of interior reasons and not just for the aesthetics of the outside. I think that's what's so strong about it, and I think it's a really great approach. But it's that next level of it. How do you really use the movement through the building as a key to the spatial experience? I think would take a little bit more work within the scheme.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I need a lot more work.
Not a lot more. I mean, I think all the parts are here. It just they're too local. I think there needs to be some way that the act of moving through the building becomes a kind of unusual promenade that would allow you to link between these different spaces. And it also bring in, I mean, much to Los's circulation strategy, where you're always moving around the perimeter of rooms. How do you move around perimeters of programs that maybe the idea of walking adjacent to a tennis court would be a very different experience than walking adjacent to a classroom. So I think that idea of sampling projects and programs as you're going up would be amazing. And it could even inform the ability to have these walls, low height walls, ability to look in and not be part of it. I think it's exactly what you would want, right? You're super close. It's a really, really interesting project.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree, Miriam. I mean, I think it's a really odd approach to this particular program, the studio brief, the site, like everything about it seems odd, and that's why I like the project. It does seem like it's defying conventions. I mean, it's defying conventions based on Paul's reading of it, in the sense that it's almost like swapping the open plan for like the 9 or the 12 square grid, but it's not even a matter of just kind of scaling at different rates, the kind of villa plan, but there are these kind of like micro articulations that also seem to happen at things like stairs and elevators and ramps, to the point where I feel like that could maybe get cleaned up a little bit. Like there's the overlay of the grid, but then there's also a kind of overlay of another microgrid, which I don't know, it gets really finicky, I think. More in the plans, I think, than in the sections. But the other place I think that it's defying conventions is just the fact that you are working with programs that, aside from like the living units, actually require a lot of volume and space, and you're actually condensing these things into relatively small footprints and oftentimes pretty low ceiling heights. And so it makes me think of like the history of athletic clubs, and the fact that like so much of what happens there is not athletic, but it's like networking, it's saunaing, it's like now there's even ways of swimming in pools where you don't need the full mass of the Olympic sized pool, but you can jump in the like
the plunge
5 foot by 8 foot one that sprays water at you, so it's a better work, so there's like ways of, I don't know, like micro condensing the program that also might start to open up other related but not specific to athletic club programs for you. In other words, like you might have to rethink the given program a bit based on what you're doing here. At the same time, I do like this, like Paul's recounting of like walking by the sidelines of a tennis court. Like, I would assume you would have to begin to then think about like degrees of separation and things like this. So maybe that's where the circulation could come back in terms of getting a bit more centralized and refined. But I do think it's a great project. I was also really happy to see the physical model as the first, I think it was a physical model, right? The pink foam.
Yes.
I just haven't seen one all semester, so it's like I'm nostalgic for it. And so that was great. And I think one of the things that I would say the project is maybe it's a little too reliant in the end on indexing the pixelization of each of the individual programs. And I feel like the promise of that model is that it begins to kind of glue together in larger chunks these smaller programmatic bits. And so the kind of language of it still reading as like an assembly of blocks on the exterior, but never really realizing until you're on the interior how segmented and how kind of maybe compressed and small really some of these interiors are. I think revealing that on the interior and maybe, you know, less Jenga, more like toddler blocks or something, right? So I think that the logic of the interior doesn't necessarily have to reflect that exterior, and that model seemed to be maybe closer to that. Also maybe a Los reference there as well, right? Like he doesn't reveal that section or those interior room relationships on the exterior for the most part. But yeah, really interesting project.
Yeah, I do think that the site strategy is a little undercooked and underrepresented. I mean, it's a series of boxes that have been aggregated together and then placed on the site. But I think you could use that argument to really, I mean, quite literally even be able to start to extend out. I mean, particularly even if it's just the ability to kind of think about the project integrated city, right? So take the Noli map, take the three-dimensional Noli map that's been put forward to you and really use that and say, look, this building is locked into a lot of other kind of nested and adjacent programs, and even the idea of parking as one of those, you know, et cetera. So bringing that spatial reading into the project itself and then giving yourself an argument for the siting, I think will work. The other thing I would argue is that you mostly rely on the adjacency and overlap of something, right? But I think you could also look at the ability to pull things apart and allow for a kind of an overlap or a redundancy. So in other words, I think as you're thinking through your space making strategy, whether it's, I think in section you do it better than in plan, but I think for you to look at a little, maybe give yourself a little bit more room, maybe that's where circulation goes, maybe that's where outside space goes, give it a little bit more breathing room so everything isn't quite so tightly packed, could give you a little bit more opportunity for different ways to kind of approach the project. And I always kind of think about, you know, the beauty of, you know, Tirani's Danteum as the kind of diagram of two overlapping squares that then produces this really complex series. So if you're going through basic, you know, 9 square grid, 12 square grid, bring in overlapped and other strategies into the mix. So, again, I think the section is kind of extraordinary and really worth, it's a lifetime of potential work put in front of you to like figure out what happens in here. How do you develop this? How do you make this work? How do you take advantage of these potential overlaps in the section, et cetera? So, but anyway, super interesting.
Thank you.
Basement, what happens down here? So.
Yeah, we have actually, there's the basketball public, it's actually sunken down.
Okay.
Location, yeah.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. Good set of drawings.
Yeah, thanks so much for that. And last but not least.
Hello, I believe I'm next.
And you.
Hey, Kelly. Hey, Paul, how are you?
Good. I'm enjoying this. I love looking at buildings. So yeah, there's something kind of super pleasurable about this.
I wish it was in person. I wish these drawings were all pinned up, but for now, Zoom will have to do, I guess. But can you guys see this all right?
Yeah.
Yes, do you mind putting it full screen?
Oh, yes, of course.
Thank you.
And then Andrew, just make sure that the enhanced lines is set up.
Yep, I believe it's already turned off, so should be good to go. All right, so I'll just read a quick brief to the project and then start flipping through some slides. But the conceptual strategy for this project is exploring the usage of the atrium within the high-rise building and how it can connect levels experientially within the project, both straight vertically as well as diagonally and horizontally throughout. using the atrium and its semi-transparent interior shell as an outline to create a connective tissue that gives glimpses of the athletic club's membership features to the public and everyday user. And I kind of started this out by creating collages of John Portman's well-known atrium building, and kind of overlapping a series of athletic club program that can be visible from a perspective that's from above. So where you can kind of get glimpses of all program and all happenings of the club within. That's not just isolated to a specific floor plate or a specific level. And then I just created a series of diagrams here that kind of explain that progression. So starting with the block massing on the site, creating the kind of a John Portman-like atrium carving, identifying locations through precedent and case studies of commonly found areas where it's like pools would be in certain other membership programs like the art gallery and basketball courts, and giving them relationships and connections across the atrium and interior itself. So that way, in a sense, the membership or the members within can experience the building in its totality wherever they are, regardless of what floor plate that you're currently residing in. And then as mentioned, the shell kind of gives more or less like a connective tissue to the project where it divides private on the periphery and public on the interior, and sometimes kind of blurs that overlap, which I'll kind of explain in the plans later on. So here you can kind of see just a generic breakdown of the program where maybe some of the more membership programs are privileged on the top, where they can get the most eccentric views looking down. And since just some of the more rentable and other service-like qualities located towards the bottom. And then this is just a exploded programmatic axon that starts to kind of dive a little deeper into those floor-by-floor relationships within the atrium. And then just a quick kind of private versus public, 70% versus 30% divisible breakdown through section. And then as you can see, a lot of the spaces are primarily active during the day, besides like maybe some of like the art gallery and membership guest rooms located at the top. And then this is where kind of like the shell, this is probably the best view of it. The shell is kind of exemplifying itself and kind of giving way to program that's located on the periphery, while at the same time dividing that program, dividing the public program on the interior versus the private program on the sides. And then this is just a quick diagram or quick axonometric that kind of explains maybe some of like the relationships that the public or the outside world is getting glimpses of to some of that program on some of the membership program that is being pushed to the periphery. So where you can, for example, be riding past the elevated rail and see within a pushed out program of the membership that has to do with like sporting events below. And then just a couple enlarged call outs of that. The ground floor space is primarily a really democratic space for the public, where they can kind of meander in from both north, south, east, west, and experience the views by looking up of the atrium. It wouldn't be as grand as if you were on the top floor, but regardless, it would still be like a public accessibility to that kind of interaction with the atrium itself. And as you can see, the shell is kind of dividing up. In this case, it's a little bit more blurred, but where the shell is kind of isolating a workout zone from like the athletic courts. But in the case of the lower left here, locker rooms should be like a more private area, would be isolated from the public atrium itself. And then this is a good example of kind of that blurring of the line between what would be like a private area on the periphery, which would be like a rentable office space that kind of has a joining connector through the shell that's associated to the adjacent, maybe more public or membership art gallery located right next to it. And then a typical kind of conventional guest living plan, where like one could easily step outside their door and be greeted by the vast views beneath to the atrium below. And then just an all plan kind of layout here. A section perspective that kind of starts to highlight those relationships within the atrium and the membership programs throughout. And another section perspective in the inverse direction, where again, like you could basically step outside your dormitory or guest room above and look down upon like a swimming athletic events, a lecture going on, or art gallery exhibition beneath. And then these are just a couple quick interior shots, which are portraying like the transparent or semi-transparency of the shell, where it's not fully isolated. Maybe it's a physical divider of sorts, but not a fully visual one, where you can still kind of see, much like polycarbonate, like outlines and happenings, both looking inside out and outside in. So private views would be kind of distorted, where you could still see activities happening within the atrium, but it's still kind of exclusive to the membership programs. And then this is just a view looking straight downwards, and then a view that would be from the public plaza beneath.
And you might want to go back to the first section perspective.
Sure.
Really, it's intriguing to have this one follow Miriam's project, which celebrated the differences and the idiosyncrasy between every program, right? Where every program, there was no generic, right, in Miriam's version of the project, where everything had a kind of uniqueness and I kind of stacked up to produce this kind of tower of difference. Your scheme is really dependent upon the Portman argument that you have self-similar floors. You know, the hotel is the kind of basis for, and I think your plans are your page 21 plans kind of reveal this, that you need the kind of generic perimeter in which to then register the difference of these public programs. And I think that's really a compelling argument, right? And I think you said that this could be office floor, it could be, there is a generic in there, right? That to a certain point you haven't even kind of, you're just leaving it as a notation. It's a certain width, probably what, 30 feet, 40 feet, something like that. And that therefore you're able to then alter it, carve into it, deform it, and then give it specificity through particular programs that geometrically and in terms of their use are distinguished by not being that generic, right? And you've also then combined that with, it's like kind of cross-mating Ito's Opera House with a Portman atrium, right? So it's like a perfect, it's really kind of great. So,
you nailed the DNA.
So
yes, it's two precedents.
Your drawings are super clear. It's really clear what you're trying to do here. But I think, for me, that's the interest is, is your generic, specific enough is probably the question. Like, you would need to be able to make a clearer argument, I think, about how wide that is, how it's used, how it works as, in the way in which Portman doesn't really even care what the hotel room is because it's a given, right? I think I need a little bit more knowledge about what that perimeter is, because it's so influential to everything else that is seen as an exception to it. But that being said, I think that the atrium space is pretty amazing. I'm not sure your renderings at the end quite get at it as of yet. In that the section drawing that we're looking at right now is quite extraordinary. I mean, I think there's a richness to the spaces that you produce that the blue perspectives don't kind of flatten in a weird way. And in fact, you're not interested in a kind of flatness or a self-similarity. You're interested in contrast, difference. This would not be a monochromatic space, right? It would have the smell of chlorine and art and all this stuff coexisting. In some ways it's the opposite of the Portman spectacle, which is based on self-similarity and a kind of vertiginous repetition of the exact same thing. You're now trying to introduce difference on as many levels as possible. So I think it's really, 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 I think a compelling project. And I love the fact that you took a cross section that's oblique to the rectilinear plan, by the way. So it's really, it goes a long way to getting at some of the qualities of the scheme.
Yeah, it was this that I got the project. I understood the project. And then the one further down, I was confused by your diagrammatic sections that you had up front, probably because it wasn't as clear the way in which the atrium was kind of
the interior.
Those early ones that were in color.
These guys?
Further down, 8 and 10.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Like trying to obviously it's happening because you're trying to describe program here, not so much the relationship between the generic exterior and the atrium space in the middle. But so it was really, I think those two drawings, 22 and 23, that I was like, okay, I got it. And I think, one of the things that that Portman does is he gives it all away, really, the second you enter the ground floor, right? So you get that kind of dizzying effect because the atrium, while it's
that endless repetition going upwards.
Endless repetition, and you sort of understand the logic of continuity from ground, even though it's like moving in and out, you understand that continuity. And here the continuity is like continually, you put something in the way. So we can never, I'm sure there's moments down there where you could look straight up and see all the way to the top. But I love that these larger programs are the things that are almost producing like episodic chunks by which the atrium plays out vertically. So it's kind of funny to end on this project. And we started with Raha's project, which was also, she even titled them like ice, I forget the other two, and then ended with earth, but they were these kind of environments. I think it's really interesting to think about ways in which you can produce here, not so much environments, but these sort of spatial episodes without actually defining a clean break between them.
Yeah, there's no walls.
It's like, they're almost like quasi interruptions or something that happen. I think it works really well. Totally agree with Paul on the renderings. Like, I know you can render. Like, I was like asking you to troubleshoot with me for things. Like, I feel like those, like, these are fine, like whatever, but I think the 26 and 27 are really only starting to kind of set up these episodic experiences. So I feel like you need to do more of them. And I think you need to really frame them like perfectly, right? As if you were taking a photograph. They seem kind of like haphazard and not necessarily getting at the, the way these things would sort of unfold in manageable chunks. Might just be that there's line work, maybe.
Yeah, I totally agree. These could use another pass at them to pronounce the clarity of kind of like the protruding programmatic elements.
The other thing I think you're doing that Portman doesn't do, and I think it's really nice, like Portman expresses, maybe similar to the way I was talking about Miriam's project and pushing her in the direction of like a misaligned exterior and interior. Portman does that. And I think what you're doing, which is pretty interesting, is pushing that atrium space to the exterior. He almost never does that. Like you can never get a sense. I can't think of a project where you can get a sense of the atrium from the exterior. And I think the fact that this is sited where it is means that everyone gets to participate in some moment or some form of the kind of cropped view of these public spaces and subsequently the atrium space beyond. I think that's super nice.
Awesome. Yeah, the idea there was to just give like partial glimpses to the happenings of the membership space, but you couldn't, almost like an advertising, like just like a billboard of sorts, where like it only gives you like a little small glimpse of it, and in order to access the entirety of it, you have to pay membership to experience. So
can you move to number? I'm trying to see if Ito is still useful for you. And and certainly I think it is here, right? Because you found the way that structural, a kind of three-dimensional warping is aligned with a space, and then it's visible on the facade of the building, and you can even see that plays a structural role because these columns then kind of deflect around it. So, but I'm worried that too often the Ito continuity of the kind of concrete shell as a vertical kind of inhabited thing is something that you're having to kind of fight or compromise. If you go to number 13, so because I think, look, it's super seductive, right? And the idea you get a surface, but volume, you can get plays between inside and outside. It gives you porosity. But then if you move, so I think at this level, it's fantastic. And this is certainly where Ito found, great amount of pleasure. But then if you go to one of your cross sections, like 22, I get worried where, like, is it really useful here? Like, it gives you, like, you're getting a lot of the effects that you get are actually compromised, useless spaces, right?
Dead space,
and then where it needs to do a lot more, it kind of does. Like, it can't be the swimming pool, and so it kind of so you have this really, whatever 20-foot piece of concrete. I don't know. So you're trying to. So in other words, and same thing here, like, all right, you get enough out of it. And even that flat surface, you're then letting walkways because you need that, you need the generic floor plate to register the difference. So in other words, I think you've got programmatic volumes that are producing the difference that I talked about earlier. And then you've got Ito's structural continuity and manipulation. And both of those are trying to coexist with the production of the generic. And I'm not totally convinced that it's always meshing. And so it's just, in other words, I think you may have one too many ingredients in this, in the project. And I'm not completely convinced that the Ito structure is as useful as it is an impediment to what you're trying to do.
Okay.
That being said, I love the diagram. So it's kind of like, it's as you're going through the process, what might you start to kind of move away? Could you get the same qualities just by focusing on the idiosyncrasies of each of these forms and how they work against the continuous, the repetitive floor plate? That may be enough, right? Or maybe you introduce ways to open up double height spaces that are more about that. I don't know. And Ito had this problem, right? The Opera House is basically a super compromised diagram that was meant for another project. So,
right.
I don't know. Again, it's a really sophisticated scheme, and it's great pleasure to kind of think through, like, where does it work? What do you do with it? How do you reveal it? How would you deal with this atmospherically, like in terms of temperature and smell and performance? I think you're producing an atrium that's kind of unprecedented, and you'd really want to kind of figure out how it will really work and how to really kind of capitalize on the visual and the acoustic and the smell, the olfactory qualities that are occurring in here. Be pretty amazing.
Well, you might need to go soon.
Yeah, I do. Thank you. Thank you so much for like moving things quickly. I feel very badly about.
No. I think, if anything, maybe Paul, you could share like 1 minute of your thoughts and then split, and then we'll do the same with Kelly afterward. Just kind of a generic wrap up.
Yeah, look, for me, we only saw 4 of what are probably 16 or so projects, and just in comparing those 4, what's fascinating is the degree to which you've all started to explore very different logics of what is often a kind of convention of floor plate, right? And so that has everything to do with the kind of the Noli section and plan kind of catalyst that started the project, which is really to think about these as a more complex exchange of social relations and programs, and how architecture can embrace those and really invent kind of different models of kind of vertical organization within the city. And what I love is just to see how different, like the first project was about the kind of aerated floors and these kind of internal cantilevers, right? All the way through to the kind of Lothian stacking to then the kind of culmination in this kind of very interesting hybrid. But all of these to me are strong because they're taking they almost seem to be taking known models and pushing them to a kind of more extreme and intriguing, I almost want to say an idiosyncrasy, which is exactly what you don't get in most high rises where everything's self-similar, right? So I find it super fascinating, and the projects, also the fact that they're so different. We have 4 totally different projects, which is a compliment to the studio critics for being able to push projects, because it's much easier to get the same project out of every studio. 18 different, I can imagine. So no, I think that's, but look at each other and say, all right, how would if I had to work with this person, what kind of project would I think you can continue to elaborate those inventions as you go through, but really, really interesting to see. So thanks for including me.
Thanks, of course, Paul. And thanks again. The manual section was really helpful to the students this semester.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. So, all right. I'm staring at the Downtown Athletic Club right next to me. The other thing that's fascinating is right next to the Downtown Athletic Club by the same architects is a generic office building. So, and they're right next to each other. So, and they're both now used for cookie cutter condos. And the one that was the office buildings, not surprisingly, makes better condos.
Sure.
Go figure. So anyways, all right. Thank you all. So good luck for the rest of the afternoon.
Thanks,
all
Paul.
right.
Take it easy.
See you soon.
Bye. Kelly, the floor is yours.
That was a good summary. I don't really have much to add.
Paul has not changed like a day since I had him 10 years ago. He's just like New York minute.
Yeah.
Too fast.
I don't know how you did this. Like, I mean, yesterday I felt like I was like running a marathon, or no, like a sprint, like trying to get through. I mean, it was like, felt like a great pace today. It was great. Also, I think your presentations in general were super clear and concise. And I think it allowed us to, part of it was that it allowed us to access the kind of big ideas in a really complex project. And I mean, I think having taught this studio a few times now, it's a difficult one for you. And I think it's a difficult one to teach. So I really commend Thomas and Barbara for, at least in the 4 that I saw, and I did like creep around your Miro board and see what the rest of you did as well. So it seems like all of the projects are kind of brought up to a really high degree of development. And I think that's something that's super commendable at this stage of the game. I mean, I think it's like the biggest building you've done, right? Here, at least.
It's quite big.
Yeah. I think the biggest we ever did was like 1 million square feet. And it was crazy. But it meant we couldn't get to the kind of like conversations about structure and facade necessarily that we did today. So yeah, great work. Thanks for having me. And
yeah, we agree with you. They did a great job. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, appreciate your time, Kelly. And hopefully, if anything, we give you a few minutes to yourself before your next thing.
Yeah, I know. I've got 25 minutes. I don't know what to do with myself.
Which as a mom is a lifetime, right?
I could like.
As a parent.
Take another shower or something.
You can hang out with us if you want.
Yeah, sure. Well, Andrew, Raha, Miriam, Ronald, if you guys have any questions for Kelly, otherwise we can let her go.
No, thank you, Kelly, for your time.
Yeah,
thank you,
Kelly. Thank you very much.
Kelly.
Nice to see these familiar faces.
I hope to see him in person.
I think it seems like we will, yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, good. We'll be back.
I feel like the first thing we should do when we come back is Bob should give a lecture.
Yeah, I think we should like have a festival.
Yeah. He's like due for like a rant.
Yeah.
I get to see him like he's stewing over there in his house.
Yeah, it's not quite as effective behind the screen. So we need an in-person Bob rant for sure.
Yeah.
Great.
We're gonna do other finals in September, like redoing finals. We should do that.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty fun.
Yeah. Make all the graduating students come back.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Kelly.
Yeah, no problem. I'll see you all soon. Bye.
See you Friday. So guys, you wanna take some rest maybe?
No break marathon. We still got 2 hours to go. And we'll be joined, it's Francesco and Jeanette.
Yeah, hopefully Francesco is gonna solve his technical problem soon.
I think like the last group showcased, keeping the presentations brief allows for more fluid and faster conversation.
Yeah, I think if we manage to do it like we did now, also like Jeanette, I guess, would be happy since it's gonna be 1 a.m. at 6 there.
Yeah. Jeanette's in Zurich right now.
But I'm also sure that maybe both Jeanette and Francesco would like to maybe do more final comments, or
Yeah,
you're still, if your brain, my brain is not active anymore, but if your brain is still active, we could have a nice conversation at the end.
Well, look, at the very least, I would also, maybe some of you don't take as much advantage as you should, is this is, you know, the few moments after your presentation, it's your time, and you should be selfish and, you know, ask a question, you know, granular or big picture, right? It doesn't really matter. Like ask a question that might help you advance the project or think about the project differently. It's not often you get, you know, fresh expert eyes on it.
Okay, let's take a break.
Till 4? Is that when we're coming back?
Come back at like 5 till.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
5 to. See you later. You ready, Morgan?
I'm ready. Been ready for 6 hours.
I know.
No, it's nice to be able to see everybody else talk, though. I've been taking notes and stuff.
Have a last request to some of you. I noticed that not all of you uploaded your presentation to Box. If you can please do that today. So from tomorrow on, you're released from anything from us.
You're going to be dreaming about that studio introduction round number 4, reciting that.
Yeah, I think I'm yeah, I can't talk anymore.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, and sometimes, yes, having to talk in a different language, which is not your native one, when you're very, very tired, sometimes it's like your brain is just like jammed.
Yeah, I would imagine.
I hear you, Barbara.
I know.
For me, it's after 5 o'clock. It's like my brain switches to Spanish, and I cannot even think in English. I cannot even do anything in English. My daughter always tells me that I cannot control she cannot control her English. Her Spanish.
Raha, do you speak Farsi here?
Yes. Yeah, whenever I get tired, I cannot speak English anymore. I switch to Farsi.
Anthony, do you speak daily Greek? No.
So and so. I mean, my family here that I live with, they are half American and they're used to speaking English. So
right.
Yeah. But I totally understand you. Like from moment onwards, it's like, yeah. This barrier with English is real.
It will be the same also in Italian at this time of the day. Like it's difficult to keep the brain active. Yeah, yesterday was maybe too much. I think all day with you and then reviews with Anya. I was very tired at the end. So, any plans for the summer? Now that they're opening
My
up.
sister's getting married. That's my thrill of the summer in Oregon. So I'm gonna go out there.
Your sister?
Yep. After 11 years of engagement, so it's not like they're pretty much already married, but might as well have a party.
Here's a party. It's good to have a party ahead to think about.
Exactly. I've been thinking about it for a year now. So just gotta get to that wedding.
Yeah. I can't even recall last party I was at. I think last dinner, official dinner out with more than 5 people. It was when we had the Garofalo Fellow. When was it? A year and a half ago, visiting.
Johannes?
No. Well, yeah,
Or the other one.
Too, but like the candidates for.
Oh yeah.
Garofalo that never happened. Thomas, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm holding up. Good.
Nice. Let's see if Jeanette's able to join us.
Yeah, hopefully she's feeling good. I think I told them 4:10 because we were supposed to finish at 4. So.
All right.
Guys, I need a honest critique, at least one from you. I'm sure you might have had some critique during this month. Critiques are constructive, so I mean, I'm happy if you don't have, but if you do have, it would be nice to hear about it.
just about the studio in general?
Yeah.
I think my only thought, we talked about it a little bit the other day, but the program was too specific, maybe not in all that you asked for, but with the really like specific percentages and things. Even if I think in the end, like we didn't get that specific with it, but at the beginning I was like calculating, okay, 14% is circulation, but I have a hallway in the kitchen, you know, like all these things about it. But in the end, I'm glad that I think we all have like really diverse things going on in it. So I don't know if you're at, I'm reaching because I don't really have a critique, but that's one.
So what would you prefer? So you would have preferred not to have like a list of things and just be able to figure out yourself quantities?
Yeah, like the building's this big and 30% of it is athletics and maybe 15% is living or something like that. And
I guess
otherwise it's open. I like the rentable, and that was a nice little twist too.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to defend the way we set it up, but
no, that's
I always think that the program brief can be challenged. So I think we always allowed for flexibility. Yeah, also like, I think, yeah, if we think about like sports component in Anthony's project, is completely kind of like diverging into something else. So, but yeah, I get what you say. So Francesco is here. He's early. We can let him in. Let's let him in. Hello? Francesco, we see your icon,
Here.
but we don't see you. Now we see you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Hello there. How's everybody?
Hi, Francesco.
I think we're doing well. We finished early our third section. I think we're already starting to relax.
Cool.
Entering into the end of the day mode. But we want to make this last session very productive, so we ask our students to be very brave and concise with the presentation, and we just like to wrap it up efficiently early. I mean, for as much as it concerns regarding giving enough feedback to everyone, of course, but also maybe allowing some final conversation on the studio in general.
Sounds good. How was it so far?
Good. I haven't gone yet, so I can't really speak, but I thought the reviews have all been really great. Paul Lewis especially was energized and snappy, which was a nice little pick-me-up, I thought.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, the enthusiasm was...
Always good energy.
Yeah, just good vibe. Yeah. Nice.
Good. So Jeanette connecting from Zurich?
Yes.
Looks like. I don't, Thomas, do you have her number? Maybe you want to try to text her that if she's ready, she can join us before 4:10.
I can send her an email.
And we're also still streaming on YouTube. I don't know if we should like interrupt it. I don't know how many people is in there. Have you checked if anybody is looking at our, let's see.
I think the max we had was 10 people at one point.
Wow.
But I've since closed it, so I'm not sure anymore. Francesco, were you on reviews earlier this morning?
Nope.
Nice.
No. I had a free day today.
That's very nice.
So who else was on the jury today? Paul Lewis, Sophia, right?
Mm-hmm. We had Kelly.
Yep.
We had Job Flores.
Job, of course, yeah.
We had Happy. We had Bob for a
Even Bob. Wow.
Yeah.
Honor.
And we had Stuart.
Good. Wow. Curious to see Yop's comment.
Yop had his technical hat on.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. All right. So we have 4 projects, right?
Yeah. 4 projects. I'm not sure if Barbara shared the Miro board yet, but I can
No,
do
not
that.
yet.
Nope.
You can also take a look. There.
Cool.
So they're organized in the sessions. And so we'll begin with Olga.
Then we have
Anthony, Andrew Hunt, and Morgan. Whether it's clear to you or not, I urge all 4 of you to at some point speak to an argument about publicness. At times, I feel as though maybe while your project wasn't lacking in it, your explanations were, and oftentimes, especially in this context, I think like subtlety is kind of lost, and so being overt and direct is usually well rewarded.
Francesco, do you have any questions on the studio at all?
No, I'm just curious to see the project. I mean, it would be nice to have a super quick introduction, like just to refresh the.
Oh, Barbara will give one. Barbara will give one.
Okay.
Are you guys in the same place right now?
No, we're not.
No, we are never in the same place.
Curious. How's the new place?
It's awesome, but it's a mess.
You just moved.
Full of boxes.
Yeah, and so that's why it was a free day because I need to fix all the mess. So that's not really free. So happy to be online because until half hour ago I didn't have internet. Here's Jeanette. Okay.
Hi, Jeanette. Nice to meet you.
Jeanette, how are you feeling?
I'm okay.
You are? Jeanette got her first shot today.
Yes, my left arm is very sore, but other than that, I'm okay.
Jeanette, I can't thank you. We can't thank you on behalf of myself, Barbara, and all the students. Can't thank you enough for staying up late with us. Really, really appreciate it.
Well, it's fun to be able to be in Chicago in the evening and start in Zurich in the morning and come by way of Cambridge.
Yes, indeed. So Barbara's going to introduce the studio. I'll quickly introduce our jurors, and then we'll get started. So Jeanette can go to sleep. First from UIC, we're joined by Francesco Marullo, who is assistant professor, a great writer, architect, theorist, and my tenure track colleague right now. So thank you, Francesco, for joining. We're also joined from Zurich with Jeanette Quo, one of the founding partners of Karamat Quo, a really phenomenal firm whose work I follow closely, and also assistant professor in practice at Harvard University's GSD. Jeanette, thank you so much for being here. We're going to look at 4 projects, but before that, Barbara's going to introduce the studio.
Hi, Jeanette. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Thank you, Thomas. So it will be very quick. So welcome to our open house. The aim of the studio is to design a building as a metropolitan container for social activities. The studio poses 3 main questions. 2 of those are if it's possible to reimagine the institutional and the topology of the American club for the contemporary city, and if it's possible at the same time to compensate for the absence of public structure that is kind of like maybe from a European point of view, kind of like blatantly evident in some of the American cities. Another important question that we pose to the students is how to design an institution for collectivity. And for doing that, we have been looking at precedents. Of course, we have been looking at North American athletic clubs, but also at contemporary case studies such as the Shibata House designed by Sana in Tokyo. We have been looking at the North American Athletic Club mostly for the problem complexity and for the building type and like the evolution of a building type. The project that we asked students to design is a mid-rise building in the Loop of Chicago. But we also look at contemporary case studies, mostly for their characteristic of being like more open and porous, but also for the kind of like user that they are welcoming. So within the range of precedents we have been looking at from different countries, different epochs, mostly from the end of the 19th centuries until today. Of course, many of the examples are North American Athletic Club, but also we included Maison du Peuple in France and in Belgium. Of course, also the constructivist social condenser, and the more contemporary case studies in Brazil, in France, and the Shibata House, but also like the House of Culture by Erzogen and Beron in Madrid. We have been closely looking at how program and activities are arranged and distributed throughout this section of the building. Of course, being a mid-rise building and mostly a tower, we are interested also in the quality of the section. We have been also analyzing and carefully looking at what type of users are occupying the structure and throughout the day how the building is organized. Of course, we've been looking at plan composition and spatial qualities, and the main question is again like how through architecture are we able to define spaces for collectivity. Some of the characteristics that appeared by analyzing the precedents is some sort of flexibility that seems a characteristic that might be relevant for some of the project, but also to allow more collective space to happen. And also how circulation sometimes represents one of the most relevant architectural elements to connect people and also like to make people live in the building or experiencing the building throughout its own structure. We have been looking at structure, not extensively, but we wanted structure somehow also to inform the architecture and collaborate with that. We had a meeting after midterm with a USC structural engineer just to help us dimensioning better columns and beams, but also like to identify possible structural strategy. The same attitude we have been using for mapping the city. We took as a reference the Giambattista Nolli plan for Rome of 1748, but mostly because through his mapping, he managed to extrapolate from the dense tissue of Rome the major spatial exception that happened throughout the city. At the same time, we have been taking as a reference also the urban analysis done in collaboration of like Venturi Scott Brown and Eisenhower and Edward Rocha for Las Vegas. So a survey, more like proper survey, mapping also activities. And we asked students to look at the loop, the Chicago loop, and some part of it is extension towards the west and towards the north side, just because, as you know, is the only part of the city that is characterized by tall buildings. So students have been asked to work collectively and in group, subdividing and taking each one of the sector of the city and remapping it in terms of like understanding all the activities that are populating and characterizing the loop. But also something that we have to mention is that we took the loop only as a sample of the city. The project is not meant to be to work only for the neighborhood, but it should also work as a catalyst for the city at large, but also like outside of the city. So they have been like mapping carefully and looking at how the alternation and the overlapping of activities happens in this area. And at the same time, we have reproduced the Nolly map for Chicago and discovered all the porosity and, let's say, openness that this kind of like great city might offer. And we did this not only in plan, but also in section, because given the nature of the structure of the city, or mostly the loop, we discovered that somehow some of the porosity, of course, also happen in section and not only in plan. The project brief, we assigned a specific site in the south part of the loop, in an intersection between Van Buren and South Wabash Street. The site is heavily charged by the presence of the elevated rail that surrounds the site on the east and the south. These are the dimensions of the site, so roughly 85 by 50 meter or 275 feet by 165 feet. It's currently a parking lot, but we suppose was like an empty plot. The site is surrounded by buildings on three sides, and on the south side only by the elevated rail. On the north side, there is an adjacent building of about 250 feet tall. On the west side, there is an alley and then a university building much smaller than what we are asking students to design. While on the east side, there is a very tall building across our side, on the other side of the elevated rail, that measures almost like the double of what we are asking students to design. We assigned students like the same, let's say, constraints that the city is requiring for the site, with one more additional request, so to keep 1/3 of the site unbuilt. And this is also to force them to think about how to locate and how to deal with the proper site condition, and eventually like how to give away to the city something more rather than just like building a new structure. FAR indicator of 16. Overall, the buildable area asked to design is about 30,000 square feet. We indicated an approximate high limit of 350 feet, but in reality, the city indicates for this plot not to exceed 520 feet. So we were being kind of like flexible with students. According to their site strategy, they could have extended over the 350 feet. In terms of program, which is, let's say, the additional level of complexity that we asked students to resolve, they had to come up with their own articulation of the activities. So we just indicated the program as percentages, indicating the type of program, but not the specific activities. So they had to figure out themselves what type of living they wanted to offer, what type of rentable space, what type of leisure, what type of sports. The only strict requirement to all of them was to set a 30% of the total program to be freely accessible, while the rest should have been like private or accessed by a membership or by a fee. So this building is not intended to be, let's say, managed by a public institution, we still believe that a model that includes different stakeholders, so public and private, or in just like private, might still work to make the building more accessible for everybody. So overall, the studio asked for designing an institution for collectivity. Any questions? Okay, great. Let's get started then. Olga, whenever you're ready, you can start sharing your screen.
Thank you. We okay seeing the screen?
Yes.
Thank you, Francesco and Janet, for your time. I'm going to present to you the sports box. This project strikes a balance between private and public program and is composed by a distinguished volume of athletic activities, complemented with a more normative program at different levels. When it comes to the program, private occupies the majority of the area of the building, as revealed by the brief, but the public is distributed among the building in different sectors, this helps the relationship among members, activities, and public. When it comes to the use of the building, a majority of the sports spaces remain open 24 hours. The sport area correspond to the grade and the upper level of the building. And then other spaces are subject to business hours and late hours, or depending on the activity of the building, to event hours. When it comes to the program is distributed vertically in 18 different levels. At the ground, we have the administrations and service spaces, followed by rentable working areas, public flexible space, theater, library, open space, living, and then what is the magic of the project, this condense of sport activities at the top level, and then restaurant at the top. The project is located within the site at the center of the predium, and it creates two plazas and two different entrances, one in direction to Wabash and one in to Van Buren. Once the public or members are in the building, there is two different banks of elevators, one for private members only, and one directly to the public. And then the building also feature an oversized elevator that takes to one of the amenities or main amenities that the building offers to the public. Other complementary spaces on this level are dental office and a laundromat and a retail store. As I said, there is 19 different levels within the building. All of them, sorry, they're probably a little bit small. I'll get a little closer. All of them have their particular activities and correspond to the requirements of the program. Sectionally, the building expresses the spatial relationship among the different activities that correspond to either the sports area or the more normative spaces like the lobby, the co-working space, and then the theater here. And also it shows the distinction between the different heights on the different levels of the floor levels. All the heights address all the heights are defined by the activity that it's developed within the space. And then a feature that this building offers to the public is a ramp that wraps around the building and the perimeter of the square foot plan of the building. And so this ramp is open to the public and is accessed by this oversized elevator that I mentioned before and the other area. And so once you're, I'm sorry, this is the start point where the ramp wraps around the building, and where this level also offers a area of collective and interaction between public and members of the building. Then the following plans will show more of the spaces at the sport area. So showing how the ramp that wraps around at times become an extension of the floor, and creates also different paces within the trajectory of the ramp. At times there is a slope within the trajectory, and also becomes flat and extends to the project, and also within the private spaces, there is opportunity to create this kind of public interactions. I was thinking of more as an amenity for the people that will come. At times we can have like a yoga class for the public and free access without need of having to be a member of the club.
Barbara, just FYI, Olga, FYI, you're at 10 minutes.
Oops. Other plan that shows the distribution of the different courts and aspects of the program. There is a secondary, besides the elevators, there is a secondary circulation for members of the club. This spiral stairs that connects among the building. There is this view, it's from the ramp, and it shows the visuals that from the ramp the public can have within to the private area. Basketball court, same idea of generating the views within the area to the space inside, like showing in here in this view. And then the lobby space, here it's a view, an entrance from Wabash, where you can have the open view from one side to the building to the next. And then just an idea of the image that I would like to create with the project, where this part becomes like the more clear aspect and more important of the building. Thank you.
Francesco and Jeanette, please feel free to direct Olga to show whatever drawings you'd like to see more closely.
Also, I'm not sure you were already connected with us when we shared the Miro link. If you want to look on the drawing, I just pasted in the link so you can check the students' presentation files.
Thank you. Yeah, so Olga, thank you very much for the presentation. I thought it was very clear, and Also, I very much appreciated the care that you took in drawing through, all the drawings and the plans, which I think actually look very convincing in the plan. I actually, I was very struck by the kind of beginnings of your project when you talked about this building within a building, and and that concept of the athletic being the athletic components being sort of showcased like that in this view, obviously, that you have, but also in this section, or in the very beginning section where you had that as a kind of a sort of a massing. Actually, yeah, that one, the purple and yellow. I thought that actually of all the drawings, the one that captured the concept the best is actually this one. And I wanted to kind of come back to this because there's something really, really interesting that you're exploring here, which I think gets lost once you start to try to work through it. I realize it's like, it's a lot of program that's very complex and, a lot to work through in one semester. But I think the kind of, the base idea here, which I think, has a lot of potential in many different directions, is really about how the envelope, which is something that negotiates at an urban scale, and the inner, let's say, volumes, which actually has to do with a kind of a programmatic scale, come into contact with one another. Right. And so here you see, for example, that the yellow sometimes crosses through, that it slices through that middle and introduces a kind of a public, almost like a public concourse or a public level that's above the ground. And other times, it becomes on the roof, which is, I guess, the restaurant. And then other times sort of at the facade. And I think that the ramp is a good starting point, but I'm not really sure whether I'm not convinced by it, let's say, as the solution to all of this, because the ramp, first of all, it's so monumental as a ramp, and for a building of this scale, nobody's going to be walking all the way up with a ramp. So essentially, you're introducing a lot of space that may not be very usable. But the idea of it, of this kind of double layer. And this space that's captured there, I think is quite fantastic. And I wonder whether or not, there's other performative criteria or other sort of spatial relationships that you could have introduced. For example, I think, the question of buildings at this scale relating to the environment, to the climate, the idea of this potentially being a kind of regulatory layer that allows you to negotiate. I know Chicago's probably very windy. Probably it makes no sense to open the outer layer at all. But just the idea of this being a kind of contemporary reaction to the typology of a tall building, and how we might begin to adapt to certain sort of climate pressures that we have, that could be kind of dealt with in this layer. But also, I think the idea of spaces that might be sort of just more fluid, more kind of, a restaurant or a cafe or waiting areas as you gather before you go into the swimming pool. All of these types of things, I think, are potentials of what that space could mean. That doesn't mean that it's, so I think that the ramp is a placeholder. Or a kind of public sequence. In fact, there was one moment in I think one rendering that you had where you had people running on that ramp, and I was like, oh, actually, that's a brilliant idea. Make it into a racetrack or something, and then it becomes a thing. But then probably it's not going to go over, I don't know, 7 floors or something like that. So, so I think it can be many things. Is what I'm saying. Is like I think it could, if you push that idea further of the porosity of that yellow of this kind of what you call the public realm in your building, I think there's a lot of mileage that you can get out of it.
Perfect.
Thank you, Olga. Yeah, it was a very compelling project. I commend for the drawings, really, really nicely executed. As I know you're really good in representing the project. Yeah, I have a couple of questions. I have to say, programmatically speaking, I'm shocked because you are asked to do 25% of circulation, which is basically 1/4 of the building is moving. So I totally justify your slope. I think it's actually a good choice. And what I regret instead is that it's not connected to the ground and that you hamper the circulation by placing the housing in between the ground and the circulation. So why you're placing the housing in that specific, at that specific height? I mean, the people that, first of all, who's gonna inhabit there? Who are the tenants? And then second question is, why positioning the housing where they cannot look really outside? Basically, they are at a height where they are surrounded by building. They're not above the building. You are positioning the chunk of the athletic club, which is fantastic in its own elaboration, right above all the buildings, which makes sense. But at the same time, you are somehow leaving the housing to the, I don't know, not very appealing, right? Horizon, right? So I'm wondering why not, for example, pushing down the athletic club closer to the ground and then maybe trying to connect that slope, right? I don't know, comes to my mind the historical national, the history, the National History Museum in Antwerp by, Neuteling's Redijk. It's a museum that actually people can simply from the street can go up and down easily, freely, almost like a street, wandering around the museum without paying any ticket and enjoying the city from above, from a terrace. But connecting to the street. So I'm wondering if you could connect that slope on the ground and at the same time, swapping up the housing on top. So, you are basically improving the two programs, I believe, and also maybe justifying, what Jeanette was saying. I think maybe, the idea of the winding, porosity could actually even more, accelerated or, reinforced by being connected to the ground. So this is my first comment. Second, I had to say, I really like the fact, I don't know, I like to have this road going around the building. And also some sort of, it's sort of a, going back to what Jeanette was saying, I think it's sort of Chicago. Like, if you think about all the housing in Chicago, even the usual townhouse in Chicago has always the backside with the wooden loggias, right? With the wooden large, fire exit and terraces. And people enjoys that a lot, especially in the summer, but also during the winter. So I'm wondering, and somehow you are basically reversing inside that building. And so you're wrapping up your building with a permeable public infrastructure that winds up to the top. And that can, I think, Jeanette make really good point by, like, if you can open it up. So in the summer, it's actually ventilated and becomes almost an open air street, right? Where people can simply sit down. So that it's really nice. And I like in your, I wish I could see a non-lip plan after your project. Like if you do a non-lip plan, the diagram that Jeanette was indicating is actually a non-lip plan, right? Where the public wraps up the private. Yes. So this is an inverted, right? It's a non-lip plan, but usually the public, it's inside, and it's that but you're here also, you see the interruption of the housing. You see the violet part is interrupting the yellow part. So it's clear, you see, it's actually your non-lip map speaks very clearly. And so, I'm wondering if that, if that part could be, emphasized. And third one is that I really love in the plans when the yellow part, basically the slope, erodes the inner core. For example, I see then what you're doing with the benches, you're doing when the road becomes a sort of like a terrace. Yes, when you were saying that people can also actually follow yoga without paying the ticket, right? But by like looking through the glass. I really love these moments of interaction between the membership, the members, and the non-members. And here's my last question would be, I mean, how, I love these moments of transgression, or let's say, or mutual voyeurism, right? You can actually peek through a program by, being simply an observer, a flaneur at every time of the day, because that's 24 hours, right? Correct. So you can actually do 3 a.m. You can actually look inside, right? So there's weird interaction that can happen through. So I don't know. I would have loved to see that surface even more animated than it actually is. Like even creating, niches or strange corners or odd spots. Also because they have two sides of the building are blind, and the other two sides of the building are much more open, at least on the lower floors. So I don't know, but overall, a very, very, very compelling proposal. Still, my housing with the tenant, I think it's, I don't know.
Of all the questions, maybe that's the one Olga can address.
Thank you. I think, yeah, the idea is to was to keep all the sports activities together and having the privilege of the views around the within the site. And yeah, I think that pushed a little bit down what the living part of the project was, but the living was thinking more because like for outsiders, they're thinking as units of 2 rooms. Let me over here, but yeah, I think probably your idea of placing them in a different area within the building would create those relationships and porosities within.
Well, Olga, I'm going to help you out here. I'm going to help you out here, and I'm going to suggest something because I think that I totally understand Francesco's critique, but on the other hand, I think that you could actually try to overcome that if you really played up that sort of public concourse level, you know, and how you get there, because you don't talk about that. You when you introduced your project, you kind of flew past it as if, you know, it was natural that somehow we would end up as a public on that level. But if you celebrated that arrival, you know, if you thought about how you would actually get there, maybe there's a separate elevator completely different from all the, you know, housing ones, which shoots up from somewhere else, I don't know where, and then ends up on that level, and that level becomes this very public concourse that you obviously will be very nicely designing. Then it's a completely different story, because then you introduce new public ground.
But I think it's something that Olga, you're doing that, right?
I did that. I actually, yeah, maybe I didn't explain it better, but there was, besides this public and private elevators, this oversized elevator is like an introduction to this transfer zone or terrace zone where all the public activities start. So it's kind of like, it is a little thought about it, but
yeah, but it's too much like a freight elevator. It's too much like the back of house. You know, I think that it actually, if you're going to make a bold move like that, you need a bold means of arrival.
Yeah, totally. Or maybe a much, you know, like a scenographic platform, like in Galerie Lafayette or MA, like an entire floor moving up and down. I mean, it's totally unrealizable, but still, as an idea, you know. Yeah.
On that note, maybe we'll transition to the next project, which is very much about big elevator platforms.
Thank you.
Olga.
Thank you, Olga.
Thanks, Olga.
Anthony.
Hello.
Explain well your platforms at this point.
Yeah, like the transition is seamless. Come on. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you put it full screen?
Oh yeah, my screen has frozen for some reason.
We can see it now. Maybe it's just lagging.
Okay, can you see the full screen now?
Yeah.
Great.
Anthony?
Yep. So this project, as the title says, aspires to be the Chicago Gaming Tower. Formally, the project consists of vertical towers that you can see over here and horizontal slabs that have open floor plans. The vertical towers. Okay. Can you see me okay? Sorry, my screen keeps turning on and off.
If you want, I can let me download your presentation, and if you want, I can just share
I don't know. It seems to be okay now, but
okay. Then try. If you have issues, I have your presentation, so yeah, I can.
Okay. Okay, I'll keep going. So the vertical towers are housing the main element of the main programmatic element of the building, being virtual reality. Whereas the horizontal slabs house the rest of the program. And since this being a gaming tower, overall a gaming building, all sports and most of the various programs are oriented around various forms of gaming, either physical or electronic. Here you can see the assortment of plans. Okay, for the public and private element, the building is divided in 3 tiers, basically. The freely accessible, the towers, and the first, all 3 of the VR towers, and the first 5 floors are freely accessible to anyone, pretty much, completely open to the public. The main part, the middle part of the tower, which also houses most of the physical activities, is allocated towards a membership, and it has a membership fee to access it. And then there is a tier 2 private, in a way, which has the living quarters, and yeah, it's basically one more layer of privacy. Day and night diagram, basically the whole building is fully functional during the daytime, and at nighttime the towers keep going relentlessly. And also the other thing that is functioning are the living quarters, of course. Onto the ground floor plan, basically it's allocated towards only access to the building, either through a public core, in a way, or a more private allocated towards the membership people. Here is a view of looking from within the public core, from the exterior to the interior. And right here are the platforms that Barbara just mentioned, and Thomas. Basically, this is a typical plan. It depicts the amphitheater, but what I want to focus on is the cores, these VR towers that I've been talking about. Basically, the towers house the VR element and the vertical circulation, and have 3 main distinct elements. One of them are these platforms in the center that are basically, as you saw in the image before, huge moving platforms that go up and down the entire length of each tower, the entire height of each tower. The other element is the VR rooms that are basically organized as booths all around the perimeter of the tower. And then the final part is the utilities like circulation and general sanitary utilities. These are the 3 versions of towers. They're based on the grid, on the 5x5 grid of the building, which each block is 33 by 33 feet. Yeah, basically this is a small tower that goes all along the height of the building, and you can access all floors from it. The middle one, there are 2 instances of these towers in the main part of the building, in the middle part of the building. And the big one has is allocated towards the first 5 public floors. And further on, since virtual reality is one of the main elements in this building, these are the various modules in plan that you can see of the various instances of virtual reality. Like from the small booth that's in the cores to these 2, which are corner booths of 3 and 4 people, respectively. in the course as well. And this element, which is basically in the living unit and the tier 2 membership part. This is an image of the smaller booths all around that go along the perimeter of the course, where basically they're accessible to everybody and anyone can go in, plug in and play. This is a plan of the living units, the layout in general. The living units are, each of them is allocated towards resting, relaxing on the one hand, and the VR element on the other hand, whereas the rest of required utilities like a kitchen, bathroom, showers, a lounge, a common lounge are allocated on the rest of the plan. And this is the VR element within the living unit. It's basically a multiplayer stationary platform. And further on over here, we have a plan of the go-kart track. As I said, there are various physical gaming activities as well, one of them being a go-kart track right above the public part of the tower. Level 2. Here is a depiction of the track. And here, pretty much a section where everything comes together. You can see the public tower over here and an instance of one of the other towers, and yeah, the whole program of the building. And that concludes my presentation, I think.
Thank you, Anthony. I have a question.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe I just didn't get it when you were explaining it. Why do the platforms need to move up and down?
Oh, you're right. I kind of forgot to talk about that. So basically, the platforms are where is it? Yeah, right here. They are like a big elevator, and they, apart from, you know, having the utility of an elevator, even though not very practical since they're huge and moving very slow, the concept behind them is that they are VR platforms. Like you there are places allocated there, like space and furniture, where you can sit and plug in and basically sit on the platform while it rises around the whole building and play or have a virtual reality experience.
But is there a reason why that needs to be moving for you to do what you're doing in virtual reality?
Not really, rather than, well, the idea for them moving is that they that you can play while, you know, waiting to get from one part of the building to the other, so that, you know, like the experience of the VR is immersive at all times.
Well, you know, so I'm asking that because, I mean, there's several things that are kind of interesting in the project that I think you're proposing, where I'm kind of like trying to process it all is, and maybe that's because of my very little knowledge of VR and gaming, but from what I gather is that, you know, virtual reality is actually in a way a negation of reality, right? Because you put on your glasses and you can be anywhere, you can be doing anything, and it really doesn't matter what you're in. You can be in a shoebox for all that matters, because essentially what you want to have is as little to do or as little, let's say, effect that you're sensing from your surroundings, so that you can be in the virtual realm. Which basically, I mean, it's actually an interesting starting point, because it's the negation of architecture. It says, you know, I don't need the architecture in order to do this. And where for me it becomes interesting is if you then have an architectural response to that, to say, well, you know, because it could be anywhere, it could be anything, then technically, you know, these could really just be like the smallest spaces possible, and then you have the rest of the building to celebrate everything which is not the virtual reality. And I don't know, I mean, I don't know if any of this came up as, you know, during your process or what that means, because I feel like right now there's a lot that's devoted to this world, which actually is not very architectural, you know, in the sense that it could be a dark space, it could be a blank box. It doesn't need to have a spatial architectural manifestation. But where it becomes interesting is, again, in you know, some of your initial diagrams, when you're talking about these towers, and I'm not, you know, whether they're towers or whatever their volumes, programmatic volumes and things like that. I think actually the opening page 1 or page 5 or page 6, I think for me were the most intriguing, because, you know, it didn't really, I mean, it basically said, okay, I'm going to treat the virtual reality realm, because anyways, I don't care. It's, you know, we don't care about the architecture in there. So it could be these masses. And then everything else between the mass is what I design. You know, because technically once you step into virtual reality, again, you don't really care about what that is. What you care about is the in-between space. So that's where I get a little bit stuck with your proposition, is because you ended up spending a lot of time designing the booths and the screens and the things that are like hanging off, and, you know, and this platform that I'm like still trying to figure out, why would I as a developer spend like millions, you know, building this platform going up and down when the guy could just be sitting in an armchair in a little closet, right? So, I mean, I'm putting it kind of bluntly there, but
No.
But the
see your point.
But the pizzazz.
You need
of
to hear it bluntly.
Yeah, but the pizzazz of your architecture is everything but the VR realm, right? It's how you get to the VR. It's what you encounter when you come out of VR, when you need to go through a compression zone because you spent, you know, 36 hours with these goggles on, and you need time to sort of transition between that world and the real world. And so that's the realm that I'm interested in, is not the virtual reality, but how do we get back to reality, and how, you know, what is that threshold that you're designing?
Yes, sorry, I'm laughing. It's just that Thomas has been going on about this like the whole semester pretty much. So yeah, I totally see what you're talking about. Yeah, the one thing I would like to say about is that actually the layout of the VR has, or at least the way it's done here, on the one hand, agrees with what you're saying. Like, for example, the booths are like small rooms. Just the amount of footage required for, you know, for the VR to be able to function is basically an 8x8 or 9x9 feet module, and then repeated according to the needs of, or the number of the people. So yeah, like the layout as this, it completely works with what you're saying. The other thing is that, well, the only thing that I would attribute to VR as in having an outside element is the element of excitement, but this goes way more towards scenography rather than architecture itself. So yeah, for the other part, you're completely right. I've been spending way too much time designing either the modules or the whole VR system and how it would work. And I've been, you know, I've neglected the rest of the architecture to an extent. I mean, I have allocated various facilities, but there are many cases of floors which not everything is quite resolved yet. So, yeah.
So, Anthony, yeah, I completely echo what Jana just said, but maybe I'm more curious about why you design an athletic lab like this. Like, what's the athletic lab? You know, how are you reinterpreting the athletic lab? Now, the athletic lab, at least as it was structured in the studio and always, or at least as it was conceived, is a sort of incubator for collective activities, and also a place where people gather together. Whereas maybe you can do it virtually, but in the way you structure your building, first of all, where is the athletic club as such? All the sport facility, blah blah blah. But also, what is all the collective part? And of course, you can reply, yeah, you can connect with other users online. But then, why the need of having booths in one unique building when you can do it just from your place, as we are doing now, precisely in this very moment, right? We're all in our rooms, right?
It would have been like an argument against density and size and scale, right? Like the idea is that you could take whatever the 30% of athletic program is and reduce it to 2%. And then Anthony would be presenting a squat tower in a studio of 350-foot tall towers.
Or actually another way to take it, which could be also fascinating in a dystopian way, is actually a commentary on our contemporary culture of people actually, gaming themselves to death because they're like, sitting in one place. Yeah. But the spectatorship of that, it actually is kind of athletic in that sense, that people come and actually watch this stuff, which I, find kind of mind-boggling. But
that's true, right? Yeah, it is like a
but you're still a spectator. Yes, but you're still a spectator. Yes, but you're still a spectator. You're not the actor, right?
No, but it could have been interesting, and like a boxing arena, like where they have this as an arena. Yeah.
No, but what I wanted to tell Anthony, there is also another way of gaming, right? So if you are substituting the athletic club with gaming, then we're in another domain. That's why I appreciate the go-kart truck. In Tokyo, there are people that dress like Super Mario and go around Tokyo with go-karts, and see them around. And so I'm wondering if, the gaming experience is what you need to replace, not the virtual reality. There are games and simulators that really instead engage with space. So it's not simply designing a booth or a room, but the simulator has to be elevated from the ground. It has to emulate lack of gravity. It shakes, it moves, and interacts with your body. Then I think rather than your design, I think your design is too old, it's too obsolete. I would like to see that project way more crazy than you're actually doing it. Like I would like to see, Terry Gilliam Brazil, not this sort of retrofuturism that you're, trying. What I'm trying to say is that if you're really trying to dismantle the traditional idea of the athletic club, then do it till the end, kill it, right? Trying to accelerate in the utmost possible way. So, for example, to respond to Jeanette, maybe I can help you in the platform, for example, right? I somehow, I don't like that. But in generally, if you imagine to say, we do a building that is entirely made of booths, right, on off, so it's a black box because it's entirely walled by individual cells where everybody can connect and do whatever he wants, right? And then you access those boxes with, this strange moving platform. Then the entire machine is basically a machine. You enter into a gigantic machine and where everything moves. Then I totally support you. But the way you're designing it is too traditional, right? It doesn't, it doesn't make me dream, right? It looks like a sloppy machine at this moment. I would like to really see something else. Like I don't know, like it reminds me this there was a very famous picture of I think it was a library, anyway, where clerks can actually access different data through movable chairs, right? That can that could retrieve documents, right? Along this gigantic sort of bookshelf or archival, let's say, compound. So I'm wondering if you could do the same, but with new means, right? And then the second thing is, have you tried, like at the moment people are steady. In your building, everybody's steady. Everybody sits in this thing. The only thing that moves is the platform and the go-kart, right? Have you tried, for example, to reimagine sport in a totally different way? For example, I know that you can go in a dance hall and where everybody is masked, right? And you can go in a concert without seeing anybody, but only in a virtual reality, but at the same time dancing with other people. So I'm wondering, can you re-elaborate physical activity, but mediated through these, technological means? So I would love to run, like to do a running track where people run, but actually without looking at the real, but looking through their mask at another dimension, right? So I'm running on a running track in a building, but actually I'm outside, I don't know, in the middle of the desert, right? Since So I'm wondering, like, yeah, it's too steady, right? So I would, rather than trying to, I would be even more daring in my proposition, right? In your case, and trying to, accelerate the project even more, like doing it even more crazy than what it is actually.
I mean, I like what Francesco is suggesting for you, and I think that the only other sort of almost parallel that I can think about is in a real physical way are casinos, right? Because those are also worlds where you want to close off from the reality of what's happening outside. You want to be captured there 24 hours and not be bothered by the changing of the daylight and things like that. But there's a kind of a surrealism to it, because you're creating this completely, other world. And I was thinking when Francesco was talking about, how you're like in these pods and you're kind of plugged in for 24 hours or whatever. But then, how do you survive that, right? Because then probably you need to get serviced by so people sort of, you would have, I don't know, automated machines that bring you drinks or I don't know what, in order for you to kind of continue that.
And to that end, it's the back of house and facilities that becomes, again, like the maybe most important or most interesting space architecturally.
Exactly. Or things that actually, or also this kind of parallel between the physical and the virtual and how that gets realized and how that gets then transmitted, because, virtual reality can be a very personal experience, but maybe it also is one that you interact with others on. And maybe when that becomes then a spectator type of event, how do others experience that? Is that projected on something? Is that even something maybe that becomes visible on the outside of the building that, people within the city knows what's happening as an event inside? So there's all sorts of actually really interesting things that could happen as the idea of a sort of mediated architecture. But I think what you're focusing on is the wrong part of that VR.
Yeah. Maybe if I just can add something, like
last comment, Francesco.
Maybe, I mean, we already said that, like the project is too schematic, but also what might have maybe, improved your rendition in the story, the narrative, would have been to focus on a single detail. For example, I would have loved your project if you start from the chair, like just doing the detail of the chair. All the gamers have an incredible anatomical chair, like the mask, like, Walter Pickler helmets with the strange forms, or, like a suit that, connects your body with the internal stimulation. Like if you start from one-to-one detail of that, and then gradually—
It's a very famous chair that Lebbeus Woods
exactly for the 12 monkeys,
by 12 monkeys, right?
For the 12 monkeys, exactly, which is raised. And actually there was also a very bad, like a debate about who copied that, right? Anyway, exactly. So I'm wondering, if you ever start like scaling up the project, starting from the single booth and then describing the project from that little chair. But again, maybe big question, where is the collective? What do you want to tell us? What if this is the institution of the common? What is the message you're communicating, right? Is the common doomed to technology? Anyway, let's move forward. But I think this is a big question you're posing. I don't know if you consciously or unconsciously, but it's what—
I think we can circle back to that dystopic outlook at the end. Maybe let's go a little more optimistic for a minute.
Thank you for your comments. That was really helpful.
Andrew.
All right.
Control L.
You see full screen?
Yes.
Okay. So this project takes a stance that we're all members of the public, and that what we need is a space to reconnect across fractured groups, or in some cases be reminded of our membership. It does this by combining programs that draw different kinds of citizens to the building and the loop with programming more typical to the context. It arranges program and spaces that promote visual interactions at a minimum and casual conversations between strangers as a goal. So to do that, kind of starting with the typical tower stacked floor structure with sort of separate worlds on each level, the athletic club precedent already introduces lots of different program across the floor plate, but I'm employing that same kind of logic and sort of carefully choosing program to try to encourage conversation or to encourage interactions across different types of people. And that accomplishes sort of this connection across the floor plate or in plan, but to do that in section as well requires, or what I'm employing is this vertical shear that kind of creates a permeable section where there's continuous space and interaction across floor plates as well. So starting with the site and how I'm treating that with the project, it's bordered by the L train to the south and east, and a very large tower to the east. And the street, I'm interested in keeping the kind of pulling the street condition up into the building. So by keeping it really open at street level where people can utilize aspects of the building and not even have to enter inside. It can be a very sort of passive interaction, just an addition to the street. So that's kind of holding this corner. And then the tower element, there was a hope to preserve a somewhat narrow mass for lighting and other ideas, but that means that this top corner, this back corner kind of gets left out, or one of the corner, and the other charged corner is the southeast one. And so that sort of causes that issue. And then also with the north-south facing site, your southern face is sort of minimized by this massing. So I'm proposing to kind of cut across the site with the tower above this open mesh pedestal, and then just kind of rounding that bottom corner to echo the train below. So it starts to look something like this. You can see kind of the couple of trays of athletic programming that are open to the street below the tower. So the program starts to look like the street being public, and then the base kind of pulling that up into the building center and off the street level, but still connected to the street. And then a core public space running up through the building, and then flanked by the private programming on either side. And in this case, private programming is made up mainly of privately owned businesses or things that I guess the limited access belongs to people that work there or people that are there as patrons. So restaurants, office space, the rent, like a WeWork, kind of that type of rental space by time, rehearsal spaces. That's kind of the limited access part of the building. But then the vertical shift kind of happens across the floor plate and creates this terracing effect with views in and out across the levels. And then this is just to show that the public is all 24-hour. Also just kind of quickly to note that at the street condition, it also participates in this shift. So at sidewalk, at grade, you are already kind of interacting with the building by being between the two floors. Here's a longitudinal section. Again, you can see the open trays at the bottom, and then kind of the large public athletic spaces working their way up the building, and then the private spaces that sort of result in a lot of mezzanine conditions because the volumetric requirements of the sporting programs allow for multiple levels within that. A program doesn't require that height. So you kind of end up with this condition of being in between floors or communicating across sectional divisions. But I did some studies to try to figure out what the ideal height for that would be, and kind of landed on this, being conscious of like the kind of how that relationship changes a power dynamic, or it could across the exchange like that. And so kind of landed around 4 feet, which seems to, it's a super simplified, but it seems to provide, you can still have an easy conversation across that height difference, but also still have a view at, varying distances from the opening and down, so you're still kind of maintain that connection across plates. So maybe not so much this, but more, we're kind of interacting across that. So here's the public. and then the private is more dense surrounding it. Structure is doing a lot of work at the bottom of the tower to kind of accommodate the large open spans at the base, and then kind of adjusting itself out to get to a more regular gridded system at the top. The trusses then continue up to maintain the wide spans of the sports program up through the building as well. So here it is combined, and then with the beginnings of envelope studies. And here's the collection of plans, maybe just kind of general notes. The sports public programming is kind of privileged with this western location to kind of give it the most light and openness, and then the rest of the program kind of works its way around. The main sort of channels of circulation across the floor plates are pushed to the northeast side and kind of follow across the plates as the sports program gets smaller as it goes up the building. Here's a section looking south from the straight across the side. So it sort of looks like a this is just looking straight south, but you can start to see the living units at the top of the building as well, which kind of are the single really tightly kind of mass at the top of the building. But there's 3 different types of units up there. So just to get into some of the more specifics, this is just a view at ground. Here's the ground plan. There's a large ramp that comes up to this sort of landing place for the first level, the lobby, entrance to the elevators, and then the second tray contains tennis. There's just another view to kind of show that relationship of the base to the tower. This is a just large sports programming floor. There's a couple of these very similar kind of housing like an elderly physical therapy center, and this is one of the rentable spaces, like music rehearsal spaces, and then obviously the sports programming. Also a good place for a nice solitary sit. This is the pool with a cafe. There's sort of cafes and food places interspersed amongst the section of the building. Kind of see those as places that might sort of be focus or points of interaction for people that are in the building for different program uses, but might all kind of end up waiting in line for lunch at this same cafe. Also, the restrooms are sort of treated with kind of an extra allotment of volume, I guess, and with the intention that kind of coming out of some of the precedent studies, that there was restrooms were indeed just rooms where you rested in some of the early athletic clubs that we looked at. And so I kind of like that idea of having a place to kind of get out of if you're there working, kind of go just sit in the bath. I mean, it's a little strange, but just go sit somewhere and maybe interact with someone else that's, doing something else on that floor, but, you've seen them around before. So those kind of things are what I'm after. Here's just showing that relationship across. And then this is sort of a unique condition where as the public programming gets smaller, further up, the 2 private plates start to kind of interact at the higher level, but they're still kind of a cross relationship. And then that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Nice, beautiful set of drawings.
Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. That's really wonderful project, very, very accomplished. And I think also there's a lot of, beautiful sort of sophisticated moments. I love also how you've thought about the building touching the ground and that public realm sort of coming into the building. All really wonderful. I think I was wondering, am I correct in understanding that the shift that you were talking about before in terms of the plates, that's always the same? It's always this kind of 3'10"?
It is at this point, and yes, it's kind of been I guess I reestablished a standard and then sort of carried that floor plate up the building. So yeah.
So, I mean, so the one sort of comment that I would say, I mean, you know, there's other things that I can think of as well, but the one that I think is probably, let's say the kind of part of your concept that I think you could have pushed further has to do with this kind of, what do you call that? The shift or the misalignment that you've introduced. I think it's a brilliant move. I think that, you know, it introduces so many moments that could be super exciting, but right now it's very, very timid. And if you look at this section, and I think it's a wonderfully drawn section, it's really beautiful in terms of evoking potentially the characters of that space or those spaces. But if you see there already, the thinness of your slabs are a little bit on the margins of possibility, not because of structurally what it is, although at the swimming pool, I would say structurally it is what it is, but it's also in terms of what goes on in slabs between levels, right? If you think about a building like this, the infrastructure that has to go in there, HVAC systems, false floors, false ceilings, blah, blah, blah. You're talking about, like, at the end, probably 2 feet already is filled with stuff that you don't want to look at.
Yeah.
You know, and then by the time you do your 3'10", you're kind of have like a little sliver to peek through.
Right.
This moment which you introduced, which I think is really beautiful, very intimate moment of somebody talking to somebody else at that level. I think I love the sensibility that you have of that. But I don't think that needs to happen everywhere.
Sure,
I think
okay.
it's a very intimate moment, which is about the interface between two types of program which have that possibility. And then there's other types of program which is about the spectatorship between one and the other, the flaneuring, you know, of being able to sit in a cafe and then looking at something else, or maybe two other things. I mean, imagine if you shift by this little, your relationship is always the same.
Yeah,
Just on the same floor, it's just slightly lower, right? But if you shift more, all of a sudden, which is in the original diagram that you had, right? All of a sudden you have a split level. And with the split level, you have, you know, the two floors and then one in between. This floor is looking both up and down.
Yeah.
All of a sudden your interface is so much richer because you're having these kind of, you know, cross views to other worlds. So, you know, you might be sitting in a cafe, but you're looking up to a boxing match and then looking down to the swimming pool, you know, or like other, I don't know, you know, other types of scenarios. And I think where it becomes really exciting is that you can begin to, in fact, calibrate what that shift is.
Yeah.
Because you define what it is, right? Like, I think that the heights, the floor, clear heights, but also in terms of what happens between levels, and what has actually visual contact, what has physical contact, those might not be the same. Spaces that are physically related or may want to be physically related may not be visually related, or vice versa. You know, so I think that there's a kind of a very rich palette of possibilities that you're kind of just tapping at right now.
Thank you. It's very good feedback.
But I love how it all begins with a question of the 2'10". You know, like the granularity with which you've also presented it, Andrew, allows Jeanette to, I think, give a precise, kind of such precise feedback. Or 3'10", excuse me.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Jeanette.
Andrew, really, really beautiful project and incredible drawings. Yes, I totally appreciate the study of the site. I think it's very smart move. I love the unpretentious entry to your building. It's sort of like Bruder, sort of like parking lot. I love the staircase, brutally positioned on the diagonal. it's really odd. It doesn't want, yes, this image I think is great. I mean, I don't know. I particularly love this image. And I mean, to me, it's so strong enough to, again, maybe just as a concluding remark, if this is the institution of the common, what is this? What is the level of how do you represent the common today? And so by posing this image, to me, way more than the building envelope and the carefully studied, envelope, I think this moment is really intriguing to me, because it is in between a parking lot or like an abandoned site, which is actually almost echoing what is already there, right? You almost don't touch what is there, and you just overlap this structure. So I don't know, I love this, but yes, I was intrigued by your round plan. The idea of shifting the floors, and I would also, I totally agree with Jeanette to maybe play more with the shift, and perhaps, of course, referring also to the functions, and that you are allocating. There is also a multiplicity. Like the bigger plate always, I think there is a repetition, like you have 2 basketball courts, perhaps maybe by varying the internal program even a little bit more, would that allow you to maybe invent a new gap, right, between but actually I have to say I'm really intrigued by the edge, where I see barbershops, way more mundane programs, something that is actually on the street. And I mean, to have a barbershop next to a basketball court, to me, is fantastic. Again, it's so I'm wondering if those interactions that we are talking about, the shift of the level, can also occur in the densification of the edge, right? You see that the section is fantastic. The section gets more and more complex and more dense towards the edge. And I also like you actually multiply the floors on the edge. So sometimes the floors are actually double or triple in the case of the plaza. So I really appreciate that. The fact that in order to host larger space inside, you're densified on the edge. So that makes, almost like a theatrical interior, right? And I'm wondering why you're shifting the internal emptiness towards the top. There is there's a vertical shift towards one of the edges. Can you explain that? Are you doing for lighting purposes? Why there is this sort of shifting?
I think it was.
Yeah, that one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I decided, I don't know, the program gets smaller as it goes up, which didn't really have a real concrete reason why, but it just tapers off. I intended to have the living at the top. That seemed to make sense to have it there for views and kind of condensed in its own entity at the top. But then also having a farm, I wanted these larger spaces for private programming as well, to bring in some of these like trades people, or like an actual working farm, or things like that are, I don't have the floor depth up there, but things like that require larger plates and spaces. But as far as for why it moves across, I don't have a great answer for you, other than just sort of a gradual movement.
I was simply asking because I really, I'm really intrigued by the complexity of the ground. I think so far is one of the most interesting projects in the understanding of the ground. Whereas maybe it ends up very abruptly, like the top. I don't know. Maybe if you had more time, I don't know. But I think the top could have the same complexity of the lower level, but by somehow opening up, like the structure gets looser right on the top, and so the platforms or the shift can improve or increase or widen up right on the top. At the moment, there is this number 58, right, rooftop terrace, right? It's the most generic, definition. I would maybe like enrich that. Last question, but because it's strange that there's always this housing part, and I'm still always wonder who is gonna live in there. Like I'm gonna repeat this question, but because particularly in this project, that I have to say, if you look at this section and the way the section has been drawn, communicates a level of juxtaposition and interaction among the floors. Almost to say that the architecture they're creating is truly conveying a sense of collectiveness. And not be simply because you're drawing people, and it's just really the way the different programs communicate with each other in section. it's really incredibly effective. So I really commend to that. Like if I look at this section, it cannot be anything else but this program. So I think it's entirely right. But at the same time, what's on the edge? I'm really curious of what's on the edge. You know, this kind of a repetition, right? That's why the program of the people that are there in a more permanent way or maybe a more steady way. I'm very intrigued by that. And
yeah,
I saw that actually you study the housing units. Now I don't have time to ask you, but I would love to, you know, since we never talked so far about the housing units, like, you know, how you, because I think the housing units somehow have the same richness and refinement that you find in the overall section. But yeah, I know that we're already short on time, so.
Maybe go to that plan.
Or Andrew, do you have the section also cutting through that? Because I think also the question that Francesco was asking about what's happening on the top, I think should be seen with a short section showing the relation of the living with the other side. So the living, well, maybe I shouldn't defend your project. You should do that.
Like if you can do the same in the single apartments, this level of negotiation between the section, even in the apartments, like almost like a fractal, right? It gets multiplied at different scales from the outside to the interior. I think it's really, really, and you are doing it. You see it from the elevation that it's happening.
There's 3 different types. One of which you enter from the mezzanine level, which actually you can see here. This would be entering like to the bedroom and bathroom and closets are on that first level, and then you go down to like a living space, kitchen and stuff, and then the floor, the units below that mirror it, so you enter at the, or they don't mirror, but you enter at the ground and then go up the stairs to the bedroom. And then there's a level of just single floor height units that could be ADA accessible ones. There's no split level inside of them. And then it repeats itself with 2 more levels of the double height apartments. The way that, I mean, the reason that was provoked the double height was because the structural grid, and I have those trusses that are necessary to span these large spaces are kind of need to be accommodated in some kind of a wall. And, you know, they're super deep trusses because the span is pretty large. So
Yeah.
it's sort of confined to a grid unit. And so by having them be double story, it gave me a little more generous, you know, they're still pretty small apartments, but
Could absorb the truss.
Yeah.
But I think at the same time, they're small, but still embeds an idea of collectivity. So I think that Andrew's designed a series of like lodges that somehow are adjacent to each other. And they also create this sort of like perforation into the east facade.
Yes.
I think it's kind of like compensate the operation that it does with the sports activities on the west side.
I wanted to go back to Francesco's comment about, you know, how it ends on the roof, because one of the things about tower projects is that, you know, the tower makes a mark on the city in 2 ways, right? At the ground where it lands, and at the top where it becomes part of the skyline. And if you look at a lot of projects that are really interesting, there's something that happens, you know, like Le Corbusier, for example, in the Unité, he adds like the kindergarten and the spaces that are actually collective, that are but of a different language. I mean, there's a very sort of playful sculptural moment on that roof. And so I think that there could be an opportunity there that maybe still relates to the housing, but also has its own presence.
Like the Medina Club has a Zeppelin harbor on the top, right? So like a broadcasting antenna for the Soviets of the future would be fantastic.
And on that note,
I think
it's time for the last project.
A perfect transition to Morgan's project.
Mr. Hunt, thank you.
Thank you both. Thank you all.
Great project.
Morgan, take it over. Last but not least.
Let's do it. Hello, thank you for your time and insights. Appreciate it. Okay, the Chicago City House is a membership-based athletic club, but with freely accessible public space interjected throughout the building. And the public space is hosted within oversized Barondale trusses that span over the large scale usually athletic spaces that is below. And programmatically, the public space, in a similar vein to like the Chicago public bathhouses of the past, it's kind of meant to replicate domestic space, not only the bathroom, but kind of the whole home, and act as a house for the entire city that is freely accessible and held within this membership or limited access building. So here you can see those deep trusses that are spanning over the open span spaces, where there are often the larger scale courts like basketball or tennis areas. And here I'll get into this, but you can see there is also this open courtyard, I guess, with periodic ramps that connect kind of key programs to each other, and also kind of acts as a mixing point where otherwise the building is rather rigid in its separation between public and private, but this center space is kind of swirling those together. The ramp is a way to kind of interact with that open space and pass by all the different programming that's going on. And you can see where these public areas held within the trusses begin to kind of break down and seep or leak into the membership only spaces. So I'm trying to be careful to not use private space, because these membership spaces they're not ever really private. And you can occupy them even if it's not on the sports ground floor. You can occupy them above and have that visual connection still, let me go here. The ground floor is open through with some public sports areas to kind of continue the ceiling that's created by the CTA train that loops on the south and east side of it, and really exaggerate that opening through the center of the building. So you can imagine if you're under here, like this kind of continuing darkness, but lit in the center. Oh, I should also explain the giant blob, the landed Zeppelin, maybe you could call it, is hosting this flex space that was part of the prompt. So it's like a large scale gathering space open to the public that is connected directly from the street via these elevators that go straight up to the roof, while these two elevators go to the public programming, and this bay shoots up to all the members areas, like kind of through that transitional space. So with the Barondale Trust, you get these open floor plates that are really kind of free form and alternate with the public space floor plates that are a little more rigid, but in that way, hopefully kind of condenses that public interaction. I'll explain these pod things later too. Looking in the direction, this is cut directly through that courtyard. So you can see the building is somewhat inward facing because of that CTA train line, and it's a really kind of limited view to the exterior facade that it's turned inside out in a way. So when you're on the inside of that building, you're looking outside but back into the space. A pool is an example of a public programming level, which is the kitchen. And here it's communal in that it's large, but it's also independent, communal independent relationship that's shared between the people that are using the space. So it's publicly accessible, but also the member spaces and their living units kind of rely on this public programming as well. So it's constantly activated by not only the public, but also the people that might live in the building. And here another example of that leaky relationship between the two, and the juxtaposition between programming of a study or a library and a pool space below. the public living space, which again kind of has this independence but togetherness of organization with an office space below. Just to note these pod things that you'll see distributed throughout the building. It's a module with a bank of built-in furniture that can be kind of rearranged based on whoever is renting it. So the idea is that they're rented by the day and can serve all these different uses for whatever you might need them for. Their use is kind of implied by their location in the building. So for example, sometimes they're paired with the pool. So maybe you're on vacation with your family and you're renting it, or they're paired with the office space. So maybe that in that situation, it's more of a work. But I think there's a lot of opportunity for kind of the interchange between people that might not typically use the same space. For example, if an artist were renting this for a month, but it was located on the floor with all the boxing rings, or even just for a night and you have a birthday party or something, collection of all the plans. So you can see how the space alternates between a little more rigid and a little more free, depending on the structure that's happening within that floor. And then the resulting spontaneous interactions between programs and the mundane and the more active or exciting, and the surprising situations you might find yourself in when you're eating your lunch or something. The exterior facade is a little bit of a question still, admittedly, because it's so inward facing. It's more so the result of all the other moves I made, but there are these operable windows to allow the users to kind of interact and have an impact on what the building looks like from the outside. And here you can see the giant blob thing that's on top. That's trying to act as sort of this icon, or like just weird form thing that is a marker of something different that's happening here compared to all the other buildings, particularly because the view up to the building is limited by the CTA train line when you're close to it. So having an icon that's recognizable from near and afar. Please let me know if you'd like me to look at any drawings a little closer.
Thanks, Morgan.
Thanks, Morgan.
Thank you, Morgan. I thought that was a great set of drawings, and really sort of fun idea. And also I love how you're using the structure to create sort of a differentiation in terms of the organizational system and what that means architecturally. I have a question very quickly. Maybe I missed that. You have this kind of exterior space that essentially divides the building into sort of roughly two parts, you could say. And then, but it's an asymmetrical division. Is there specifically a reason in terms of what occupies then the narrower strip versus the wider strip?
Yeah, the whole was pushed to the side partially to allow the larger scale programs, like basketball courts or things that are bigger on this side. And I also think it's used to separate the space, but keep it as a continuous space. And in a way to free up kind of the use of these living pods that are oftentimes placed on this edge, but not always, as kind of that living zone, but also still keep it connected on the same floor plate as the rest of them. And in other situations, it's used for long programs, I guess, like a gymnastics floor that has kind of a long running aspect to it. And the whole is the 30% open piece also, unbuilt part of the project.
So, I mean, I have a couple of, actually where you were at before, maybe that's kind of an interesting drawing to look at. Because there's a lot of things.
I forget which one. Was it this one?
Sorry, yeah, that one.
Okay.
No, the one with the one just before that with the pods sort of sprinkled throughout. Yeah. And I mean, I have, so there's a lot of things that I really like about your project. And I really think that, you know, the idea behind it is fantastic. It reminds me a little bit about the ZKM project of OMA back in the 90s, you know, this kind of Verandel with the open floor versus the kind of more granular. And so there's a couple of things that for me, I think and this is because I really like the project and I think you've taken already quite far, that I think you're kind of letting yourself off the hook a little bit too easily. So that has to do first with the difference between the experience of the Verandale level versus the experience on the open level. I would have expected, both programmatically, organizationally, that there would be more impact of being between, that you would register that in plan, and where you're kind of on the open floor. And in the images, it's actually quite convincing, but I think you haven't pushed it in terms of testing the limits of that granularity. And that's where it brings me to the living pods. Or you call the living pods, which I think, again, you're letting yourself off the hook, because these things, it can be anything, it can be anywhere, it could be like on the facade, or it could be inside, or you don't have to worry about whether there's sunlight coming in or fresh air or whatever. It's just, it just kind of floats around. Whereas if you had to commit to designing a granular space, whether that's completely worked out or not, but the idea of a granular space, which is of a different scale than the vastness of, say, a swimming pool and things like that, then I think you could have capitalized on that relationship between the Verandale and the open floor in much more provocative ways. Because right now it's sort of like anything goes anywhere. Because what is on the Verandale level also seems to be, equally permeable. It's maybe just public, right? But it could also very well exist on an open level. There's no kind of, you're not pushing up against a kind of friction that demands it to be a certain thing. So I think that, if I were you, I would sort of push yourself a little bit further, and test how far your system could bring you in responding to the specificities of the program in a way where that scalar change really is inextricable from whatever you're introducing.
Sure, that's a very valid, yes, I agree with that. And I think that part of letting myself off is maybe a good way of saying it, because part of my worry with this, like, really kind of split programming where it's really defined who can be where, was a worry about like only a certain type of only a certain type of person being in a certain type of space, and therefore kind of the interactions would be limited in that way. So the pod, I think, was my way of trying to mitigate that. But I understand, as you're saying, it should have been architectural rather than this object placed around.
Yes, first of all, now, yes, again, very incredible sets of drawings. I particularly appreciate the fact that you're trying to resurrect a courtyard in Chicago, which is a very typical typology of Chicago office building. Chicago versus New York, buildings are much farther, wider, larger, despite some exception below, like the Monadnock building. But the general typology of Chicago versus the skyscraper 1920s is larger and wider with a courtyard, like the Rookery building, for example. But those courtyards are always private and never accessible. So what you're trying to do is to make them accessible, which I think it's an incredible move. Reminds me a lot of this amazing Sigurd Leverent's office building in Stockholm. I don't know if you ever check it out. The National Insurance Company, I think, is a great project. You should check it out. Within a sort of elliptical open build, like an open courtyard and free central space with office building on the side. Anyway, I I love the proposition of the pods, the movable pods, like sort of Shigeru-ban rooms on wheels. And I believe that the idea of having a lower, like a tinier part on the side and on one side and a larger part on the side works in order to, in terms of size, to allocate the program equally, though at the same time you are forcing the inhabitable parts of the building to the most, let's say, to the less appealing sides of the building itself, right? There are one is confronting basically an alley, and the other one is that, like only the top floor will, benefits of the view of the city. But nevertheless, I'm happy that a considerable amount of your building is considering a sort of inhabitable unit, which was maybe, I don't know, I haven't feel in the other projects to be so evident. I also love the way you treated the terrace, the upper floor, with this sort of a strange memory of a deflated Zeppelin, or I don't know, which I think it's really intriguing. I agree with Jeanette, the fact that the Virendel brings in itself, like, I don't know, the Salk Institute or any of the other building, the fact that there is a striated floor versus a free plan, right? And so I would have, since I know that you read the Les, the War Machine,
of course,
I think, I don't know, I would have leveraged on that, saying that maybe in the striated, in the floor where the structure is more evident, I would try to, and I think you're doing with the art gallery, where you really see the grid versus the open, the open plan, sort of like ArchiZoom, like they also play with that. They have the plans which are more free, where they sort of the city goes over and swallow up parks and woods, and the other ones instead are more, let's say, somehow let's say reinforcing the rationality of capitalism. So offices, schools, apartments, that they're all follow the same typology, repeated over and over. So I don't know, I would have played with this, striation versus, let's say, free plan or nomadic space, if you want. What I truly love your project, and I would love to hear more, is about the red net that separates this sort of red, fence that simply separates the member from non-member, and I like that a lot. And I don't know, I love the fact that you are reducing the you're compressing the limit between these two domains to this such a simple, porous, and also like visible, so sort of a not even opaque but almost transparent filter. And that filter is also very present in many other parts of the city, maybe in a much more subtle way. So I love to see that in a building rendered in that way.
How he renders the context too.
Exactly. So yes, I mean, I appreciate the freedom of the project, though. I must admit that it is true. When this is the problem when you indulge too much with genericness, or with a generic space, that then you're forced to fill it up with furniture or with objects, right?
Yeah.
And because basically you feel forced to not impose the architectural somehow planning or the architectural, let's say, cast over such a freedom, right? So you don't feel to oblige or to force certain action to occur in specific places, and so I appreciate your effort, but at the same time, I don't know, I would have played more. I would have tried to leverage more the difference between these two floors, like what Jeanette says. I don't know, said. I think that in the pods you were really successful in doing that, and I really love the fact that you're really showing the unit. Maybe in the collective parts, I love the kitchen, but for example, there are other parts of the building that I would have expect more elaboration, even of the furniture itself, or even in the way the furniture was calibrated or balanced, but I love also the simplicity of this proposal. I think the simplicity of the proposal is more a manifesto than, I don't know, I feel that you want to say more something to the city rather than going too much to the details of the building itself. Like I think you're at the opposite spectrum of Anthony. I think this building has to really talk about through those kinds of plans, which are more, if you want, programmatic, or they're trying to tell a specific vision of the city rather than dealing with this precision. Yes, precisely. The office plan, like I know that now all the coworkers or like office is about collaboration and only co-working, but still you need, I would have played there precisely with this, like a alternation between, closed office rooms or meeting rooms versus open air, open plan, or, the sort of kind of Facebook or Googleplex sort. Last thing I would say is that I love the 2 elevators crossing to the entire building. And these 2 sort of cylinders, I don't know if I correctly understood, but those 2 circles in the lower part of the plan are the 2 elevators, right?
Yep.
Bringing you to the top. Yes. So in a building that requires like this brief 25% of circulation, I'm wondering, so what's the slope and the ramp in the inner courtyard? Why you are accessing it only at up to a certain height? I think it's the same problem that was rising in the Olga project. This ramp running into the courtyard and having this experience of outside in is really beautiful, but starts only from a certain level.
Yeah,
so,
like it should be connected to the ground.
I'm simply thinking that I love when you said that there are certain speeds of this building, so that a part of the building moves slowly than another part. So you can just reach the top through the elevator, or maybe it's just slowly rising through these, like a helicoidal sort of long ramp slope. So I'm wondering if that was an intention, or by raising it up to a certain floor, there is just another intention so that only certain people can go there, or what was your position on that? But what I'm simply realizing is that you solve the situation in a very simple way. There are a core in the back, which I think is correct. Then there are these 2 elevators and then this long ramp. So if you can elaborate a little bit on that.
There's a long story.
The ramp, yeah. The ramp has been a debate for sure.
Sorry then.
No, it's good. I mean, it honestly is still a question, because originally it was continuous throughout the whole building, but it felt like it lost the opportunity to be like a special experience or a special moment. So strategically connecting like plans together, or 2 floors that rely on each other a little bit more, I thought created more opportunity for this kind of mixing to happen.
Well, can I interject there real
Please,
quick?
yeah.
Because there's, earlier you were flipping through and I remembered again that another comment that I wanted to make, but if you can go back to your sort of structural axonometric
yes.
Drawing, the page, is it page 4?
Yeah.
Sorry, I think I'm
Four.
stalling.
Can you share your thumbnails again, Morgan?
Yes. So there's something
This one,
really.
You're on page 4.
This is fine. This is fine. Yeah. So there's something fundamentally different about the diagram, the structural diagram on the right, and this exploded axon that you have on the left. Now, the structural diagram on the right is a much more radical move, I think. And actually, there's a few of these moments, where you do that, where you say, the kind of radicality of that difference between the Verandale and the open floor, and then you sort of pull yourself back because you're afraid that it's too radical and it's separating too much. And it's the same here, is that the structural diagram of this, which is very different from that, does not bind the 2 halves of the buildings together. They recognize it as being independent. Why that's interesting is because that separation makes what then binds it together into something operative, into something which actually there's a tension being there, right? Rather than these moments that you now have that kind of are like, well, what exactly is there? What's going between those 2 things? Mm-hmm. If this was a Brutair project, right, in plan, they would have that. They would have that. This is all the large open spaces or whatever, a public space, and then this is something else. And then there would be something that connects them, whether it's about a series of cores, or it's about whatever that kind of, crosses through, or whatever that is that actually is architectural, that starts to sort of make those 2 halves needing each other, but therefore also experiencing each other in a different way. And because you've sort of had these bits at the end, which you never really quite explained, because they're kind of just there, your core becomes just a core. You know, it becomes purely functional, but not necessarily operative. I don't know if you.
Yes, I understand. Yeah, and I think that little diagram you drew, if I were to show this diagram without the floor plates, it would be exactly that, pretty much, because there are, or you know, like how I'm drawing it here. It's this and this sort of. So yes.
Morgan, was there at certain point in the project an idea of somehow connecting each of these floors, let's say the lower part, the shorter part, to really become a ramp, or to becoming a different sort of connecting floor, so that basically the virendal part works horizontally, whereas the inhabitable part, which is the more dynamic, can work on a, you know, you internalize that slope, the one that is now in a very shy way, you know, connecting
like
everything.
This? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, like that, precisely.
Yes.
So that somehow you reinforce that, you know, smaller part of the building by, you know, it's not simply a connector, it's really the entire, so rather than having the 25%, you almost transform half of the building into connection, because people, you know, nomads, right, your pods live in a, you know, like a nomadic space. And so by flipping over the floor, you know, like you're connecting all those floors together. So I'm wondering that, yeah, if there was any, at any level of your project development, was any, you know, hypothesis about that?
There wasn't, but there should have been after we're talking about it now. Yeah, because what I'm doing within the courtyard could have become this part, if I understand what you're saying correctly.
Yeah, you know, like
Yep.
somehow that part becomes basically the yeah, and also the people using the wider spaces are then forced or somehow conveyed through the inhabitable space anyway. So, you know, there's also this forced circulation that you know, like, you know, force everybody to see everybody else, right? So there is this constant negotiation between the two parts. And maybe would I reinforce what Jeanette was saying, like, could that also reinforce these 2 points, because one was going up, the other one was going down, and then laying flat over the opposite side of the building. I don't know.
As the connection point,
just an idea. I'm simply saying that, yeah, moving from what Jeanette was suggesting, I was also, yeah, then behaving in a totally different way, maybe also structurally, would that, you know, being interesting. Because at the moment, this is just independent, right? So yeah.
Correct. Yep.
Maybe we should let
yeah, I think it's 1 a.m. in Zurich right now, and we just hit our 6 p.m. here.
Interesting what Francesco brought up about the visual connection, visual interaction. That seems to be an aspect that somehow recurs in many of the proposals of the students. And it also seems like the most efficient strategy to kind of like go against the original idea of the athletic club as a simple overlapping of program. At least this is like the most evident architectural aspect that happened throughout the studio that I think it's easy to highlight. But yeah, maybe if Jeanette and Francesco, you have any wrapping up comments, we will be happy to benefit from your thoughts for a few minutes more.
Well, you know, congratulations.
Even critiques, we are happy to receive critiques or constructive critiques.
Congratulations, first of all. I mean, I think it was really a lot of fun to sort of reimagine what the athletic club could be. And I think that there were really a lot of very provocative ideas that you guys were sort of throwing out there. I would encourage you guys, obviously, especially because we are within the kind of academic context and you don't have to hit up against the realities as much, to not be afraid of your own ideas, but really to kind of, you know, take them and go for it and sort of go the full extent and try to see how far you can push them. So, you know, don't try to correct yourself before you're even there yet.
Great advice.
Well,
until you're at school, that you can experiment as much as possible with no constraints, with having to face reality.
yes, I mean, 4 projects. I don't know the other ones, but they were already very different. They offer a lot of like I was struck by the difference of approach, and so I was very happy to see that. And also, yeah, the fact that in some of them really, like it was evident that somehow Chicago emerged, the typology of Chicago, or some characteristic of the city emerged through your project. So I was really happy about that. If I have, I don't know, like some comments is about, like, so what's in the end, the open house? Like, that's the big question, right? Like, I think all of you had the different somehow take on that. And I mean, I'm curious to see, if you think about an institution for the common or a new institution, how in the end, the athletic club is simply an expression of people that live in there. So this building is basically another expression of the people that inhabits this building. So I'm wondering how you were able, or, what's your stake on, what's your proposition for this? I mean, rather than, like realizing a building on a specific program, this building offers many possibilities. And so basically you're allowing, somehow people to build up something different. And so I believe that the question, the task of the architect is to provide such a possibility. And so I think it's a very daring and challenging, extremely interesting task that we all have, and extremely daring in those times as well, because it's very hard to determine today, what is a collective institution, what is a monument. I mean, it's very easy to talk about cooperation, collective organization, like democratic plans, but then it's very hard to be realized. And so I think those buildings somehow are trying to understand this very, they're trying to experiment on this idea and providing first solution for that. I mean, the drawings were outstanding. I'm really happy to see those drawings. As I was mentioning to Andrew, I mean, that section really communicates to me a building that deals with people with the users in a different way, in a very particular way. So the building goes beyond even the idea of program by arranging structure in a specific way, and also by imagining a space in a specific way. You're trying to convey a specific idea of use. And to me, use in this building is way more important than the way the ownership or the way of seclusion works. Last thing I would say, since you study Nolli, I would have loved to see a sort of Nolli diagram for those buildings, like not to be reactionary, but like also because I know this group very well, and after we have studied Moretti doing the 3D model of the interior space, I would have loved to see the internal three-dimensional view of the interior space. Well, for example, I don't know, in the last 2 projects, for example, in Morgan or Anthony, for example, like the internal space is so evident, or even I don't know, in Olga, for example, that is wrapping all the building around. So I mean, sometimes maybe the Nolli, would have rendered the idea even conceptually even more like in a direct way, or in much more poignant way. And so I don't know, maybe I missed that diagram, because otherwise it seems disconnected from all this, what you did in the research seems somehow disconnected, right, to the final proposal. Instead, maybe by repeating the diagram also for your proposal would have connected the research and the project part in a better way. But overall, I'm really surprised, and I'm also surprised at how you managed to do this in all this time, and also considering the very hard semester we all had. I really commend to everybody, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And thanks most of all of you guys. I've said it too many times, you did a great job, and you should be very proud of it.
Yeah, Jeanette, Francesco, we really appreciate your comments and your time. Hopefully we'll be able to thank you in person sometime soon.
Thank you both.
It was nice to be back in Chicago again.
Thanks, you're welcome anytime.
Thank you, Jeanette. It was really nice to be around in this room with you. Yes, really nice. Hope to see you somewhere else soon.
Well, good luck for the wrap up of the semester.
Have a good night, Jeanette.
Thanks a lot, Jeanette. Take care.
Thank you both.
And thank you, Francesco, too. Thank you all again. I think a lot of things have been said today. Very fruitful conversation, I think. And hopefully there will be more chance to continue this conversation maybe in the future or the close future. Maybe in September, we can organize maybe an event at school showing up the result of the project whenever the school is going to open up. I think would be great to properly show, I mean, the great work that you've been doing in the past months. And as also, I really appreciate the fact that, I think collectively we built up something also very interesting as a way of thinking architecture and how to make projects proposal for responding to important issues.
Yeah, I think this semester is particularly a difficult one, or this year in your sequence where you're tasked with being equally visionary as you are being equally rational or feasible, or as Job put it earlier, practical. And I think that to me is the challenge of a lifetime. It's finding ways to balance the visionary with the practical. I think in most cases, I think you fared really well because you incited conversations that could transcend those two categories and speak to, I think, what Francesco suggests is really important, which is the audience, the use, and I guess maybe even like sense of ownership when it comes to this type of building, which I don't think has a clear typology.
All right, I think you're all super tired, so please enjoy very deserved relax in the past weeks. Sorry, in the next weeks.
Barbara, will we just send them an email about like packaging and submitting, or have what they presented already feels good, or?
Yes, I think there are a few of you who didn't have uploaded yet the presentation to Box. So if you could please do this by tonight, so from tomorrow on you're free to enjoy some good rest.
Yeah, and you should chime into some of the other reviews.
Yeah, also, if in the next months you feel like some of the drawings or some part of the projects you want to still work on because you got really into the project, we are happy. I mean, we are here, I'm here, I'm available, so just reach us out.
I also wanted to say it was a very large building you were challenged by Thomas and Barbara. Like, it's a massive building, so yeah, like congratulations on that. Like, it's not easy to solve such a difficult. And also I had to say, I forgot to say, I really appreciate the work on the structure, because often those buildings are treated simply as schemes, whereas this studio resulted in a proper proposal. Like there is really something precise in there that I totally appreciate, and the structure somehow helped you in strengthening the proposal even more, rather than hampering or making the project more complex. I think precisely the attention to the structure and to the space makes the project even stronger. So I really enjoyed that a lot, and I think the use of the engineer at some point in your semester was really helpful, and also made you also give a having the experience of having like a real project, right? Have a consultancy, a consultant helping you in like reinforcing your project. I think is it's definitely an interesting moment in the project. So congratulations on that, because it's not easy to find these, especially at this moment in your career, in the second year graduate. So congratulations on that. I forgot to say, but the structures, all the structural that I've seen today, 4 projects, I don't know all the other ones, were really interesting. So congrats. enjoy the summer.
Yes, just enjoy.
Yeah, and I think there'll be a year-end show program at the end of the week, which you should tune into as well.
We will celebrate as soon as possible.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, one comment I really appreciated earlier today, I think was just mentioned casually by Paul Lewis, was it's fun to talk about buildings, right? If you truly love this profession and this discipline, it's fun to get into the nitty-gritty of buildings, whether it's, dissecting like a 3-foot, 10-inch, separation to, tackling structure more specifically, or getting into the nitty-gritty of how program adjacencies relate to one another. All that stuff is hopefully, I don't know, to me, that was such a rich semester because it sampled all the things that I love about, all the fussy stuff that I love about like buildings.
You want to say something? This is the last moment.
Miriam, maybe last thing?
Thomas, both of you, thank you for all the comments, for everything throughout the semester. It was tough at moments, but it was so much worth it. Thank you, both of you.
We hope so. We hope you also
been a great
enjoyed
semester.
the group today. Like, I think the jurors were really great.
Absolutely. Yeah, everybody.
They were, yes.
Thank you, Raha.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciated the freedom that you sort of allowed all of us to have. And it was really awesome to see everybody's different approaches to the project, especially early on. And even the case studies at the beginning of the semester, not really having like a format for how they were to be presented, made that like the most interesting day of case study presentations. Yeah, it feels like a long time ago. A lot of work between then and now, but I really enjoyed the semester. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Yeah, truly. The freedom of representation was great because we hadn't really had that, and I didn't really know what people's personal style was until this project. So it's nice to see how people show things. It was great.
Even process too, kind of just
process,
all right, just here's what you have to do. Let's kind of start. That was really nice.
Yeah, hopefully something you can guys all carry into the third year.
Just carry on whatever you learn and you think it's like valuable. Also keep experimenting with like drawing styles. This is, the first opportunities you said you had, so keep experimenting with that, keep learning from each other, because it's really important. I mean, architecture is not about individuality, it's really about collectivity. There's like sharing on every type of level. So you should embrace that. Thank you so much.
Really stay in touch, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Here, get drunk. I don't know. See you Friday.
All right, I think we're still live. So Barbara, I will